Buongiorno. Por favore. No, I want actually this one up here and this one down here. We started early. You said the magic word, defrosted robot, and that's why we started early. The magic word, of course, was terms. And also, I was like, I'm hanging out here anyway. I don't see why I wouldn't start early. Especially because I'm so late for so many things. So you got to make up the time by being obnoxiously early. You're unreliable either way, so you might as well be unreliable in the opposite direction. You know what I mean? I hope everyone can hear me. I do hope things are clear in this economy. You can never be too sure. So, my lovely lovers, loverly, love. How does my voice sound? I've turned my de-esser and my noise box thing, my noise, the sound fucking gate, the noise gate down, because I was editing. I was doing an edited version of the praise God Hammond indeed, the holy saint, he who created dinosaurs and then put him on an island. But I was listening back to, I was editing Spider-Man Lotus and also a little bit of the Jurassic Park video. And what I noticed is there were just some points where I felt like, is my voice clipping? Do I sound more nasal than I should sound? Now, there are many reasons that could be. It could legitimately just be that I didn't sound as good as I needed to. But there's also a lot of hardware that my voice is being filtered through. So the question became, is there something in the pipeline that is fucking me up? I think that was the $1 million question. Was there something in the pipeline, fucking me up, just fucking me right in the butt? So I'm experimenting today. I've turned down turned off the de-esser, and I've turned down the noise gate, and I'm gonna see if my voice comes in a little bit clearer, even if it does mean the S's will sound a little bit harsher today. That's okay. We don't, we're all adults here. We can handle a little bit of S's in our syllables. If it is too harsh, I can experiment with it later. It's just, there is nothing worse to me than having your own hardware actively compromise your output. And it was just yay, what's up, Mean? Also can't wait for the Kevin Conroy stream. 2085 is right around the corner. You know it, buddy. God, what is it? It does say a lot about my life that I set a ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous stream release date for that. And then that release date caught up. Oh, God. That will be the first thing on the pipeline, in the pipeline once this EFAP project is done, plus the other scripts. But unfortunately, I had to divert from the EFAP project because of the fucking demonetization threat YouTube gave me, which it's increasingly looking like I'm not going to be able to make the deadline for that one. But we're going to really try. We're going to really try, especially because my cat just got diagnosed with a heart condition. So I really don't need a demonetization right about now. This is not a good time. Actually, that was just what I thought when I got the email. It was like, YouTube, this is just not, it's not a good time. Fuck off, please. Please wait until I'm in a position where I can meet your challenge head on. You doogle, deagle, doogle, dingle, dingle, dungle, doogle, deagle, dangle. At least you said you can get enough watch hours later on. That's the thing. That's plan B, is that I'll just basically do what I'm doing now, but later. I'm hoping, if all goes to plan with this EFAP thing, I'm hoping I might have something to upload at the end of that. but I don't want to get everyone's hopes up, so I'm not going to say what that is. But I do have hopes and dreams and fantasies about doing a grand relaunch. Well, not like a relaunch. You know, I hate the word reboot because it has become so overused and it has become so diluted that it means nothing. The word reboot means nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, for me, a reboot is like a complete top to bottom start over. It's like the more extreme version of a remake. But then people kept stretching the definition, and some of the stretching was fine. I'm fine with like the term in-universe reboot when it relates to like time travel or some shit, because that's really what it is. You're undoing past events, and you're giving an in-universe explanation. So it's kind of a reboot. I can get that. But now a reboot just means, oh yeah, you're just starting again at episode 1, but it's still the same continuity. And it's like you've stretched that word too far, I think. Relaunch is, I think, a better term for that. And I hope we can do a relaunch of the channel, if need be. The meme rebootatory, rebootatory or relaunchatory. I like both. I like both, and I'm going to store both away for future reference. So, last year on the Stream Reactionary, we got about halfway through the Zack Snyder-Joe Rogan video. And then I had to go to birthday dinner with my family, which was nice. But then I had an immediate crash afterwards and I couldn't finish it. I think that stream might be where you can exactly pinpoint where the crashes started to really, really interfere in a big way. Thankfully, Meme doesn't remember anything from part 1 since I didn't watch that one. Yep, which is why I've actually started this one slightly earlier, because the main thing I remember I was reminded of this when I was trying to re-find where we left off. And the main thing that I took away from it, that is that there was so much shit that was just like sports and NASCAR and shit that like is probably really interesting to people who are into that stuff. But I have not yet gone through my NASCAR obsession. I have not yet gone through my golfing obsession. I haven't gone through my sports phase yet. I have not found love in sports yet. Unless I'm playing them. I like playing sports. That's a different thing. But watching sports, maybe one day I will find the love of it. But right now I'm still in my when sports come up. So, I feel like sports are really good if you just want an excuse to bond with other people and just have something to crowd around that's like really low stakes. I would prefer people get into sports than politics, because getting into sports is a much, much less damaging thing than getting into politics and using politics as your outlet for that competitive drive. We're already on a tangent, because why not? But the point is, everybody, that we are gay. But also, we had a lot of shit last time we couldn't comment on. So I wanted to really just skip ahead of that and just start right at the superheroes, so that I can comment on that, and then see how much I can comment on for the rest of the stream. Also, loved the stream repositories where you talked about mental health and ADHD. I want to return to that too. My idea for relaunching the stream repository is, instead of it being a weekly show, it's more of like a seasons show, where we do like a weekly show for like 5 weeks or something, and that's like a season, and then I take a break to do other stuff. And then when I'm feeling like a bunch of topics are built up, I then do another season. That's one idea I had, and I think what I like about that idea is that I won't feel super pressured to like what's it called? I won't feel super pressured to just stuff as many topics into one episode as I can. I can just really space them out. Like I could write all the material for like 5 weeks worth of stream repositories in a single week, and then just space it out. And that would also be easier on whatever the hell this health situation is, which is increasingly looking like hypermobility, spectrum disorder, which honestly makes sense. My mum has hypermobility, which she only discovered in her 50s, and it really fucked up her hips. But apparently I looked into it, hypermobility, and it comes with so many other things other than, flexibility, quote unquote. It's not really flexibility, it's just that your joints are fucked up. In the sense that they're loose and unstable. So, and like these crashes that I was seeing and feeling, it's interesting because I'm not entirely sure if this is how it works. There's two mechanisms that I've read about. One of them is that the soft tissue differences kind of goes right down to the cellular level. So like even your like blood cells are different in a way, and they're less efficient, and they cause energy drains for that reason. Which I could definitely see that. The other one I got, and it's possible both of these are true, but the other one I read was that because the soft tissue in the joints and everything is really shit, your muscles are having to do so much more work just to keep you upright and all of that, and there's just so much more work that needs to be done, like by your muscles and tendons, or maybe the tendons are part of the problem. I don't know. The point is, you get exhausted way more quickly because the other stuff that's meant to give you a little bit of rigidity is failing, so your muscles have to kind of constantly be activated. So I wouldn't be surprised if I have that. Next time I go to my doctor. By the way, I found a really good GP that has a special interest in autism and ADHD, and she is a gem, and so much of a gem that I'm really. It's really giving me perspective on the last couple of doctors I've been in. I'm putting it that way. I'm actually. Maybe I shouldn't say that just in case, because I don't put my real name on these streams or anything, but it's maybe best I don't mention certain things that could compromise the very thing that I might be about to do, or the idea that I'm throwing around. I'll just put it this way: it's the kind of thing I probably want to keep private just in case. But I'll put it this way: I really do feel like there was medical negligence with my last couple of doctors, because they have thrown me on drugs that were meant. So I had a doctor that threw me on propranolol for anxiety as needed, which was great because it kills the body's response to anxiety, so you don't get like really bad palpitations or handshakes or all that. That's good. Then but that also led me to discover that I was getting silent migraines because it was killing the silent migraines as well, which is also good. And so that doctor left for Queensland, and I moved over to another doctor at the same clinic. This doctor was like, "Oh, this propranolol seems to be really working. You should take that every day." And all I could think was, "But I don't want to take it every day. I don't feel great when I'm on it. I mean, it's better than being like riddled with anxiety." But I didn't feel too good on it. I didn't feel it was too good, So what ends up happening is as I go on that, and diminishing returns to. He puts me on two medications. One is one is the propranolol. He just puts me on that like full time, and then he gives me rizatriptan or something, and this is to like stop the migraine as it's happening. So that one's just like an as needed sort of thing, which is what I was using the propranolol for in the first place. I wish you could see my face right there. There was a really just like a dirt. I feel like I just gave the dirtiest, filthiest eye roll I've ever given. So I'm on these drugs, and the propranolol predictably loses its efficacy when I'm on it every single day. And I try the rizatriptan when I have when a migraine came up, and it just gave, and I think it might have it kind of worked, but it also made me feel really gross. And then I think the second time I took it, I started getting chest pains. I was like, ooh, don't like that. Don't like that one bit. So I didn't take the rizatriptan again. And now I'm starting to wonder at the propranolol, because I kept telling him, like, it's not, I'm still getting pretty severe migraines at the moment. I don't think it's working as a daily thing. It's just like, oh no, we'll just bump up the dose. We'll bump up the dose. We'll bump it up. So I'm now on 60 milligrams, and I don't get that many migraines anymore, but I think that's more to do with the fact that I stopped having the Cliff Bars, which had caffeine in it, which I was taking by accident. I wasn't eating the Cliff Bars by accident. I was just that I didn't realize there was caffeine in it because I'm blind. So that helped a lot of the migraines, but now I'm stuck with the propranolol, and now I'm getting dizzy all the time, and I'm like, I've got all these like dysautonomic issues, and that's where it's kind of where I'm starting to suspect, okay, there might be some sort of hypermobility thing here. There might be even like an MCAS thing going on. Maybe there could be maybe this was made worse after I got COVID. It could be like a mild long COVID thing, like a more on the moderate side of long COVID. I don't know. I need to get tested, but I'm just so annoyed that like propranolol, which is a drug that, you know, could cause problems in certain people, I'm so annoyed that I wasn't tested for something like hypermobility, which, from what I gather, could respond poorly to something like propranolol for various reasons. Like it treats some symptoms, but it makes other symptoms worse. And it's been super debilitating. And I just think there's a lot of medical negligence there, especially when you know that your patient has ADHD, has autism, which comes with impaired interoception, which means that my internal, it's bullshit. When someone says we have 7 senses or whatever, that's bullshit. We have a lot, no, it's 5 senses. When someone says we have 5 senses, that's bullshit. We actually have a lot more senses than that. And one of those senses is your interoception. That is your sense of hungry, your sense of thirsty, your sense of, your general internal sense of self, like on a physiological level, like, and impaired. And so I have impaired interoception. I've actually had to work really hard to kind of tune in with my body and go like, am I thirsty? Am I hungry? Do I need to pee? Do I need to poo? I mean, I know, it's not that I don't know those things, it's just usually they have to get to such an extreme state. So like I have to be starving before I know I'm hungry. I have to be, you know, dying of thirst before I fucking get thirsty. I have to be busting to go before I know, oh, pee-pee time. So I've had to really like work on tuning into that. And and the most fucked up thing about this is that it's such a core symptom for neurodivergent individuals. I used the word interoception with the doctors, and they just said, "What's interoception?" Motherfucker! Oh, I don't know if I should blame you or if I should be blaming the fucking institution that let you go out the door without knowing that fucking word. Oh my god. Because, like, if you don't know what interoception is, that's going to really fuck up your ability to prescribe drugs. Because if someone doesn't have the ability to self-report their symptoms properly, if there are side effects, that's going to fuck you up a little bit, you know? Anyway, Zack Snyder, right? Oh, God, the sixth sense is seeing dead people. The sixth sense is seeing unalive people. Apparently, you can't say dead in Top Chat anymore. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. Oh, buddy, don't run around. Your heart will give out. Damn it. Love you, buddy. Okay. Anyway, let's do the Zack Snyder thing.
The same when you say, like, we have Superman, right, and Batman.
I have put on I am on the wrong thing. I'm going to turn to the right thing, the correct thing. There are cats running around everywhere. I've got two old cats that are like in their second decade. So, you know, they're in the double digit zone. I've got two cats with kidney disease. One of them has a heart problem. And then there's the 3-year-old who just wants to play all the time. And luckily, the oldest and sickest one still loves to play. Thank God. I don't know if that's good or bad for him, but he still loves to play. So that's good.
Whatever. Are they not the mythic answer to a lot of modern questions about like how we should
that
live?
is
You know,
loud.
like you say, Superman,
Okay,
is he
okay.
not like an invention, a 20th century invention that says to us, like, all the fucking shit that we run up against, whether it be war or like class struggle, or whether it be, you know, relationships between different countries. Does Superman not appear in answer to us primitive brains trying to figure out where we are? Like, you make a guy like Superman so he can answer some of those questions. He can represent a point of view that is not helpless in the face of the insanity that is, like, you know, the problems of the 20th century.
Okay. Can't remember what I said about this last time. There's like two angles. There's two angles to sort of address this point by. Because, you know, Zack is not wrong that Superman is modern day mythology. And, you know, we create myths and legends and stories to kind of help us confront. You know, it's therapeutic in a way. It's we create myths and legends and stories to sort of help us process and understand the world in terms we understand. The human brain thinks in stories. That's why the best communicators are also the best storytellers. A lot of the time. That doesn't mean that like a film director is necessarily going to be the best the best oral speaker necessarily, but it does mean that in the medium through which they have learned to communicate, which is filmmaking, they will be very effective at communicating what they're trying to communicate. Zack Snyder is the most Asperger's director in history. Oh boy. Oh, I love you, chat. Hey, I'm Roscoe. Is that a No, that would be Rocco's Modern Life, not Roscoe. Where do I know the name Roscoe? It'll come back to me. Rocco's Modern Life. But I think it's important that with Superman, the core thing that's remembered, at least in terms of what gives him appeal to, this is what I think gives Superman staying power, is that he is this really big, powerful guy, but he's also just an ordinary dude. And, you know, thinking about it right now, there's something really powerful about the idea that, you know, Superman isn't just a good guy, he's a normal guy. And this idea that being good should be just this normal thing. It should be kind of just our default state. And through having the power that he has, plus the good upbringing, you know, Superman is kind of enabled to just be in that kind of neutral, good state, where he is just a moral person just trying to do the right thing. Like, he doesn't have to worry. He doesn't have the worries and fears. Like, he does have worries and fears, for sure, but he doesn't have the more basic worries and fears that kind of drive us into being, less than humans are capable of being. Pretty fundamentally, I believe that people at their core are good, even if good isn't perfect. And I think Superman sort of represents, he represents many things, but I think to me, the thing that I love about Superman is that he represents this this core sort of goodness that and that he's not, and that's why I don't like when he becomes Jesus Christ or when he becomes the Messiah, because when he's deified, it kind of takes away from the fact that it's kind of weird to say because he is an aspirational character, but I think something powerful about Superman is that all of us could be Superman down below. If we, you know, if life set us up for it, I think we could all be Superman. And the powers that Clark Kent was, well, technically was born with them. It's just the powers that were unlocked, let's just say. You know, they allowed him to continue to be the good person and to not have life beat him down as much, and to allow him to pursue a life that would allow that goodness to sort of thrive. Down below, yes, we can all be Superman in our cocks. Our cocks. Cocks. Penis. Was that not the most meme repository moment of all time? Just very, very deep and meaningful sort of like reflection on the goodness of humanity, and then immediate penis right after that. Immediate. There is no transition, just goodness, we can be, this is the best, we can all be Superman, we can all be, and then penis, and then cock. Hi, Swole! And happy birthday. I was about to say happy birthday to you too, but I don't think it's your birthday. But thank you. Happy birthday for when it's your birthday. Or happy birthday. There we go. Alice in Wonderland. There we go. You know, we're really, really going down. Oh no, is that Zack Snyder on Joe Rogan? Yep, we're doing Zack Snyder Part 2 on Joe Rogan. And I think my opinion of... this is the right time for this clip, because I saw a clip recently where like Joe Rogan really, he was really, how do I put this? I don't usually go into politics here, but this one kind of hits close to home. He was feeding into the vaccines cause autism thing, and honestly, that's probably a stream repository topic on its own, because from what I understand, the person who put that forward in the first place, they've had their medical license revoked. And I'm pretty sure that it's a proven fabrication. I think they might have even admitted to fabricating it. I can't remember the exact details. But, like, the core origin point of that fear-mongering is in a place of pure falsehood. And it's done so much damage, not just to autistic people, but also, and not just to the discourse around autism, but also just to, how do I put it? Just to people's health, you know? Because, I don't know, guys, vaccines are pretty cool. Like, I don't want to go back to measles and polio and all of that. Like, that's just me, myself. Vaccine injuries obviously happen, and I think it's a bad thing to kind of be dismissive of that. But when we start promoting falsehoods like they cause autism and all this shit, like you lose me. You lose me. You lose me. Dr. Mike had a pretty good, has some pretty good bits on vaccines, so I will default to him. Dr. Mike, the physician Dr. Mike, not Dr. Mike Israetel. There's two Dr. Mikes. It gets confusing. Anyway, we are about to have polio back in the fuck. I have heard about the polio and measles outbreaks. Oh, fucking. No, I will not have a vaccine rant. I will not have a vaccine rant. I will not have a vaccine rant. I will not go on a rant about how amazing vaccines are. Okay, back to Zack Snyder, holding in my tummy. Let's go.
And I think, and Batman in the same way. He's an...
You seen the RFK hearing? It's hard to hear RFK most of the time, but it's hard to, both because his voice is a little bit, you know, but he can't help that, so I'm not going to bully him too hard for that. But just the stuff that guy says, it hurts my soul and my brain and everything in between, and it hurts me so much.
Answer to like urban. What is urban?
Let's see. The mRNA vaccine scare was started by the guy who sold the MVax and RVax. So he was... Oh, I think I heard about that. So Yeah, because here's the thing. I've not done a huge deep dive in mRNA vaccines, but like that technology is pretty fucking amazing, is it not? Like actually programming the body almost to produce the antibodies to fight the virus. Instead of like putting a bit of inert virus into or live virus into someone. That's pretty cool, and and that has like applications for like other things that we haven't been able to develop vaccines for in the past. So like we have a cancer vaccine, kind of in clinical trials. I think there's an AIDS. Well, I guess you can't really vaccinate. The way you vaccinate for AIDS is you vaccinate for HIV first. So there's a thing with that. It's just really cool. And the fact that these laboratories are getting shut down and all this crazy shit that's happening. Look, I'm a fan of science. I'm a fan of medicine. I'm a fan of medical research. I'm a big fan of preventative medicine. I'm a big fan of healthy people. I'm a big fan of curing diseases. I'm a big fan of preventing diseases. I'm a big fan of understanding diseases and complex genetic problems and all these things. And anytime that is disrupted, meme gets very angry. Meme gets very, very angry. And I don't like it.
The urban jungle needs a myth, just like the ancient jungle needed a myth, or the ancient, those all, like, in those days we'd say, like, why is the volcano erupting, right? But now we say, because we didn't know, we're just like, I guess it's the gods are mad,
That is an interesting thing to think about, though. That was one of the interesting things about being forced to do religion in Catholic school is you do go over like the various religions and to some degree or another. And the thing that fascinated me was just this idea that the religions kind of started out probably just as the elements, and then slowly we personified them as gods. And it does speak to a need for us as human beings to impose order upon an inherently chaotic universe. And you can go a step further than that, actually, because even within like even through the scientific and materialist viewpoint, the scientific. There's a cat doing something. What is she doing? Okay, she's fine. She's fine. It's all good. It's all good. So even through like this materialist and scientific lens, which I tend to view the world through whenever possible, there is still like this kind of profound philosophy buried within that. This idea that on some level, even if it is like tangential in a way, there's this idea that we are the eyes through which the universe views itself. Now, the universe, as far as we know, is not conscious, though, I'm happy to be proven wrong on that, but there's still a lot we don't know. But as far as we know, the universe is not conscious. But this idea that, there's all these processes, we went through the Big Bang, and then stars and galaxies formed, and, these planets formed around them, and, then stars exploded and formed heavier elements and heavier materials, and those kind of came back together. And eventually these processes led to, single-celled organisms, multicellular organisms. And then eventually, we have organisms that have a level of cognition, but they don't quite have abstract thought. And it takes a few 100 million years before we finally arrive at, this life form that their most remarkable feature is their brain and is their cognition. And their ability, and they have this ability to think, to not just think, but to think about thinking, and to think about concepts, not just like the idea of rock and wood and buffalo as like these materialist things, but it has the ability to abstract it, to think about things like what does it mean to be alive? Or even just, that's on the philosophy side, but, these creatures also have the ability to do mathematics, to understand things like first principles thinking, to not just use heuristics, but to invent the very concept of heuristics. You know, it's things like that. And then you think about all the stuff that went into creating this life form, you know, the long process. And then that life form, you know, it invents the telescope. It invents the Hadron Collider. It invents the vaccine. But it invents these tools of greater observation because it is driven to understand it and is driven to learn. And eventually it looks up to the sky. We send things into the sky. And we start to see the grand universe that, you know, culminated in our own existence. And we kind of, and we piece together that journey of how we became human. Well, not just became human, but just became these conscious beings. And because, you know, there's nothing in our cells that's magic or, you know, removed from that universe, there's this profound idea that, you know, that long process is the process through which the universe eventually looks back at itself. It is the, you know, in the same way that these life forms, evolved for abstract thinking and eventually and developed metacognition, this thinking about thinking. So too does this life form almost constitute the universe thinking about itself. The, you know, a sort of, it's kind of like a universal metacognition in a way, but it's just something that's all, I've always thought about that when I think about purpose, when I think about what is special about humanity, what is special about intelligence, what is special about, you know, self-awareness and everything that we are. And a lot of it can kind of be wrapped up into that whole idea of the of humanity, of intelligent life being the way that the universe looks back at itself, because it's all sort of connected. It's all sort of one process that's happened. Wow. Yep. We have gone down the rabbit hole, haven't we? We've been like 2 seconds into this, and we've already gone to the meaning of life. Oh man. Anyway, I'll never forgive Nolan for Tenet. Math, science, history, unraveling the mystery. Math, science, history, unraveling the mystery that all started with the Big Bang. Yeah.
Right. But now we have, now the problem is like, why do I feel helpless in the face of...
In the end, it all boils down to one word. One word. Bazinga.
Technology or whatever.
Right.
You know, so we need an answer. We need an additional answer. And I think that's what I've always, and I feel like genre has allowed me to make those comments, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I think, and it, you know, look, the funny thing about, you know, what I always find interesting, you know, the thing that I always find fascinating about sort of the movies I've made and how they've landed on pop culture is that, like, I remember, like, in the last article, it was like, it said, Zack Snyder, love him or hate him, right? Like, and I'm like, hate him? Like, what? I don't understand. Like, what?
Do you think I could clip that last part as meme finds the meaning of life and then put that up as its own clip?
It's just, it's a movie, you know, like,
Yeah.
it's not, I mean, you look at Rebel Moon, you're like, okay, well, there's not a lot, it's not weird enough, it's not offensive enough to hate him for, right? In my opinion.
People find a reason to hate.
See,
today.
Daily Dose wants me to do it.
Oh, yeah.
I think I should do it.
And 99% of those people also hate themselves. That's exactly what's going on. And when
You know what? I like that title, Defrosted Robot, because it's nice and simple, and it's not clunky as well. Because sometimes it's hard to make a succinct title that's also not clunky, that also has all the information that you want in it.
people are very hateful over art, you can like it, you don't like it. I don't. There's a lot of stuff I don't like.
I have no issue with you
Yeah.
not liking the movie. That's not
Yeah.
not the
Who
the
cares?
question. Who cares?
Yeah.
The thing is, like, you would personalize, you'd hate
Monty
me because of,
Python.
like, I don't understand that. Like, I don't.
Because
I mean, look,
You know, Monty Python's Meaning of Life was actually the first Monty Python thing I ever saw, and was not a bad introduction. It's also kind of starting at the end, because I think that's the last thing that was the last, like, major new thing they made, right? Like the Monty Python's Meaning of Life. Every sperm is sacred, every sperm is good. If a sperm is wasted, God would be irate. That is a cover song I should make because everyone would demand it, I think. I should do a cover album of all of Meaning of Life and tack on the monologue I did there.
Unreasonably successful. That's how they feel, and that's what happens with people. You've done so many hit movies, like fuck this guy. Like people compare themselves to someone like yourself that's been so successful, and they get angry. That's why you can't read comments.
Yeah, I get. No, that's why you cannot read comments. Never read comments.
Comments are,
if you think about it, if I do end up going through with that one clip idea, it would almost be, this entire process the last 3 weeks would almost be like a microcosm of what I was describing there. Because in the same way that the universe is one circular process of creating a life form intelligent enough to look out and therefore creating, it's almost like it's like human beings are like the sensory organs of the universe. We are the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the penis of the universe. Maybe not that last part. Or maybe exactly that last part. Our little swimmers go out into the universe and colonize everything. But in that same way, that same process that I described, it's also kind of like YouTube sends me my notice about demonetization. And then I go through this whole process trying to scramble to do that. And it eventually just culminates in what ends up being just a 5-minute little soundbite that ends up being like my favorite thing that I've ever done. And so it's kind of like there's so much that goes into creating something so small yet so beautiful. And that's how I see humanity. We're very small, but we are like, I think we are beautiful and amazing, even if we do also have, our flaws, to put it mildly. But yeah, I like the human race. I like humanity. A hot take, I know, but I like you guys. I think you guys are cool. I think you guys got some stuff going on that I like. I don't always like what you're doing, but there's a lot of stuff you do that I don't think you get enough credit for. And that is the meaning of Christmas.
They're essentially long-form comments are what a lot of articles are.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
That's exactly what they are.
It's these people that are film snobs that get, very pretentious about certain aspects of movies.
Zach really doesn't understand why people would hate him wasting hundreds of millions of dollars. Like Netflix actually could have saved stuff. Yeah, that's a good point. When a bad movie is made, you do think about where that money could have gone, like the starving kids and all of that. Especially like, because, I think, we all benefit from a bad example, of course. But, man, the Room, at least. Well, we don't know the budget of The Room, do we? But we do know it probably was not a Zack Snyder movie's worth a budget. Then again, it was not a very cost-effective film. Maybe it did. Maybe The Room actually is the highest budgeted film of all time. We don't know. You are tearing me apart, Zach. I used to be able to do such a good Tommy impression, and then I grew up. Which is to say, I stopped doing it every 5 seconds because it got old, and then I lost that muscle. I will regain it one day. I will go to the impressionist gym, and I'll do 1,000,000. I did not, and then I'll be back. I'll be back, and in greater numbers too. More like the most boring movie ever. Oh, you didn't see it, but I just dabbed to you, Swole. Did a dab on your behalf. Dab the haters.
Movie making and decide that their way is the only way. Like, listen, I like the Barbie movie, okay? I found it enjoyable.
Awesome.
I went with my daughters and I had a good mindset. I said, let me just enjoy this movie.
Sure.
Just not be like, what the fuck is this? Men didn't fuck this. I just said, this is a fun movie.
Yeah.
It didn't offend me.
I remember my problem with the Barbie movie, and I've only watched the Barbie movie once. Saw it the same day as Oppenheimer, as I think a lot of people did. But I'm glad I saw it Barbie first and then Oppenheimer, because if I was to see it in the reverse order, I think that would really fuck me up. I remember my core issue was that it seemed a bit confused. It seemed a little bit like it didn't really it wasn't that it was like an ambiguous message. It wasn't that it was a it wasn't like it wasn't like open to interpretation in the sense that it was kind of, because there are some films where you can have multiple sort of readings on the subtext and the themes, and you can really think about like what did the director mean when they said this, and you can come away with like many different opposing interpretations. This was like this was more a case of like the texture, the subtext and the themes, they were really obvious. It's just it had subtext and themes for two completely different contradictory messages, and that was just it created like this sense of like, clearly they think that they're saying one thing when actually they're saying two completely contradictory things. And it felt like it was like one redraft away from being really, really good, but instead, because of all that contradictory back and forth stuff, and some other stuff I didn't like, it ended up really, not. It was almost really good. Instead, it's just kind of, I don't really have a strong compulsion to rewatch it. And that's kind of one of the more frustrating sort of films, isn't it? Where like it comes so close to having like a really nuanced message that could get everyone to think about it, but instead it's kind of confused its message, and it pisses off a lot of people. And the people who like it say, well, the message is really obvious. And then the people who don't like it, they kind of latch onto the opposite message. And I think, that's kind of how, I think I was talking to Jumbles about it a couple of years back when it came out, and he said that it's kind of a Rorschach test of like, what do you expect it to be kind of becomes what it is. And that's because that's because there are these two contradictory sort of thematic things going on. Haven't rewatched it in forever though, so I could rewatch it and I could come away with a completely different opinion, but that's just what I remember. Like Last Jedi kind of. A little bit. Hi, James. Wait, you're older than me? Damn. Also, good morning. I think it's for you. I think it was morning 3 hours ago, so close enough. It's 2:30 p.m. now, so you're not too far off. It's more like it's early afternoon, which for someone like me who's currently a late riser, I want to fix that, but that kind of feels like the early morning in a way. Howdy all, I am late because family was over. You know what? That is A-okay. I'm doing my birthday streams. I'm going to be doing a few birthday streams because it is the big 3-0. But I'm doing it this way because I don't know if I'm going to be monetized after the 19th. So I want to really get the birthday stream in before then, so that so that whatever features I lose from getting demonetized for the time being will not hamper at least the streams too much. How's the weather changed in Australia? It's warming up now. We're in spring, going into summer. It was really rainy yesterday, and it's really sunny today. We're in that. There's something magic about the month of October, because I think that's like one of the few times of year where like it's the same temperature in Australia that it is in America, and that means that Australia. I think that's why I think we need to really embrace Halloween. Like we're starting to, but we need to embrace Halloween a lot more, because I think that has the potential to be a season of unity in a seasonal sort of sense, because late spring and late autumn sort of they have a lot of crossover in terms of temperature. So there is this so it's not like this weirdness that happens at Christmas where like everyone is like frozen in America, but we're like having our nuts broiled down here, We've got to have money. I know that reference. That's the Tom and Jerry movie, right? Like the first one, the weird one where they got them to talk for some reason. I know that was a movie that the Nostalgia Critic reviewed. That's an arc I want to do at some point in like 30 years. Like not just go through the Channel Awesome movies, but like go through we do like the MCU thing. We go through like all the relevant like storylines in all the different videos in the Channel Awesome universe. And then we go through we treat like the Channel Awesome movies as the Avengers films of their day. You know, that seems like it could either be really painful or a bit of fun. That would be something. That would be something. You know, we'd have to include like the some AVGN in there because of course, you know, that's a big part of that. We'd have to go through Linkara's stuff and Spoonie's stuff. And there might even be stuff in there I've never seen before from other content creators that were part of those anniversary sort of specials. But we would have to watch at least one video of each creator that appeared in those specials. At least one. I would prefer to watch the ones that are like really relevant to the specials, though. That will require some research, which is why I'm not doing it at the moment. But I like that idea a lot. Is the AVGN movie in the Channel Awesome universe? That is a very complicated question, but I think the answer is probably, I think. The complicated thing about that is Doug Walker appears as himself, kind of, but he's never referred to by name. So maybe that is the Nostalgia Critic, just not in uniform. I don't know. It should be, though, because if the AVGN movie is in continuity with AVGN the show, and AVGN the show is in continuity with Channel Awesome, therefore it is part of that larger Channel Awesome universe. I think. I guess you can yada yada it and say that because there are two versions of the E.T. review by the Angry Video Game Nerd, one that is E.T., which they had to do for the movie because Spielberg... This is really funny to think about, by the way. They actually had to contact Spielberg's legal team to get permission to use E.T. in the film. And Spielberg's legal team said, no, we don't think he would like that. Like they were able to get Nintendo on board to use all the controllers. They were able to get Atari on board. They were able to get all the like video game companies. Spielberg's team was like, no. So like the entire thing that the film hinges around, like, no. So they had to like make a parallel version of it, like E.T. And it's still basically the same thing, but it's legally distinct. But then after the movie was released, because at the end of the movie he finally reviews the game, but then they release a second version of that review as a standalone episode, and that one was the proper E.T. So what can we derive from this? I think that there are two universes here. One is the E.T. universe, and one is the E.T. universe. And everything is exactly the same in both universes, except one is where the film is called E.T., and the other one is E.T. So maybe the Channel Awesome, and we didn't see the full film that took place in the E.T. universe, but we can assume it's exactly the same. So maybe the other distinct thing is that the E.T. universe version of the film is the one that takes place in the Channel Awesome universe, while the one that is available, that is E.T., does not. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk on the intricacies of Channel Awesome continuity. I hope you have enjoyed this tangent. And now back to the vaccine autism person and the edge person.
I laughed a bunch of times. I thought it was fun. And I went online and saw so many people angry about that fucking movie. And it was all
So some Peacemaker level continuity nightmare? Maybe not quite on that level, because it's basically the exact, like it's basically an identical film in the exact same universe, except there are two details that are different. and those two details don't make any sort of difference whatsoever, so they might as well not even exist. And it's only nerds like me that can go on for 20 minutes talking about it. While Peacemaker, it kind of, ooh, yeah. I haven't even watched Peacemaker, but I've heard what's going on there, and yeah, that's it's bold. I'll give them that. It's bold. I wish that the DC universe wasn't the place where this continuity experiment was taking place, because I really was craving simplicity after all the clusterfuckery. But, oh, you just gotta laugh through the pain. You gotta laugh, laughy, laugh. Okay, Joe.
Yeah,
And
as it would be.
Listen, first, you're out of your...
Do you think Joe Rogan shaves his head, or is he just naturally like that? I mean, I can see... I asked this question because I can see he's got some stubble there. But I'm trying to... I can see maybe a bit of hair on his head. So maybe he does shave his head? I don't know. Whenever bald white men come up, I often think about the George Carlin bit, where he's like, if you want to be bald, just wait. And I'm like, fair enough, George. Fair enough. Don't think I agree with George on that one, though. I think that I think you can be white and have a bald head that looks good. You've just got to have a good-looking head. And it helps if you can give good head, because then no one will judge you for your bad-looking head.
Your fucking mind if you go to a Taylor Swift concert and you expect to see ACD.
Good to see you streaming again, Mean. Last time I saw it was the anniversary stream. Yeah. Yeah, it was it was a crazy year since that stream, I'll put it that way. I don't even you want to know the crazy thing? I don't even know if I was invited onto this year's stream, because I got so blindsided by that YouTube email. I didn't even go onto Discord to check, because I was like, I need to just be single mind, single focus. And if I even think that and I don't need to like think about whether or not I'm going to be on that stream or not, because I just need to focus on the game plan, which is trying to avoid demonetization. But yeah, but yeah, it was I'm hoping we'll eventually have a return to normalcy one day, hopefully. Maybe YouTube will have fixed its algorithm by then, because apparently people are getting fucked around by that. I don't know that much about it, because that falls under, like, I don't have enough bandwidth to, like, absorb the information from that properly, because that directly affects me. And I got enough shit to worry about without learning things that are very important. Yeah, EFAP 350 might have been good advertising, yeah. It's just, yeah, this is why I'm really frustrated by that doctor putting me on that propranolol full-time rather than just allowing me to stay as needed, because I'm pretty sure that has fucked me up really badly and really fucked up my bandwidth. I don't have 100% confirmation, though. I just know that when the money is there, I'm going to my GP and I'm going, can we go off this drug here and just have a before and after sesh to see if I'm better off without it? Please and thank you. I would really like to not be on this drug anymore. It's okay if I have to wean off of it. But I would just like to not. I would like to not, if that's okay. I think it is a failed experiment, this propranolol. No, it's good when I take it occasionally as needed. But having me on it every single day, that last doctor really fucked me up. Let us all blame that last doctor for this drought in content from me. Let us all rain rotten fishes on him. Poo-poo, poo-poo. I'm sure he's a nice enough guy. I don't want him. He's just not he was not the doctor for me. He's not the doctor for me.
Easy. You're out of your fucking mind. You're going to a Taylor Swift concert. You know what it is. So
obligatory reminder to turn restricted mode off. See, I get mixed messages. I have mixed thoughts on whether or not I should do that. Or actually, I should probably check if there's like there's at least a medium. Is there a way for me to like just block out any like really, really bad words that will get me like immediately killed while still still allowing like the good swears in? That would be nice. Sounds like a real Dr. Doom. You know, there's only one way I was thinking about this, right? That whole Robert Downey Jr. Doctor Doom thing. I don't have high hopes for it. Not because Robert Downey Jr. is not a good actor, but just because, like, wow, that's a stunt casting move if ever I saw it, especially given his pedigree in that particular universe. But I was thinking about it this morning, and I was thinking, like, I think it was because, like, we got that first promo image that didn't look terrible. So that kind of made me think, like, what universe exists where Robert Downey Jr. is cast in that role, but he keeps the mask on for like 99% of the runtime? And I was just thinking about, like, how does that even happen? How does that happen? Like, what would have to occur? And I was thinking about it. I was like, well, there's actually one or two scenarios, and these two scenarios could actually be one scenario because it could technically be both at the same time. But it could be a case of, like, Robert Downey is like, you know, he's having a meeting with the Marvel folk, and the Marvel folk are like, yeah, you know, we don't know what to do with the thing. Do you have any, you know, you did Marvel for a bit. Do you want to help us, Rob? And we've got this Doctor Doom guy. Don't know what to do with him. And then Robert goes off and he reads about Doctor Doom, because apparently he didn't know anything about Doctor Doom until like it was brought up in conversations or something. That's the official story. I'll just stick with that until contradictory evidence emerges. And he goes off and he's like, oh, this guy's awesome. I do kind of want to play him. Yeah, but I have one condition. I like the acting challenge of only having to act with my eyes. Because I'm big, because, you know, I've done the big films where my face is everywhere. And I want the challenge of acting only with my eyes. I want to do my Tom Hardy thing where I only act with my eyes. And you can still use me for the marketing, but my condition is I would like to keep the mask on this time, and have the challenge there, because I feel like that's the only way to excite myself. Because I'm excited about the character, but I feel like there is an exciting acting challenge in keeping the mask on the whole time and having to have it all be physicality. That's one way I could see that going. The other one is if Marvel themselves turned around and went, Rob, we really want you for this, but would you be willing to keep the mask on for the whole time? Now, that one seems a little less likely, considering some of the fuckery that's gone on in the studio world. But those are the two scenarios I could see where, like, they've cast him, but he does actually portray, like, a relatively accurate version of Doom. I don't have high hopes, needless to say. Hopes are earned. And right now, Marvel has really used up most of its, if not all of its goodwill. But in the abstract, I could see, you know, that was just kind of my way of, like, trying to make sense of a scenario where they get Robert Downey Jr. in, and he still keeps the mask on. Like, what kind of agreement between the studio and Robert would exist where that would happen? And I think the most plausible way that happens is that first option where, like, he likes the character, he likes the idea of portraying the character, but the thing that really draws him to it is this idea of a performance through physicality and very minimal eyeball acting, and just seeing how much he can get across without having to use his face. Because, you know, the guy has won an Oscar at this point. He's done, like, all the Tony Stark stuff. So really, like, if you think about it from a performance point of view, he doesn't really need more money at this point. So he's just he is probably just looking at it like, what can I get out of this as a performer? And I could see that. And so from a performance point of view, Doctor Doom is actually a really interesting challenge. Like, you only have your eyes and your body language to go, and the tone of your voice, and those are your three tools. You're stripping away, like, the main thing. So you have to kind of go a bit more theatrical, a bit more silent film-esque in your pantomiming and all of that. Like, I don't know if that's going to be what happens. My faith isn't exactly. I don't exactly have faith that will happen. But that's if we're purely exploring scenarios where you get Robert Downey Jr. and he still wears the mask. I could see that being the behind-the-scenes sort of arrangement where he's happy to be the figurehead that gets people in seats, but what he wants is the challenge of acting without it being his face the whole time. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but if that were the direction they went in, that would I'm an actor myself. I think, and I kind of love the idea of that challenge as well. And when I did, a very brief stint as like a superhero on a very niche independent sort of thing that I'm not going to name drop because that would dox me. And I've talked about it before, I think on Metal's Forge. How is Metal, by the way? I need to catch up with him at some point. Hope he's doing well. I see he's still doing Forge and everything, so that's good. I see, Mark the Cyborg stuff. I see John still appears on those streams. So much to catch up on. It's really, really fun. Yeah, the first mask for that show was really encumbering because they you're gonna laugh at this. Like, I kept getting really really harsh feedback for my performance, and I was trying to figure out what I was doing wrong. And as it turns out, the problem wasn't actually with my performance. Well, I mean, it could have been we were shooting in the freezing cold, so that could have compromised. But the big problem was they had cut the eye holes on the mask too low, so you couldn't see my eyes properly. So my eyebrows were completely cut off, and my eyes were like half cut off. So most of my, because I do a lot of like expression with my eyebrows and everything, and a lot of that was just completely cut off. It was completely destroyed, and they were going like, "Oh, your facial expressions are completely flat," and they were flat because they cut off, because it was enough of my face showing to identify facial expressions, but they'd cut off the most expressive part, so it came across as like really, really, as really flat. And yeah, that was a time and a half. You're too hopeful to be honest. I'm not saying that this is what's happening. I'm just saying if there is a scenario where that happens, that's probably what happened. To be clear, the problem wasn't my performance. Me talking about the last time he had sex. Oh God, we were talking. You watched that stream. I talked about this epic dry spell we're in right now. But he's doing well. Still a bitch. Good. I'm glad he's still a bitch, and still German. Good. Oh boy. Anyway, well, we have Joe Rogan, don't we? We have Joseph Rogan. Oh, that kind of works. And I'm probably not the first person to make that joke, but I like it anyway. We're gonna pretend to be Iron Man, then reveal his doom later. Ooh. I would have preferred if they went full on Darth Vader myself, and there's still time to do that if they have him body swap into I don't know. You can do some bullshit to recast from Downey if you wanted to. But I would have gone full on Darth Vader, where it's a stunt performer. The only awkward part about doing the Darth Vader method is the eyes, because Darth Vader is in full costume. There is not a single inch of skin visible for Vader. With Doctor Doom, you still have the eyes, and so there would be the complication of matching the vocal performance with with that part of the physicality. But they did it with Darth Maul, so it's not impossible. I'm just saying that's you have a slightly higher bar for casting your physical actor in your Doctor Doom project if you're going to do the Darth Vader method. But it is completely doable. There's a lot of great actors with great physicality out there. And you could even have it be that you start with an actor with an actor as the a singular actor, so one actor doing the voice, so the same actor does the voices also in costume. But then over time you can switch to the double mode as that actor gets older, so that actor can still do the voice and he can still show up in the very rare occasions where he's unmasked. But that gives you a lot more freedom to have Doctor Doom show up in a Spider-Man film or in like I don't know, an Iron Man film or what. I'm reaching. I mention Iron Man because I'm trying to think of like who's left to. But you know, Doctor Doom is one of those versatile characters I think that can appear basically anywhere and it fits. There was he had a funny appearance in a Spider-Man comic where he was at an airport and he was like the ambassador. He was like he was representing Latveria or something, and then there was some sort of terrorist thing, and Spider-Man's in this really awkward position where he's got to defend Doctor Doom from the terrorists or something. It's been like a few months since I read that, so I can't remember the exact details, but it was kind of like, it kind of just showed the versatility of that character, where it's like, because he has so many different like he wears so many different hats. He's in the political side of the Marvel universe, he's in the magic side, he's in the science and science fiction side. He probably goes into space as well. Like, he is I'll just say it, like, Doctor Doom might be the most versatile comic character out there. You can just use him in so many different ways, and it just works, assuming you understand Doctor Doom as a character, because you can obviously miswrite him if you don't understand his core sort of values and what makes him interesting. He was not very compelling when he was turned into Norman Osborn in the mid-2000s, for example. But I feel like if you get the core of him right, he is an incredibly versatile character. He probably goes into space. Yeah, Secret Wars. Yes. So see, I was right. The Jedi are taking over. Rip Julian McConnell. Think about Julian is he did want to actually do an accent for Doom. He wanted to play the proper Doctor Doom. And when he was given the opportunity to voice the character on Robot Chicken, I think, am I misremembering? Correct me if I'm wrong, Chat, but I think he actually did an accent, like a more proper accent, on his Doctor Doom for Robot Chicken. Be cool if he did. But yeah, that guy is a good actor. He's a good actor. He was just not given the material he needed. And he actually went on to play the villain, at least on he went on to play one of the villains on, what was that show that no one watched, that I watched because I did, what was it? Fuck. Runaways. Yes, he was on Runaways. Yes. God, the main thing I remember about Runaways is there was just that really weird scene where everyone started having sex, and it was really strange. And I thought there was some sort of mind control going on, but no, everyone just started having sex. It was it's not that I was opposed to the characters having sex. It was just like two pairs of characters on a mission just started having sex. Actually, no. They didn't start. One pair started having sex. The others just started making out. But it was like really weird timing for this whole thing to happen. That's the main thing I remember about Runaways. Also, the Velociraptor was pretty cool, I will admit. You get bonus points from me if you can find a way to shove a dinosaur in there. You're probably going to get points. And I'm not proud of it. But we all have... I'm not made of stone, chat. I'm not made of stone. So if you throw a dinosaur into something, you're probably going to get points, even if is Robert Downey Jr. going to have an accent? I don't actually know. I could see him doing it. I could see him doing it because here's the thing: Robert Downey Jr. is like a proper, like it is a real stunt cast for sure, but he's also like a proper actor. So I could see him doing an accent, but I wouldn't hold my breath at the same time. It's like. I don't know. It's Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr.'s involvement is raises a lot of very complicated questions that I don't have the answers for yet, but we'll probably get them when trailers and stuff start appearing for that one.
So if you go to see the Barbie movie, you know what it is.
Oh, this all started with Barbie. How do I keep doing this?
Why are you mad?
Yeah, no one like. Were you shocked? Like
it's literally
called
about
Barbie,
a girl's doll.
Yeah, what did you think was going to happen in it? Also, and by the way, I love the movie, and I'm actually lampooned in that film. There's a line in the movie that says, I feel like I was in a dream where all I cared about was the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League. That is a line in that movie.
That's hilarious.
I'm literally, and I'm like, that's awesome. Like, I think that I was like, okay. My wife was like, she goes, that's cool, right? Like, that's cool. that they came after you. I was like, To
be fair, if someone put a line like that about something I did, I would probably laugh too. That's kind of a good barometer for like, is someone, you know how like there's this separation between art and artist, where there might be someone who I cannot stand a single thing that they've made, but then I see them in interviews and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I would probably really like to hang out with you, because you do seem kind of cool. And I think my barometer for kind of whether or not someone is like cool as a person, even if I don't like them for the work they do, I think a big barometer for me is just their ability to like laugh at themselves and to take a joke at their own expense. Obviously, everyone's got their limit. It's all when there's like something that's in good fun versus something that, is just really mean and malicious. Like, there's a difference between those two things. But, if they're the kind of person who, if they appeared on South Park, for example, and they could laugh at themselves on South Park, I think that they would probably be a pretty cool person, because they can take a joke. They can take a joke, and that means that they're probably not like hypersensitive and stuff like that. That's just something. It's one of a few barometers I think I go by in terms of judging whether or not I would want to hang out with another human being.
100% cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
See, Jay is a fantastic example where, like, they saw themselves on EFAP, and they were like, yeah, they took the constructive feedback, and then they appeared on the show, and then they became friends, and the rest was history. Great example.
It's interesting to see when there's like such a strong reaction to certain things, and especially amongst like really wild hardcore fans, because there's hardcore like particularly.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah, you you also face it because you cover these genres, you cover these subjects that are iconic. Superman, Batman. I mean, just those alone.
No. And by the way, that's a lifestyle choice for a lot of people. It's not a movie.
Right.
It's not a movie. It's not like if I made a romantic comedy.
I wonder what he means by lifestyle choice, because there's a few things he could mean. Like, it could mean that, it's that these characters are some people's religion, or it could mean that they're just very important to them. Or could mean that I guess for some people, they might literally live life as if they were these characters. That's the real benefit of becoming rich, is that you get to pretend you're Batman, and maybe even become Batman. Not really, though, because I think someone ran the numbers, and you would have to be like in the top 5% easily. And by the time you're that rich, there's definitely going to be some questions about, like, where's all this money going, Bruce? But I think he uses shell companies and things like that. Look, writers have had to really, that's a great creative challenge when you're taking on Batman. How does he spend all this money on crime fighting without suddenly creating this huge blip in the banks? How does he do it? Let's find out together. Shell companies or something.
You'd be like, okay, that was fun.
Right.
Like, the people who love, and by the way, I love that they feel this passionately. I'm not, in no way would I criticize.
You know what I would love? I would love to have a robotic microphone arm that has motion tracking and that rises and falls and moves back and forth, that always just stays a perfect distance away from my face. The reason I say this is because I always set up my microphone in such a way that it sounds good. And then because I'm a very animated person, I like to move. And it's hard to do that when you have to stay a perfect distance away. I think it's called a Welker. Frank Welker has he defined like the perfect distance. It's like this. It's like the distance between your thumbs to your pinky, and you put those two things out, and it's the distance between your thumb to your pinky when it's across your hand, and that's like the perfect distance from a microphone. And I always put it up there, but then I'm moving around, so I get too far away, or I get too close, and it's annoying. Or maybe my posture goes up, or maybe I start slouching and it goes down, and then that creates more microphone problems. I want a robotic microphone arm that follows me up and down no matter where I go, and so I don't need to think about that shit. Someone invent that. Damn it. Damn it. And also get me my blowjob machine that makes me sandwiches. Please. There's probably a very offensive joke I could make there, but I am better than that. Chat, however, is not.
Is that because I feel I live the same life, right? Because for me, it's morning, noon, and night.
I will become a VTuber the second I can create a one-to-one clone of myself in a 3D animated form that looks like my avatar, but perfectly matches my facial expressions, my body poses, my posture. As soon as that happens, the VTuber arc will begin. And I think it will be an upgrade. But until that day, we are stuck here. Why is there mayo in my sandwich? That's not mayo, Jimmy. I'm not going to tell you what it is, though. You don't want to know. What's more likely, VTuber arc or furry arc? Well, probably VTuber, because, if you think about what a VTuber is, it's really just someone with a motion capture avatar. And that's a very versatile format. I've seen VTubers who have giant tits, and I've seen VTubers who are Tyrannosaurus Rexes. It's a whole spectrum out there. I've seen 3D, I've seen 2D. Furry, I don't really have a compulsion to be a furry. That's the thing. I guess maybe if I could become a Tyrannosaurus Rex, that would be fulfilling a childhood dream. But that would be a scaly, would it not? Or no, T-Rex didn't have feathers. They thought it did, and then they found skin. So that would be a... Would it be a scaly? Feels wrong, though, because T-Rex is not. It's way closer to it's way closer to birds than, lizards. It had sort of pebbly scales. Would I be a pebbly? Can we define this term right now? That if you are a Tyrannosaurus Rex flavored furry, your official designation is as a pebbly? I would like that. Let's do that. There we go. I've defined it. God Hammond. Someone gave me a suggestion that I should tweak the song, and there should be at least one part where I go, God Hammond, God damn it, or something like that. And I was like, ooh, that's an idea. God damn it, God Hammond. I don't know. It's worth workshopping at the very least. At the very least. They are scaly. It might be a scaly, but it's a pebbly in my heart, because it has pebbly bird-like scales rather than the big scales you would expect.
But so for those guys, it's not just a movie.
Here's a fun fact about bird scales. So the head of a vulture, or the feet of most birds. Bird scales are actually feathers, because feathers... Okay, so I have to get into the origin of feathers first. Feathers evolved from scales. So what a feather is essentially just a really evolved scale that became really light and filamenty and fluffy. And then when birds and other dinosaurs that were using a mixture of feathers and scales came along, what they needed to evolve the feather back into a scale, but it didn't quite look the same after that. So that's why, and so that's So it's kind of this circular thing where you started with a scale, then it became a feather, and then it became a scale again. But this time it was like tiny and pebbly. There you go. I forgot the term avian furry. I don't feel like that fits, because birds are not furry, they're feathery. It should be a feathery. But then again, feathery sounds weird, so avian furry might be the compromise. But should it not be avian scaly, because a feather is a scale, just a very evolved scale? Think about it.
And so you
Wait a minute, what's a mammalian scale? I just realized there are mammals with scales. I have forgotten an entire class of life form. Mammal scale, how did they evolve? Scale, zoology. Wikipedia, save me. How did they evolve? How did they evolve? Examples of scaled mammals are the pangolin. Well, I know about the pangolin. Let's see, the musky rat kangaroo, which probably has no relation to. Yep, I know it. Why do we put names of other things in the names of other things? Because the musky rat kangaroo looks nothing like a proper kangaroo. Yet we called it that. What's wrong with us? What is wrong with us? That is the worst thing humanity has ever done, is put names of other animals on other animals without it being a relative of that animal. Fuck. Oh my god, that's right. Insect scales exist. I guess scales just kind of evolve independently, don't they? What was the origin of... Oh no, so fishes have scales too. What is a furry but a fish? Is that a scaly as well? I'm starting to think that all furries could be scalies. How did is fur evolved scales? Well, according to AI Overview, which I don't know how to take that, so I'm going to look at the source. Oh, well, it does seem to have a scientific article attached to it, so that's good. I'm going to the science article. Unlock access. Do I look like I'm made of money? But I still have access to the article, so that's fine. I found a diagram. I found an amazing diagram that doesn't actually... Let's see. Reptile scale with sensory bristle, and that eventually turns into hair follicle. Amazing! I haven't read the actual article, but this diagram seems to point towards hair actually just being evolved scales. Therefore, I'm going to argue that all furries should be renamed to scalies. Because what is a scale? What is fur? What is hair? What is feather? Other than the evolution of the scale. Think about it. Think about it. The money repository. I wish I was the money repository. This channel would be so... Look, if I win the lottery, chat, you are going to be eating good, because I would put it all back into being able to just make more stuff. I would make videos, I would make movies, I'd make shows, I'd stretch myself too thin, I'd have an existential crisis, I'd go to therapy. Well, I'm already in therapy, I'd do more therapy, I would fucking do the Brian Johnson thing, and I would fucking get really buff, and then I would look at myself in the mirror and be like, why have I not gotten laid in so long? And then I would cry. It would be a whole emotional arc. But, we make do with what we have. Hold on, meme. I found a semi-used chart for the funny term. Sending it now. Boom. Okay, is that on Discord? I haven't opened Discord in like a few months. This is going to be a scary experience. You know what's scary? Opening Discord after you haven't opened it in a while and just seeing like all the messages, all the little message bubbles that pop up. And you're just like, and like that thing at the back of my head, my amygdala just goes like, is everyone yelling at me? Is everyone yelling at me? As it turns out, no. Let's see. I've got a few messages here and there from some peeps. That's not too bad. I was expecting worse. I was expecting worse. Okay. I'm gonna open link. Not the most high resolution image, but I think we can manage. So let's see. Where is the... How do I get this into OBS? That's the question. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Oh, I know. I can just okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the file first. And then I'm going to window capture. Do I already have an image thing for window? Image viewer. Do not make source visible just yet. Oh, this already exists. Does? Where does it? Where is this thing that says it already exists? I don't see the thing that already exists. I'm being lied to by OBS. It says that the name image viewer has already been taken, but I don't see it in this. In my sources, I see. Yeah, I don't see it. So I'm being lied to. So now I'm gonna have to do it again. Image viewer 1. Okay. Now, where is image viewer 1? Okay, good, it is. Because the last thing, I don't think I have anything like private open. I'm pretty sure. But I remember there was one time I did have something private open, and it wasn't anything like, it wasn't porn or anything. It was more like I had one thing open where you could see my face in the corner of the screen, like 3 pixels. And I was like, I am doxing myself with 3 pixels on screen right now. Boom! So I had to go back into that stream, edit out the 3 pixels worth of content. Probably really jarring for people looking at the VOD. But you got to do what you got to do. And that happened. And that was really vulnerable. It was a really not good time. So it's since that day, whenever I put a new thing on the screen that is capturing another thing, I'm always like, ooh, got to make sure that doesn't fuck me. Daddy. Is there like a group thing I can open here? Group, here we go. It's okay, I give permission to show my DMs if needed. I think that was another thing. I think I accidentally opened a Discord thing and I was like, all my DMs. I was like, oh, cool. At least it's my meme repository DMs at least, but oh, that's embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. Let's see. Fit screen. How do I fit screen? Oh, I know. I know. If I just match it. This is gonna take too long. No, it isn't. Not if I use the power of magic. The magic has failed me today, friends. I don't know what to say. Fit to screen, maybe? There we go. Okay, that's not too bad. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just stretch it out, stretch it out, stretch it out. There we go. Nope, still not quite there. Stretch it out like your mum's vagina. There we go. Okay. Nope, still a little bit too much. Too little, too much. I just want it to fit. Okay, good. There we go. There we go. Now, so we start with the anthro, which is you want to know the best part about this? I completely forgot what we were looking at for a little bit there because I had I had completely forgotten what we were looking at for a second because I spent so long setting it up. You remember that KOTOR series that was supposed to be getting made several years ago? Where were you? No, I wasn't voicing Soul Careth for that. That was someone who sounded like me. It's kind of like how I sound like. It's kind of like how my singing voice. I noticed this the other day that my singing voice sounds like Greg from the Wiggles. Sometimes, like in the Mr. Edge Guy one, it sounds like Greg from the Wiggles, and I don't know what to do with that information. I need more time to process the implications of sounding like Greg from the Wiggles. And of course, if I was voicing anything, I would lie and say I wasn't. So, you know, that's what you got to do. You got to lie sometimes. But I wasn't lying about that, or was I? I don't know. I don't know anymore, man. I just don't know. I don't know what I can't tell the truth from the lies anymore. But oh yeah, we have this thing. Okay, so we have the anthro. Let's see. Well, damn meme, I'm sleepy. Happy birthday. Good night, all. Thank you, Swall. We'll be back with more birthday streams. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, you sweet little noggin. So, note, some anthros can belong to more than one category, and it is up to the individual to determine which they belong to. Okay. Good to know. That's kind of like an is this like phylogenetic bracketing where you can't escape your clade? So like are all these technically anthros, but you know what I mean? I wish Swall was still here. He would understand what I'm talking about. Let's see. So we have the anthros, which are any animal with humanized characteristics. Well, I guess all of them are anthros then, yeah. So furries are any fur having mammal. Hybrids are any creature made up of two distinct species. I guess that's where the note comes in, where it's like because like if you were a liger, you would be both a furry and a hybrid, right? But I guess maybe the hybrids are referring to like really like out there hybrids that can't exist in the real world. So like I don't know, you crossed like an alligator with a squirrel. You can make a squirrel gator. I would happily let us implore scientists to create the squirrel gator. Just for me. Kind of just like how I want my jetpack, but no one else can have it. And the scalies are the scale having. So we have our three categories. So I guess maybe hybrids are like any combination of furry and scaly, and perhaps any combination between these categories as well. I don't know. This is uncharted territory for me. So I will humble myself before the furry gods and I will not claim authority. I am but a humble traveler in this world, and I didn't even find this chart myself. But I'm glad someone else found it for me. Thank you, James. Covering my ass. So we have the avians. I disagree already. Avians should definitely be in the scalies category because birds are technically reptiles. Very technically. Like, we don't consider them that way in like a traditional sense. But phylogenetically, birds are dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are reptiles. But I think the term reptile is kind of a bit under dispute. I guess because of how broad it is. I don't know. That's a debate for like biologists and paleobiologists and geneticists to have. Whoever the hell is responsible for this shit. Take off my headphones for 5 minutes because we are not just because I'm not listening to anything right now and my ears were getting cramped. I need to get bigger ear cuff things for these. So any species of bird so any species of bird. Again, I think that should be in the scalies. But, I kind of get it at the same time. A bird is, it can be fluffy and all that. It's not the right kind of... Have you ever held a feather before? Like, it is this rigid thing. It's not like... it's a rigid thing with some fluff around it. It's not really like fur as we would know it. Scullies. So scullies are any undead anthro or any anthro that has visibly pronounced bones or skeletal. So that's like in the more supernatural category, I guess. So I guess that would be like where the hybrid category, the hybrid category would come in, where like if you had an undead tiger, that would be a hybrid of furry and scully. So it'd be a furry scully. While if you were an undead emu, you would be an avian scully. And if you were an undead, it fucks me up real bad that you could have the avians and the scalies. Okay, here's a question. Where the fuck does like a velociraptor, like a scientifically accurate velociraptor, go? Because it's not avian, we know that. It's not avian. It's not scaly. Not avian, not scaly. Not avian, not scaly. This is why I feel like, okay, I think maybe avian is a bad name. Because it does not... Because I don't want every, feathered dinosaur, every feathered non-avian dinosaur to suddenly go in the hybrid category. That wouldn't be cool, right? Surely not. I don't know. I disagree with this. I disagree with this. Yeah, I disagree. With this, I feel like avian is a bad term. Should be feathery. But then that would also fuck me up a little bit because it would mean that dinosaurs would kind of be split into two categories as well. So you don't get to win. But I prefer that one over. But this is why I think this is why I think we need to rethink our categorization system here a little bit, because this is like because the distinction between an avian and a non-avian dinosaur, if you think about it, is actually super arbitrary. What's the difference between the two? Why do we split it up this way? Why do we split up avian and non-avian dinosaurs? Why do we do it? It's because one's fucking alive and one's fucking dead. That is the only reason we distinguish them so much from each other. It's because you can go out into your garden and touch an avian dinosaur. It's very alive. But you can't go and find a fucking brontosaurus somewhere. You can't go and find a triceratops or a tyrannosaurus or an allosaurus or a suchomimus or a spinosaurus or an archaeopteryx or a dreadnoughtus anywhere. But they were as distinct from each other as birds were from other categories. In fact, birds have more in common with T-Rex than T-Rex had in common with, like, Stegosaurus, for example. So so when we split it this way, my nerd brain just freaks out, because if non-avian dinosaurs were still alive nowadays, we wouldn't be making this distinction, would we? It would all just be under one category, because the categorization is just basically, it's a distinction that we make based on survivorship bias, really, if you think about it. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. You blaspheme the sacred furry test? I dare blaspheme, sir. I dare. I dare, sir. I dare. I would argue it depends on the style of dinosaur. You see, I'd be happy to distinguish between styles, of course. I just don't like that they're specifically outlining avians here. For shame. Anyway, let us go. But apparently there's more to the avians. So we're going to see. Mythos. Any mythological based anthro. Why does that pair off from the avian category? That doesn't pair off from the avian. That should be just... You know what? That shouldn't even be in this branch. That should just go down here. That should go down here. Or go over... Actually, good point. Good point, me. Why is the scully under the furry? Scully should be its own thing, too. Why are, avian... Again, avian is in the wrong place, but at least it's I can see it as like a subset. Why is scully specifically under furries? when it should be if anything, it should be in the hybrids category, no? What is... At least... And why are dragons in the furry category? Okay, mammalian centered. I will give you a pass. Give you a slight pass. I mean, I don't know where... I don't know how you would define... Where's the line between mammalian dragos and reptilian dragos? And is there a category for reptilian dragos? Or would that reptilian dragos just be under scaly? I guess so. But why is that? Well, why is dragos a separate cat? Shouldn't that be like... That should feel like... That should be under mythos, no? Or that should be under hybrid, maybe? May or may not have come from a fetish form. You know, I can believe it. Okay, well, you know, already I have some problems with this categorization system. I feel like there needs to be a revision. I feel this is more confused than it is helpful. At least in how they have outlined it here. I feel like maybe... I have no problem with the individual category. Well, I do, actually. I went on about avians. But, like, some of these categories... Actually, I do have a problem with dragos, too. You know what? I take it back. I think once you get into this tier, at least for the furries part, I don't really get it. I don't really get why these are... how we started at mammals and ended at dragons. I saw the documentary Dragons, a Fantasy Made Real. I saw that shit. I saw how dragons evolved. I know all about dragons and their little fire and their little pouch that they eat rocks as like the... That was such a fucking cool documentary. Holy shit. Like they make the... Like, it was like, how do they breathe fire? Well, clearly they go to these caves and they have like a natural instinct to know what kind of stones they should be swallowing, and so they swallow the stones, kind of like how modern day animals sometimes will swallow stones to chew their food because they don't have the ability to chew in their mouth, so they swallow stones and they grind up the vegetation in their stomach. So like it was kind of a take on that, only instead of it being like, oh, I'm gonna swallow stone so I can digest properly, it's gonna be like, I'm gonna fucking swallow stone so I can fucking use it as a flint and tinder to make fucking, as a spark to make fire, because I have fucking flammable gas in my belly. That was so cool. So cool. I'm going to use it, and I use this same flammable gas to help me, to give myself buoyancy when I fly, to make myself a bit lighter, so that this giant body I'm flying with isn't ridiculous. Oh, so fucking good. So good. They had different kinds of dragons as well. They had like the prehistoric dragon. They had a dragon fight a fucking T-Rex. It was so cool. And then then there was like, oh, and there was different species of dragons. There was the aquatic dragon, which probably inspired Asian myths. And then there was like the forest dragon, which was a bit, which didn't quite get re-evolve its flight powers yet, but it could do a little glide. And then there was like the cave dragon, which is where all the medieval myths of dragons come from, and they fought off the fucking villagers, but it was really tragic. It was like, no, the dragons were the heroes the whole time. Oh man, why? And that was the story of Dragons, a Fantasy Made Real. The best mockumentary to ever exist in the history of anything. And also there was like a paleontologist there who was crazy and believed in dragons, and then he got vindicated because they found a frozen dragon in a cave. Anyway, so cool. Chicken jockey. Yes. Chicken jockey. Flint and steel. Yes. What about The Office? What about The Office? What about it? What have you done, James? What have you done? Okay. So, we have scalies. And they have their own categories. So, I'm going to see if I agree with them. Shellies. Now, Shelly is confusing because Shelly is a name you can give a person. I don't think you can say that about any of these others. And I guess maybe Aquarius, kind of, but you wouldn't call them Aquarian. But Shelley, that could be a bit confusing, but I'm not going to dox it points for that. I just wanted to subjectively say, when I hear that word, I think of my friend Shelley, who has red hair. Just so you know. So I think of a red-haired woman when I see that word, just so we're clear. So, any crustacean or shell-having anthro. Not an invalid category. Why is it an extension of the scaly? I can see more logic with it, in the sense that scales are hard, shells are hard. Why not? But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. At least it's kind of like, at least you got like a textural theme going, while the fucking categories over here are like, what the fuck? Well, how do any of these relate to anything else here? Except for avians and furry, kind of, because at least they're both soft, but why is the undead under the furry category? That doesn't feel right to me. Slimies, any amphibians, slimes and mucus. Again, I could see that in the sense that, amphibians, while they're not, by definition, they had not evolved scales yet, because, the scales are the thing that, I think they evolved to keep the moisture in, no? So that we wouldn't have to keep going back underwater, but, it's been a while since I've looked into the transition from amphibians to fully land-based animals. That's a fascinating read in of itself. But, I can see them at least sharing a category. They're very close together. I just feel like slimy should probably come first. And, yeah, I feel like they should come first. But at least, slimies are also playing into, like, a stereotype of the reptilian. Where, like, people, some people... Remember that Simpsons gag where it's like, Lisa, it's not slimy, it's scaly. Oh, it is slimy. That's because I dipped it in slime. Yeah. And it was really funny. But, it's that stereotype of, like, they kind of... People think that reptiles are covered in slime, and, it's... you slimy snake, and you slimy fucking... something or another. It's usually a reptile that's slimy in the stereotype. So I can see how it relates, at least. It's just, I think the nerd, the evolutionary nerd in me wants to go, that should really be the other way around. But you know what, whatever. Insectonoids. Any insect or arachnid anthro. Again, I think it feels like we're almost going, we have this like reverse evolutionary thing going where, like, they're becoming more primitive as you go on, not less. Which I guess fits because anthro is like at the very top. So if you were to have like another line going up, like the line is like the rest of the evolutionary tree, and then you reach humanity right here, and then humanity evolves back into its various, it evolves back into its various forms, right? That could be an interesting sort of, way to look at this chart, where it's like, this is sort of like the full circle moment where humanity becomes the animals that it evolved from. Though that doesn't really work because we didn't evolve from insects. We diverged from insects quite a bit ago. But, I will find the poetry where I can. What is life without poetry? And what is life without finding poetry in the places where we shouldn't think poetry exists? That's what I ask you. So, I think, personally, that insectoids are a bit of a stretch. But again, we're going by... There's a certain category that vibes with it, I suppose, where there's like a primitiveness to reptiles and scales and all that I can vibe with. And there's a textural link there as well. There's a textural link there. So I think I can vibe with the insectoids being on that side, even if I still feel like there are better ways to represent it. I feel like there should be a separate sort of invertebrate thing. But I can also see how it might connect, even if I don't fully agree with it. Aquarians. Any ocean-dwelling anthro. Again, like, if it goes... it connects from the amphibian down to just straight ocean dwelling. There is a link there, and I can see the link. You know, this gets complicated. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I would do this chart very differently if I were, but I can at least see the link there. So I think the scalies have a bit more going on as far as like the logic that connects. Like, these connection points are built on a bit more logic. Not as much logic as I would like, but still logic. Meanwhile, this is just this is Looney Tunes. What is going on, furries? You're getting your ass kicked by the more primitive life form. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to stand the scalies here. Their branch clearly, very clearly has a more thought out structure to it, even if I don't fully agree with it. I feel like I can see what they're going for. I don't know what's going on here. I don't have a singular clue. I have no functional idea what any of these have anything to do with each other. I mean, Mythos and Dragos being next to each other kind of makes sense, but then I wonder why they're separate. Why the distinction? Why do we have this whole separate category here? I mean, I kind of get if it's a mammalian dragon, but then like it raises the question, what the fuck's a mammalian dragon? Is that not just why have we not taken advantage of the hybrids when some of these are very clearly hybrids, right? And the Scullies should just be their own category. What are you doing here? I don't know. Maybe one day I will create. Maybe one day in Obsidian I will create a better furry chart. One that I feel like we will still start off with anthro here, because if we're going to embrace, because the idea of the furry and the scaly is that it is the humanized, the anthropomorphized animal. So we can keep that there, but then I'm gonna fucking really look at how these how these branching paths go, because I'm not happy with I'm not really happy with any of them, but I'm especially not happy with this mess going on over here. At least with this section here, I can make connections. I can put myself in their shoes. These ones, it's just like, it feels like the furry category, which by the way is the most popular category, at least the most stereotypical one. You know, it just feels like it's been turned into other. And that doesn't feel right, does it? Like, you have the most popular one and it's just other? Like, oh, here's the ones we didn't know what to do with. It's just like, why don't you just put this one? It just felt like they came up with the shape of the chart first, and then they put the categories in later. And that's why it feels so ad hoc. Why it feels so ad hoc. Anyway, what were we doing? Oh yes, Zack Snyder. Zachary the Snyder. We have fun here. Mr. Fantastic's Fantastic Foreskin, brought to you by the Joe Rogan Experience.
Have to, on some level, you have to acknowledge that this is their religion, you know, and they feel strongly about it. And by the way, the truth is, it's my religion too, you know. So this
is okay. Are there any scholars of religious history in the chat? Probably not. But I almost wonder, like, how would you compare, if we use the religious lens, how would we frame Zack Snyder in comparison to, say, all the branches and sects of Christianity? Like, how would we, because there's so many different, because there are various factions in the fan base, and they kind of have their own different idea of DC and what it should be. You know, you've got those purist people who don't want any shared universe connections whatsoever. You've got, the Snyder people who only want Snyder stuff. You've got, like, the comic purists who only want 100% comic accuracy. You've got, I suppose, you would have technically, like, Nolanites who would only want Nolan stuff. But even with that would be divided, because would something that Christopher Nolan produced still count as a Nolan thing? That would be debated. amongst the scholars, of like, are there divided but because the thing is, the Nolanites, they don't really get up, they don't really crawl up your ass the same way a Snyder fan does, or at least like a really radical Snyder fan, like a Snyder cultist does. They kind of just make video essays and talk about how great they think The Dark Knight is, and that's fine. I like those movies too. I think there's some stuff. There's some stuff in there that doesn't quite hold up, but I think they're very good films to study from like a technical filmmaking point of view. And there's a lot of fun stuff in there. When's the last time I watched all the Nolan Batman films again just before the Batman came out, so in 2022. So it's been a while. So you would have those people. You would have the Burtonites, and then there would be the Donner or the Reeve faithful. But even then, there would be divisions there, because there would be the Donner purists would only count the original Donner works. What's going on? I just got here. I have vodka and cranberry juice. Oh, I have more characters. That's fun. Hi, meme. Would you like some vodka? Oh, I quit drinking a couple of years ago. Otherwise, I would have said maybe. I think the hardest part about quitting drinking was quitting the espresso martinis, because I had an amazing espresso martini. So I was on a cruise ship on vacation, and I paid for something called the Captain's Dinner, which is like this 10-course meal that's really, really fancy, and each meal comes with like its own wine that's paired with the meal. And I did not have the I'm very lightweight as far as my alcohol tolerance, so I was only having little sips, because 2 or 3 glasses in, I was already getting super drunk. But the genius thing about this Captain's Dinner thing is that by the 10th meal, which is dessert, they give you an espresso martini. It was the best espresso martini I ever had, and combined with all the glasses of wine ahead of time, I reached one of the few times in my life I reached perfect equilibrium in my brain. I was neither drowsy from the alcohol, nor was I jittery from the caffeine. I had just reached this perfect yin and yang state, and I went and I used this yin and yang state to go dancing, because I felt like I was in euphoria. It wasn't even euphoria. It was just like, I felt like it was almost like I was not self-conscious, but I wasn't like sloppy. I wasn't, I felt I was coordinated, proprioceptive even. It was a good time. It was a good time, and that's what I miss, and that's why I get very excited when I see like these alcohol, these synthetic alcohol projects that certain companies are pursuing, where they're trying to look at like the mechanism of alcohol. So the GABA receptors, the stuff that gives you the good stuff, but trying to isolate that and not have the bad stuff, like the acetylcholine that releases and gives you, and that fucks up your gut bacteria and gives you a hangover and things like that. Meme, if Meme was in Euphoria, could you hang out with Sydney Sweeney? That would be fun on the bun. Yeehaw! That would be a good time, probably. Because she is attractive and she plays The Simpsons hit and run. So we have one thing in common. That's my alarm telling me that it's 2 hours until sunset, which I put on my phone back when I was doing back when I was going on really long walks at sunrise and sunset, and then I dropped that habit for some reason. I think just because it was disrupting me, but I want to get back into it at some point. Cool. She has good genes. Aha, I see what you did there. I see what. Oh, God. Almost vomited. It was like one of those burps where it's like a little bit too strong, and you can feel like just something a little bit chunky coming up your throat, but you know it's not actual vomit. It's more just like a reflux bile that kind of gets stuck right under your Adam's apple. You know that one? You know that one? Just me? Okay.
I tend to get in trouble because of I do take a deconstructivist point of view because of Dark Knight Returns.
Oh yeah, we talked about this last time, that the problem with his deconstruction is that it's not really a deconstruction, or at least, yeah, it's more just like he creates an original take, which I would argue is not very good, but others would disagree. And how's that for passive aggression? But he creates his own version of the character, and then he deconstructs that. Rather than, because my favorite Superman film is Superman versus the Elite, and that's a deconstructionist take, but it's a deconstruction that understands that the point that a good, something good about deconstruction is that you can then, you're not just looking at all the little individual pieces, you're also looking at why those pieces are put together in the first place, right? Deconstruction is a tool, but you need to but the thing is, right, let's just say you have a really nice car. You take all the pieces apart, that thing's not driving anymore. I'm sorry, no matter how hard you wish, no matter how much you turn the ignition, if it's not connected to anything, that car is not fucking going. So, it's a lot of deconstructions are a bit like that, where they take all the pieces apart, and then they look at the pieces in their scattered, disorganized form, and they go, oh, well, I guess that just wasn't very good. When really what you need to do, you deconstruct it so that you learn how all the parts relate to each other. And then you put it back together and you kind of appreciate why they were in that configuration to begin with. I think that's kind of what he fails to do, is he fails to even like present like a coherent constructed version, and then his deconstruction is just not very meaningful either, even within that context. I saw a good meme recently where it was Neil deGrasse Tyson on farts and said farts are the language of the ass. Well, he's not wrong. There's like, if we could fart on command, right? Because the weakness of farting, I think, as a communication method, and this is just my opinion, but I think the real weakness of farts as a communication tool is that you can't always do it on command. I mean, some people can. Some people have this amazing ability to suck air into their asshole, and then they can expel it at will. It's like this superpower where they can suck it in and then release it. But not everyone has that ability. And because not everyone has that ability, it limits the potential for farting as a communication method. But if everyone had that ability, I wonder if there are some cultures that would forego verbal communication in favor of anal-based linguistics, of anal linguistics. It wouldn't be very common, but these things can kind of evolve over time. Sometimes just a little bit of tooting combined with verbal language, and over time the toots overtake it. Their offspring become, they have genetics that are more suited for the toot-based language, right? And eventually, after several generations, you breed a strong, this culture with really strong pelvic floors that can really create very complex syllables and consonants just with the anus alone. Perhaps even evolving a pair of lips to form even more complex structures there. It's really quite something that could happen. But because we don't yet have that universal ability as humans, we don't yet have a culture that is entirely fart-based. But is it only a matter of time? We'll see. We'll see. Daleks don't have noses. You're not wrong. Neither in their armored form nor in their little tentacle form. They do not have noses. Wonder how and I think that's their ultimate advantage in life, is that they don't have to smell. But maybe that's why they want. Here's the thing. Did Daleks go insane because when they mutated, they could no longer smell flowers? Or maybe they evolved because, it was all irradiated, right, their planet. They evolved past the need for noses. Maybe. But maybe that's why they went so insane, because they had irradiated the fuck out of their planet to the point where they couldn't smell flowers because there were no flowers to be smelled. Think about that. Think about that. They discovered fire. I recognize that reference. Is that from Hitchhikers? I think it might be from Hitchhikers. Just laugh my ass off at the linguistic farting tangent. I'm glad it entertained. That could be its own clue. Is this not a glorious stream? We have gone, we started with the meaning of life, and now we've moved on to anal linguistics. It's amazing. This is why I love streaming, because I can go anywhere and everywhere that I want, and you people just listen. And it's great. I wish real life was like this. Let's see. Curse of the Fatal... Oh, yes, that was from Curse of the Fatal Death. I rewatched that relatively recently. Yes. I got in trouble. Did I get in trouble for saying that, we've technically gotten 2 female doctors so far, and they both look like the female doctor from Curse of Fatal Death. And it's like, it wasn't really a serious joke. I mean, it was just kind of a humorous observation that Stephen Moffat wrote Curse of Fatal Death, and then it seems like he might have had there's like an implication there or something. I don't know.
Turns because of Watchmen, those...
Because the thing is, Moffat did not write any of the seasons with female doctors. He just wrote the first female doctor that appeared on screen that was in a parody. So really, something or another. I don't know.
If you've read those 2 comics, it's hard to go back. You want to... And it's because I care that I want to take them apart. Like, I want Batman... Like, people are always like, well, Batman can't kill, right? So Batman can't kill is canon. And I'm like, okay, well, the first thing I want to do when you say that...
I think I talked about this a lot last time, so I don't know how much new I have to contribute. I don't know, I just feel like there are so many, like, anti-heroes out there that kill people, and there are even proper heroes out there who are willing to take lives. It's just like, why do you need to have Batman do it? Especially because, Batman's whole gimmick kind of lends itself to someone who is trying really fucking hard not to kill anyone. You know what I mean? Like, it's not an invalid choice in terms of, like, if you want to tell that story. It's just like, there are so many other characters to do that story with. And I think the other thing we got to remember as well is an adaptation is not really an Elseworlds story, if that makes sense. Like, it is technically, it is in a very technical sense, but it's supposed to be a mainstream, it's a mainstream sort of representation of the character. And I make that distinction because it's supposed to, it is representing the character in a way that is a bit more impactful on long term than like a what if story. And so it's so when you break away from the source material in such a way, it's not an invalid thing to do from like a standalone storytelling perspective, but from an adaptational point of view, you do kind of you I guess maybe the best word for it is pollution, where it pollutes, because adaptations tend to feed back when the source material is ongoing, which in the case with comic books it's infinite. The source material, like the adaptation, if it's impactful enough, I was going to say good enough, but really it's about impact. If it's impactful enough, it's going to feed right back into the source material, whether it's in the form of a retcon or in the form of, say, a character being introduced that was originally created for the show. So Harley Quinn is kind of the go-to example there, where she was created for BTAS, got very, very popular in Batman the Animated Series, then got so popular that she was introduced in No Man's Land. And No Man's Land actually, they introduced something that I have semi-mixed thoughts about, where they so there's this infamous there's something so in BTAS, Harley Quinn gets like an injection from Poison Ivy so that she's not so when they're living together, she's not getting poisoned by all the plants and everything that are around Poison Ivy's den, let's just say. So she's just giving her an she's giving her a vaccine. She's giving her a vaccine for all the stuff. And but after that episode, Harley Quinn inexplicably survived a lot of basically just a lot of big falls that no human being should be able to survive. And whenever Bruce Timm or Paul Dini are asked about that at conventions, what ends up happening is they offer the explanation of like, oh, well, you see, the injection Poison Ivy gave her increased durability, so that means that she could survive bigger falls. It's never said in the show that injection is what it does, but that's kind of just their hand wave of like, oh yeah, you know, if you in our brains, that's what happened, and you're asking us at a convention, and you're not asking it, and you're asking it as if we have an answer. So here's the answer, I guess. If you had phrased it like, do you think that was a fuck up? We might have answered it differently, but you asked for an explanation, so we're gonna, it's all made up anyway, so we're gonna give you this. So that was kind of like a popular fact that was propagated around fandom, even though it's not technically in the text. But then that popular explanation kind of took on a life of its own. Sorry, can't stay. Watching Running Man is nice. Oh, yep, that's all good. Thanks for stopping in. Jig, J-I-G, I almost said J-I-G, which would be jig. And if you change the I to a U, it would be jug. And if you add an S onto the end, it would be jugs. So goodbye, jugs. I hope your tits are nice. And I gotta get laid, man. I've got tits on the brain. I'm putting this all. I'm finding ways to reconfigure words so they mean tits. That's how you know it's been too long since I've known a pair of tits in my face. It's been too long. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn, they have tits. So that was a popular thing. So that kind of leaked into the comics because Harley in her first appearance got really, really injured, and then Poison Ivy fixes her up, and she gives her kind of a similar injection. But instead of the injection just kind of giving her immunity, it gives her almost like, this is where like the mixed thoughts come in, because it gives her like superhuman agility, so she can like do somersaults and stuff. But then I kind of realized something. It was like, oh, that injection's kind of giving her cartoon physics in a way, so she can survive really big falls, and she can like do really big leaps like she was a cartoon character. So it's kind of like she's been given her an injection to almost Looney Tunes up. And I was like, as far as like, I would, I don't see Harley Quinn as a super powered character, but if you're going to introduce that, at least it's not like, oh, she has like laser vision or something like that. It's more like, hey, we have this character whose whole gimmick is that she's goofy, and she carries around big hammers, and just does really like goofy cartoonish sort of things. Maybe we should just give her an injection so that she can actually credibly do those cartoony things without having to without fanboys coming to us at conventions going, how did she survive that? So that's so that was something that happened, and I have mixed thoughts on it, kind of for the reason that I just outlined. I don't really see Harley Quinn as like a superpowered character, but I also see it as like a really fitting sort of ability. So I don't know if I would include that specifically if you gave me the keys to DC tomorrow and said like, yeah, you can just knock down everything and start over. I don't know if I would include that in my version, but I also don't hate it at the same time, I guess is the way to put it. It's that it's not my number one preference, but I see where they were going with it. I don't hate it, and it doesn't really affect too much anyway. Like it's not, again, if she was like if like they gave her like really, out there superpowers, that would be really, if she could fly now or something. But no, it's just like, oh no, she can just leap and fall and do all the cartoony Bugs Bunny things. It's like, okay, she's been given Elmer Fudd. She's been given, it's like the super soldier serum, only it turns you into Elmer Fudd. That's kind of where you go with that. Yeah, super serum, yeah. Is that why they're a couple? Well, they've been subtextually a couple since that BTAS episode. It's just that it was children's animation in the 90s, so they couldn't go the full way and do the Harley Quinn Poison Ivy Joker love triangle they probably wanted to do. But if you read in between the lines, it's pretty clear that something's going on in between her stage with the Joker. It's not exactly. It's subtle. It's not too subtle. It's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge sort of deal. I find that relationship to be interesting enough. So I'm fine with it myself. Just wish they could have explored it more on the original show, but that's standards and practices for you. They don't always catch up with this stuff. I prefer Ivy using Harley as an easy paper. And that is I think that's a valid preference as well. I think everyone's probably got a different preference. Harley's one of those characters I feel like everyone's got like a slightly different preference just because she's taken on so many different forms, right? That, everyone is kind of going to jump onto the Harley, it's going to jump on the Harley train at different points along the way, and everyone's going to be like, I preferred her when she was like this, I preferred her when she was like this. God help the people who preferred her at the beginning of the New 52. That design made me want to kill myself, but that's okay, we've moved past it, we've moved on. It's okay. We lived. Okay? But yeah, it's all good. Zack Snyder, who did reference Harley Quinn in the Snyder Cut, but only in the added footage, which is interesting. Like, could you imagine if the studio gave Zack Snyder, what did Harley Quinn look like in the New 52? Oh, it was this horrid, like, I almost want to say like it's almost like a goth look. It was not a good look. It was at like the peak where like the New 52 was just, it was either the designs were just, there was almost like two categories of redesign in the New 52. It was either everything was super over designed. So you got like Superman with like a collar and he's got armor on, he's got all these lines going over him, and it's just this level of detail that was not welcome and really clutters up the image. And he's also not allowed to have underpants anymore, so that makes it even worse. And it just, you either had that flavor, like, or you had like boobies. Everything was like super duper, like uncomfortably sexualized. Like everything was. And the thing is, I am a guy. Look, I am an admirer of the female form myself. I'm perfectly, I think there's a whole conversation about, skin and costume design and how much skin should a character show. And, there's a whole sort of thing there. I'm perfectly fine with like, attractive characters that show skin. But this was like, everyone was just like, it was like all the women were just kind of being reduced down to like I don't say this lightly, but it did feel a little sex object-y, where it was like, yeah, you read comic books to masturbate, right? Here is this character in as little clothing as possible. And it's just like, but I want to read a story. You want to masturbate. You see Red Hood? He fucked Starfire. You want to, no, it wasn't no, see fucking, was it was Roy Harper that did that. See, Roy Harper fuck Starfire. You want to be Roy Harper, right? This is why you watch. It's just like, no, I didn't. I don't read it for that at all. Well, too bad, my friend, too bad. So that was just like, I think you know how like they started covering up all the female characters in like the late 2010s, and now we're kind of rolling back from that a little bit. I think that was a response to just how over the top it went in like the late 2000s, early 2010s, where it was just where it was just it did go a little far. It went a little bit far. And when we go a little bit far, of course, you go to the opposite direction first, and then you eventually settle on equilibrium. Not worth it. The page has got to... That's the other thing. Why would you masturbate to a comic book when comic books are made of paper and you could get the... You know what happens if you jizz on a comic book page and you close it? The pages stick together, and then you have to open it up, and all of a sudden, oh no, the page is ripped. You don't want to do that. You don't want to put your hot, sticky load on your comic pages that you paid precious dollars to get. Unless you're doing digital, then you're probably fine. And you probably can use it as porn at that point. Don't aim for the comic. I would not aim for the comic. You don't understand me. Power Girl doesn't know what crest to put there. Yes! There are so many... See, Power Girl is like... I love someone should make a... I don't know if you could make a movie out of it, but there is an interesting story about, Power Girl's costume, where it is kind of this equilibrium, right? Where initially it was just kind of a joke, where like the artist just kept drawing her chest bigger and bigger for each comic book issue until eventually, just to see if they were reading just to see if the editors were actually paying attention. And he wanted to see like when they would tell him to stop, and eventually we got at the chest size that we got now. When they finally told him, okay, can you stop inflating the tits, please? Please, this poor woman, she's a Kryptonian, and yet I'm still worried she's going to have back problems. Jesus Christ, pull it back a bit. But the thing is, right, you eventually get to this point, and then, but you look at the costume, and it's like, the costume's not actually half bad if you think about it. Not actually too bad. And so, like, there have been, like, of course, detractors of the costume. But even, like, it is one of those things where, like, most people just are kind of okay with it, because I guess it's kind of like Power Girl's tits are kind of like Superman's trunks, where it's like, we don't want every single character to have trunks. We don't want every single character to have huge tits with a window so you can see the cleavage. But you can have a few. You can have a few trunked heroes. You can have a few windowed boobies. It's okay. And all of it is balanced out by the sheer girth of Dick Grayson's ass. Nightwing's keister. The very fact that when they did the anniversary pictures for Nightwing, remember that back a few years ago? What was the center image? Dick Grayson facing backwards. That is science. And that is cinema. Yeah, exactly. It makes her stand out. It is a visual cue that she is different, that she is more grown up than Supergirl. That is another good point there. There was a recent comic, I haven't read this comic, but I did see like this panel where like I think there was one hero, I can't remember if it was Huntress or, no, it wasn't Huntress. There was some like conversation where like Power Girl was talking to another female superhero, and, they were having kind of the debate about like, oh, should you be, why are you getting the girls out? And she gave like probably the best explanation you can give for that, and that is, it gets sweaty. It gets sweaty there. Even if you're Kryptonian, it's gonna get sweaty. You're gonna get boob rash, So you want like just a window just to air those things out, because you think, what are boobs? What are boobs, chat? Boobies are these lumps of flesh on your rib cage. And anyone who's overweight will tell you, or anyone with just a little bit of flab will tell you, you sweat. When skin comes into contact with skin, it sweats. You release precious fluids, and it gets sticky, and because it's fluids, bacteria can grow in there, and that's why Boogie 299 is the way he is. But boobies are a little bit similar. It's flesh on flesh, especially when they're really big. So how do you relieve that? You need to air it out so there isn't like tons of sweat accumulating in like this really enclosed area. So how do you do that? You put the window there, and that's what she said to this other female hero. She's like, oh, I just need to air the girls out. It's like, fair enough, I say. Is Power Girl Kryptonian? Boy, is that a complicated question, because yes and no. So here's the thing. Power Girl was she was a member of the JSA, and this was back when the JSA was like on Earth 2, like when they were a separate universe. Right now they're not, but back when they were, she was part of that. She was part of those comics when they relaunched the JSA and they started the multiverse thing back in the 70s or 80s. Could have been the 60s actually, because we did have the Flash of Two Worlds then, but I'm trying to remember when they specifically started doing like the JSA comic again. Anyway, so they introduced her there. Then Crisis on Infinite Earths happens. And long story short, multiverse goes, and then the 5 remaining universes kind of get fused into one universe. And unlike the CW version, the multiverse did not survive and did not get brought back for another 20 years. They did have little workarounds here and there, like pocket universes, hyper time, all that. But for the most part, it was one universe, all brand new, and it was a proper reboot as well. It was a proper reboot where like it wasn't a proper reboot. It was kind of like a half proper reboot where like some characters were completely reset and other characters just kind of got to continue on, and other characters half and half. It's complicated. Point is. So they killed Supergirl in Crisis on Infinite Earths. They gave her this beautiful just last stand against the Anti-Monitor. And it was very emotional. They killed off the Girl of Steel. This was the introduction of a new policy that was going to be at DC, where like Superman was the true last son of Krypton. They were not going to have any other Kryptonian characters in there, and if you were going to have other Kryptonian characters in there, you had to really come up with a creative solution for why they weren't actually Kryptonians. They had to be like from a pocket universe, which is not the multiverse, but instead something different. So they weren't allowed to use it. But the problem is, Power Girl was really, really popular. Power Girl was immensely popular. And they wanted to keep using Power Girl. But oh no, you can't have Power Girl because she's another Kryptonian and there's no multiverse anymore. So what the fuck are you going to do? Well, have you heard of Atlantis? So for a little bit there, Power Girl was reintroduced as an Atlantean, and there was a whole bunch of complications there. There was a bunch of complications. I need to read those stories. I just kind of know the general gist of it is that they gave her a new Atlantean origin where she still had the same powers, I think, but then she also was from Atlantis. So that's how they got around it, because they still wanted to draw that costume, and fans just really like Karen Starr. So, what an unfortunate first name, but only in retrospect. We need to redeem the name Karen for the Karens of the world, the good Karens. We need to find a way to distinguish them while still being able to use Karen as an insult. This is a linguistic challenge of the ages, a true linguistic challenge. Anyway, but then we had Infinite Crisis in 2005, not to be confused with Crisis on Infinite Earths, just to be clear. So we had Infinite Crisis, not to be confused with Crisis on Infinite Earths. Completely different events. One is a sequel to the other. Don't get it right. And a lot of shit happened in that story. A lot of shit. Some fun, some not so fun. It's a bit of a mixed bag. I need to finish reading it for starters. I started reading the omnibus of it, and then I didn't end up finishing it because it's just so long. It's like 1,000 pages because it includes all the tie-ins and all the prelude stories. But I will get around to it eventually, but I roughly know some of the events, and some of it was good, some of it was bad. And one of the things I know to have happened is that I'm about to describe something very, very. Look, there's a lot of things in Infinite Crisis that if you verbally describe it, your brain just goes, "What?" This is going to be one of those moments. So Power Girl, after flim-flamming with her Atlantean origins for a couple of decades at that point, so here's the thing about Power Girl. She is the cousin not of our Superman, but of the original Golden Age Superman, right? The original one, the one from Action Comics #1 that was retconned into being from another universe. So she is the cousin of that Superman. And so that Superman comes back during Infinite Crisis, because at the end of Crisis on Infinite Earths, he went off into his own little pocket dimension with his Lois Lane and a few other characters, and they just kind of lived happily ever after. They lived happily ever after, but then it turns out they weren't actually happily ever after, as this sequel revealed. So that Superman came back, and because Superboy Prime punched the universe in the face and shattered reality and which brought Jason Todd back to life and all the other things that happened when Superboy Prime fucking punched the multiverse in the face, as you do. So a lot of stuff started leaking back in. So the original Superman from Earth 2, the way you know it's that Superman is because in his name is Kal-El, but it's spelt with only an L and not an EL. So you have Kal-El, the Golden Age, holds the green car above the head Superman, who has now got gray temples and everything because he's an old man, because he lived a long time and stuff and all that. So he comes back, and then suddenly Power Girl, who remember was his cousin in the previous multiverse, suddenly she remembers that she's his cousin, and she remembers her past life or something like that. And then she was like, "Oh my God, Cal, I remember you, cousin, la 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 la." And turns out she was a Kryptonian the whole time. And one day I will do a deep dive into all the ways that into all the trials and tribulations that went into that very confusing time in Power Girl's existence. This sounds extremely convoluted. If it sounds extremely convoluted, that's only because it is. That's only because it is. Superboy Prime. So you see, Superboy Prime is the Superboy from our Earth. So Superboy Prime is the Superboy from the real world, from our world. And the awkward part about that is that his world, which is our world, got destroyed during Crisis on Infinite Earths. So the real world got destroyed during Crisis on Infinite Earths. And that was a real bummer, I'll tell you that, back in 1985 when the antimatter wave hit and destroyed all of reality. That took a long time to clean up. I stole that joke, and I hope you appreciate the stolen joke. Superboy Prime was part. That's how I first learned about Superboy Prime, was from Linkara's countdown coverage. I'm going to be honest. I think I do owe a lot of my DC knowledge to Linkara. He's got his little quirks, but he does. If there's one thing he's good at, is that when he talks about stuff he's passionate about, he's really good at getting you passionate about it as well. And I was already passionate about DC through the animated stuff, but he helped to kind of bridge that gateway a little bit more. So I'll appreciate that. But so we covered that, and that's how I learned about it. And then I slowly grew into an unquenchable obsession, and that's how it happened. Like, first you can destroy. Oh, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Look, we all have our thing. Louis C.K. has a good. Louis C.K. had a really good bit. In one of his more recent stand-up specials, where he was like, "Everyone, you don't know how lucky you are that I don't know your thing. Everyone in the world knows my thing. Obama knows my thing. Obama opened up his newspaper and went, 'Oh my Lord, you know what that feels like?'" And I'm just like, Louis, you got a point. I don't know what it's like to know that Obama knows my thing. I don't know how I would feel if Obama not only knew who I was, but also knew my deepest sexual things. You know, that would be a thing. Oh, hi, Zachary. What are you doing? This happened last time, didn't it? Last year, we tried to... We kept getting sidetracked, but don't worry. We're going to get through this. I'm determined. I have no deadlines. We're getting through this. I don't care if I have to take a dinner break. Because I'm going to have dinner right here in the comfort of my own home. Because my birthday's technically not for another couple of weeks. But, you know, that's why this is 30th birthday stream day one and not just 30th birthday stream. So is Marvel going to destroy the multiverse in Doomsday? Well, if they're adapting the Secret Wars, the 2015 Secret Wars, or was it in 2015? You know, the ones that was in the 2010s. The Secret Wars one that was in the 2010s. That had like, you know, that probably means they're probably gonna do that. I wouldn't even be surprised if, you know, that Secret Wars was, and I think a lot of people kind of assume that Secret Wars was kind of just a like a backdoor. It was kind of just a backdoor to that Secret Wars was kind of just a backdoor in case they wanted to reboot the MCU and they wanted a way to do it. Which makes sense, I guess. I think it's also a backdoor if they wanted to like do a universe fusion thing, if they wanted to like bring in like the other like properties that were being adapted, like if they wanted to bring in like if they wanted to bring in the Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans and find an in-universe way to staple their histories into the MCU or something, and that idea just falls apart the more you think about it, doesn't it? Where it's like, oh yeah, there are 3 Spider-Men with 3 Peter Parkers. Yeah, that wouldn't really work. They managed to get away with that with Wally West, but that was because they were very, very clever. And even then, I would totally understand if someone thought that was a bit of a stretch. But you can't really do that very often unless you're very clever. Anyway, what are we doing? Oh yeah, Zach, Muppets. Yeah, the Muppets will save the MCU. The Muppets will absolutely save the MCU.
Because I want to see what happens. And they go like, well, don't put him in a situation where he has to kill someone.
You know, I was thinking about this, and it's like, it's probably good we don't know each other's kinks and fetishes. Because I think a lot of normal people probably are into some really fucked up shit if you think about it. Just because I was listening to a podcast on the psychology of this, and apparently, you know, people can get into really fucked up porn, not because they actually like it, but because they've become so desensitized to just regular plain Jane stuff that they just keep upping the extreme until eventually they're at a place where it's like, I don't like any of this. This is upsetting and just makes me want to have a shower, but like, God damn, I can't get an erection to missionary anymore. This is just not happening. I've gone through every flavor of hetero and even all the lesbians, and I've even tried gay, and I'm now having to up the ante. I guess we're going for gangbangs now. I don't know. Oh, necrophilia, but not really. Wink, wink. Oh, I guess that's a thing. I don't like this, but it's novel. And that's all I need, apparently, as he sadly strokes his cock. And that is how people get into really fucked up porn. I just hope you guys know that. It's actually quite fascinating from a psychology point of view, is that, you know, that it's that slow creep of like, I need something different. And the more you find, come, 700 ZAR, thank you, Blankface. I appreciate it. I don't know what the local denomination is, but thank you, Blankface. Xeon, people would be shocked. At the kind of thing, the stuff a normal, everyday people can be into. It's really messed up. Yeah, that's the thing. People just kind of have their thing, and the thing is, people can get into like. And this is the other thing to think about, is that people can get into really fucked up things from our perspective, but there might be a very abstract reason that they find that appealing that actually has nothing to do with them liking the thing, like, if that makes sense. Like, there's just and I think there's also, from what I understand, there's a whole subset of like, you know, the idea of a fetish, for example. There's this whole idea that a fetish is like this thing that is imprinted on you at a very early age. I don't know how much truth there is into that, but there's just something almost like cruel about that, where like if you're going through puberty and you happen to see a pair of feet at the exact right time, your brain imprints on the feet, and it's like, well, I guess I like feet now. I didn't choose this, but there we are. I guess that's how I get off. I guess it's not the worst thing, but I don't want to be this, but I guess I'm into feet now. You know what? I'm gonna accept who I am. And it's a beautiful story. They should make a movie about someone accepting their foot fetish. I would watch it you wouldn't have to pay me. I would take the money, but you wouldn't have to pay me to watch the foot fetish film. I would appreciate the art of the foot fetish film. Just saying. My fetish is a woman that loves me back. Oh. That's my fetish too, amongst all the others. But that's my fetish too. That's wholesome. And you know what? Sometimes the only kink we need is the kink of reciprocation. There we go. This is the interesting thing about our preferences. They just randomly spawn at whatever we see at the right time. We hit puberty. Yeah, like I am convinced that a lot of my stuff probably formed just when I started watching, you know, it was probably just formed by whatever sex scenes I was exposed to when I was hitting puberty. And then you know, it hit my brain at just the right time. And then suddenly I'm into whatever was going on in those sex scenes and in those things, which thankfully the sex scenes were not too fucked up. They were not too fucked up. I did not develop into a deviant, but really I developed into a different kind of deviant who is probably far more vanilla than you would probably imagine. Not totally vanilla. I have ADHD, so I need variety. So sometimes it goes a little bit to some other place if the vanilla, because you can't have vanilla ice cream all the time, right? But you know, it's not, I'm not like, I don't dip into that place very often. It's kind of like I'm a traveler, not a resident. This is you know, it's always an interesting exercise. Like, how do I keep, when you're trying to describe something in a substantive, meaningful way, but you also know that you need to keep it completely vague the entire time. That's always a fun game to play. It's always a fun game. Oh, cool. I'm ADHD bro too. Kill. He's like a Dexter-type deviant. He channels his dark passenger. I think Dexter might have been some of the sex scenes that I was exposed to at that very critical juncture. There was a lot of fucking on that show, especially in the early days. A lot of fucking.
Well, that's just like you're
I'm pretty sure that Lila had a big influence on at least some of my sexuality. Not all. Not all. There was a lot of competition. But Lila was definitely like a hallmark moment of like, definitely, you were definitely informing something. And I think, and if you look at the comment section of some Dexter clips that involve Lila, this is like, you know, a lot of people attribute Lila to their unhealthy, to their preference for like psychotic women. And it's a little bit funny. It's a little bit. I am very tired and have a lot to drink. I shall sleep now. Good luck, meme. Good luck, James. Thank you. Mwah. I'm glad that you were able to stick around as long as you were. Have a wonderful day, my friend.
Protecting your God in a weird way, right? You're making your God irrelevant if he can't be in that situation. He has to.
To summarize the fetish topic, Lola Bunny and her consequences have been. You know, I remember. You know, I'll tell you this much. Watching Space Jam at age 8 was a very different experience from watching Space Jam at age 15. I will put it that way. It's actually kind of one of those things. I think at the time, right, I think I was already developing like a compass. So I was like, so my brain was super like, I don't know what to do with this information because I don't want to fuck bunnies. But clearly that bunny is attractive. That bunny is clearly attractive. But I don't want to fuck bunnies. You know, if they have they made a Bugs Bunny porno called Fucks Bunnies? Because if they haven't, they're missing out on some sort of pun-related trend there. They're missing out on the pun there. They don't even need to make the movie at that point. They just need to put out a DVD, a dodgy DVD that's called Fucks Bunnies, and just have like a pornographic Bugs Bunny on the cover, and that's it. That's it. Boobs, and Lola can be boobs bunnies. Exactly. I mean, we've been gooning animal characters throughout history, like Lola. That's true. A lot of people, a lot of farmers were way too close to their sheep. We cannot deny that. Stares at Captain Amelia from Treasure Planet intensely. Oh boy. What does Captain Amelia look like? I forget. I think I know who you're talking about, but I forget. I forget. Let's see. Captain Amelia from Treasure Planet. What is this woman's species? And someone on ArtStation made a 3D model version of this character. Treasure Planet. What species were they in Treasure Planet? I don't remember. Are these like mouse people? Humanoid alien. Okay. You see, aliens are. I think who was. If we're talking about aliens, Ayla Secura from the Star. She was on screen for like 5 seconds, and didn't really have any lines, but they gave her a very distinct costume, and it was very important to me growing up. It was very important, and I think that might have inspired my attraction to blue women. That and Liara from Mass Effect. We need to go through Mass Effect sometime because here's the thing. I've not even finished the first Mass Effect because this is embarrassing for me to admit. I ended up on the ice planet, and I couldn't figure out where to go. So I kept getting lost in like the base out in the wilderness, where like there were those refugees or something. I couldn't figure out where to go. Then I stopped playing. I'm not proud of it. But it happened. And yeah. Wasn't George Lucas going to have Darth Talon as a villain? He was going to have they were going to have Darth Talon team up with Darth Maul, which they're reusing that idea in that Darth Maul show that's coming up. That some of those and it was going to be like super adult. Like she was going to be like seducing Jedi, fucking them, and then killing them. So she was going to be like a Black Widow kind of character. Not Black Widow as in the Marvel character, but like Black Widow as in the femme fatale sort of thing, where it's like they kill their how the spider kills its mate after fucking them. The biggest sin of Mass Effect is not letting me fuck best character Rex. That's where I think modders at some point are really going to have to use all the best available technology to allow you to fuck Rex. I think that will be, the goal. Has that happened? Has that happened? We're going to find out. We're going to find out if Rex romance mod. I don't see it yet, but I think we're only a few years away from it at most. At most. I think we're only a few years away from that. 11 Labs has just got to improve its voice cloning technology just a little bit more, and you are going to see so much porn on mod, on Nexus mods. It's going to be the porno renaissance, and it's going to be so morally questionable. You're going to be so uncomfortable. But are people going to download it? Of course they are. And then they're gonna condemn it out of one side of their mouth, and they're gonna be keeping the other side shut while they're doing something else with their hand. That metaphor kind of broke down on the way out of my throat. It needed more time in the oven, but you know, I think it's still an accurate description of the future. Well, you're gonna be able to fuck Rex in Mass Effect, and then maybe they'll use the same technology to fix the ending, because I heard the ending was shit.
Now deal with that.
Yeah.
If he does do that, what does that mean? What does it tell you? But does he stand up to it? Can he survive that?
No one cares about romancing Hanor or Elcor because they are boring characters. I'll take your word for it. I remember KOTOR 2. You could really tell with KOTOR 2 that Chris Avalon had no interest in like romantic subplots, and then he was forced to like tack them on, because the romantic subplots are thin at best, and you would be forgiven. You would be forgiven for thinking that they just don't exist in that game. Technically they do. I think some of them might be part of the restored content. I don't remember. All I know is that, man, oh man, there is a lot of pussyfooting around. If you thought that the Bastila Revan romance was undercooked in KOTOR 1, like KOTOR 2 is like my favorite game, so I'm taking the piss out of it because I love it. But man, like if there's one weakness with that with KOTOR 2, it is just that if you play RPGs with the expectation that you're going to be able to fuck everyone and romance everyone, you're shit out of luck with KOTOR 2. But, that's okay. You don't need to be able to... the only one that's really developed is the Atten, is the female exile, which is the canon one, and Atten. Because that's the only one that's, like, really explicitly outlined. But if you play as a male exile, you don't really get... They don't throw you too many bones. They don't throw you too many bones if you want to go and fuck everyone. Wait, KOTOR 2 had romance? I know KOTOR 1 had Bastila and Karth, but KOTOR 2 has it? Who? Kreia? Very technically, there is something. There are some romantic threads with the Handmaiden. Some really loose. Like it's a lot of it is confined to like singular lines of dialogue that feel stapled on. And I don't even know if I'm Mandelaing myself on them. That's how thin they are. That's how thin they are. So your reaction is completely warranted there. So I think maybe Visas Mar has something. You can flirt with Mira. You can't fuck her. You can flirt with her. And Atten has a full-on romantics. Oh my god, I just realized. No, Female Exile has 2 romantic subplots. Excuse me. No, she has 3. That's right. She has Atten. And then there was Mikkel, the disciple, who... I've never done a female exile run. I should do that at some point. I always go male. I guess just because, which is weird because like, this is a weird thing. I'm gonna tell you something weird. Later RPGs in time, I go female. Earlier RPGs from my childhood, I go male. I think that's just a childhood nostalgia thing. And then for some reason, I got more interested in playing female characters in certain games as I went on. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just like looking at women. I don't know. But yeah, you got those. But then Darth Sion also falls in love with you, in the female version of the game, and that's like his whole thing. That's the whole reason he starts to lose his powers, because he feels love in his heart, and he can't feel love because he needs to be in constant agony or he dies. Man, imagine. Oh, God. No, Brain, why? Oh, no. No, Brain, why, Brain? Oh, no. Okay, chat, I got to infest you with this mind virus that I was just infected with. So imagine if you could escalate that Darth Scion that Darth Scion romance thing, and if you could reciprocate. If you fuck Darth Scion, and he dies if he isn't in constant agony. So does he just fucking turn into a corpse? Like when he comes? Could you imagine the trauma of having sex with someone and then they just ragdoll on your oh, and what he looks like to begin with. Oh, no. No. Imagine Darth Scion's corrupted meat saber. Oh, no. Oh, hi, Zach. What are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. What's that tattoo you got on your arm, buddy? I don't actually... One of them... Chat, back me up on this. Does this look like a toilet? Does this look like Zack Snyder has a toilet on his forearm? Is that what it looks like? Does he look like he has a toilet? I mean, no judgments. I don't know what else that could be, really. Like, it looks like he's got the three seashells up there from fucking what's it called? That really awesome movie, Total Recall? No, that was Schwarzenegger. No. What am I thinking of? Demolition Man. Yeah, Demolition Man. Could be Dragon Ball. I don't know. I mean, Palpatine apparently got laid. Hey, man, they retconned. They clarified in the Rise of Skywalker novel that that the Palpatine's son was actually an imperfect clone of him, whose main sin was that he was completely normal, and then he escaped Palpatine and went and married some woman and then made a Rey. And that is what happened. You can decide which one is worse. The fact that the whole relation to Palpatine is kind of cringe in the first place. A better story might have been able to do it better, and we could have been sitting here going, well, I would have cringed at that, but then they did it well. But they didn't do it well, did they? No, they did Rise of Skywalker. So... You took what would have already been a controversial choice, and then you did it. It's not that they did something I think is not a great idea. It's the fact that they did it badly. I like to be proven wrong, you know? I like to be proven wrong. Sometimes my biases get in the way, for sure. But I like when something I thought was going to be shit actually turns out to be really good. I don't know. Just me. Of course, Palpatine got laid. What do you think would happen when they have a slave child? Oh my good God. Ooh, the grooming just became literal. Oh my lord. Though Palpatine does have, you know that bald woman that Palpatine's always like seen with a few times? Apparently, they in a few expanded sources they established that was a concubine. You know, Palpatine, you know, if he does have a sex life, he does come off as someone who would not be... He comes off as someone who would be both very particular, but also completely unprejudiced at the same time. He would sample a little bit of... He comes off as someone who would sample a little bit of everything, but it needs to be the best of everything. You know, he's not someone who is held down by category, but quality. So, you know, he would probably sample from all the butts of all the different species, but it would have to be the best butts of every species that he comes across. I'd love a video from Meme talking about KOTOR. I'd love to talk about KOTOR in a video, too. I'd love to go through KOTOR in a stream, take notes, but I need to figure out what I would actually want to say. You know, the interesting thing about... I did have one video idea at one point that was like... KOTOR 2 does a lot of stuff that Last Jedi tried to do, but KOTOR 2 does it really well. Last Jedi poops its pants. And I was like, oh, that would be an interesting video idea. And then someone else made that video. And I was like, I could probably still do that, but now I don't feel special anymore. Interesting that the Republic is chill with the only chancellor openly having a... I didn't say openly had a concubine. That's the distinction. I don't know if it was open. It could be like a... I mean, he's very good at keeping secrets. namely because everyone around him is retarded. But, you know, it could happen. I hope the Chancellor got permission from the Emperor before he got his concubine. Anyway. Oh yeah, so that could no, that's definitely a Dragon Ball right there, but I'm talking about the thing next to the Dragon Ball. Is that a toilet next to the Dragon Ball, do you think? I don't know. Can you decide? I'm going to look this up. What are Zack Snyder's tattoos? We're going to be here all day if we don't. What are Zack Snyder's tattoos? Oh my god, I didn't want... why did I probably should have expected this. I didn't... For some reason... On his arms! On his arms! Oh, God, I didn't... I just... The first thing that comes up when you type it into Google is just this very bare image of Zack Snyder... Of Zack Snyder's back. And it's like, I didn't need to see that. I don't... There is nothing of value. Nothing of value came from it. Are these the same back? Okay, I'm getting mixed messages here because I'm seeing two different backs with two completely different tattoos. Only one of them can be Zack's. Okay, no, wait. One of them is just some dude who decided, I'm gonna get this tattoo. And then one of them I think one of them is Zack's tattoo. Okay. That clears it up. That clears it up. Okay, when you type in, turns out when you type in tattoos, it's, you get a oh, God. Of course, you type it in. Someone got like, okay, chat. Prepare yourself. Prepare your anus. Prepare. Prepare yourself for pain. Prepare. Okay. So that's someone did that. Someone did that. Someone did that. Someone did this. Someone put this on their body. Someone by the username of suspicious_county_24. They decided to put Zack Snyder's ink on their skin. Boy. And not only is Zack Snyder's image forever on their body, but they also made him into Superman. Okay. You gotta think about, like, putting someone else's face on your body as ink. You gotta really think about the implications of that. Like, what is a future partner gonna think? What are your children gonna think? What's your, are you expecting to reproduce with someone else's face forever on your skin? I don't know. I'm not saying it's always inappropriate. I'm just saying, even if it was like your girlfriend, that would be a risk, right? Like, what if you break up? Even if that's your wife of 20 years. What if she dies? You know? Oh, man. Why do people do what they do? I don't know. Back to Zack.
Right? As a god, as your god. Can Batman survive that?
I never thought that was canon, that Batman can't kill. But
well, for a lot of people it is.
That seems ridiculous given the circumstances in which he operates.
I remember that. I remember that line just because it triggered the fuck out of me last year. I mean, that kind of tells you all you need to know is that Joe Rogan does not know much about Batman if he doesn't, because that's like, I don't know, man. Like that's kind of, I feel like that's quickly turning into my like litmus test for how much of a normie someone is with Batman, right? Where, like, for me, right, ground zero, like what are the very basic facts about Batman? Parents shot to death. He dresses as a bat. He has gadgets and gizmos. He's got a butler. He doesn't kill people. he's got robins, and he does his grapple lines, and he's tortured and broody and stuff. Like it's just part of like the basic fact sheet for me, because it's just such a core, like it's such a core fundamental thing that so many stories, grapple with, or sometimes it's a very small part of the story, sometimes it's the entire conflict, but it's pretty consistently there for most of his history. So when someone says, "Oh, I didn't know that Batman didn't kill people," it's like, you know that. So what I take away from that is like, that Batman is a thing. Like in the abstract, in the abstract that Zack Snyder, that Batman is a thing. You know that Batman is a thing. And you know that on like a pretty like fundamental core you know that he exists, and you know that he's popular, you know that he looks cool, and that's kind of probably where you stop. You might know he's Bruce Wayne, you might know his parents were shot to death, but I don't know. Again, like I guess when you see someone's basic fact sheet on a character, you can kind of tell like how far in they actually are with their understanding.
Well,
and all the weapons.
Don't read the comments right now. Don't read the comments.
Yeah.
Don't watch I think this is the great thing about these streams, is that even if Zack Snyder wanted to see what I had to say for some reason, I don't think he knows I exist. Although I really want him to see Mr. Edge Guy one day. This might surprise you to learn, chat. Zack Snyder is actually, I think Zack Snyder might actually end up, is like, if I were to host a podcast where someone's taking a shit somewhere in this apartment and I can smell it. Oh, it's a meaty one. Ugh. I gave him a lot of kibble recently because I'm trying to keep his weight up. Here's the thing. He's not in the same room. That's how bad that turd is. I can smell it, and I'm not even in the same room. Ugh. Here's the thing. I don't usually give him dry food, and this is the reason. Well, actually, no, there are many reasons I don't, but that's like, selfishly, that is reason number one, is they stink. They stink so bad. Oh, God. Cat turds don't have to stink. It's just that when they have to deal with so much, and they have to digest, when there's so much stuff that they can't absorb into their body, it just comes out as waste. Oh God. Anyway, I've been completely derailed by that cat's awful, offensive asshole, whom I would take that awful, offensive asshole over any amount of him being dead. So I'm actually semi-grateful that I'm smelling cat shit at the moment. Yeah, Snyder as a guest would be an interesting one. One, because he seems like a cool guy. Two, because I think it would be interesting to pick his brain. Three, I really want to show him Mr. Edge Guy, see his reaction. Because the fact that the Barbie thing kind of tells me that he can take a joke. And I think if I frame it the right way, he'd probably take it fine. This is like I feel like it would be a beautiful arc as well, where it's like I make the complete distinction between Zack Snyder the person and Zack Snyder the artist. I don't know. I think it would be a cool sort of thing. It's never going to happen. Actually, no, I'm not going to say never, because that limits you when you rigidly define what you can and can't do. I will say that it would be a long road to get there. It would be a long road, but it would be fun. It would be fun. He doesn't seem like he would be... He looks like he would be a fun person to interview. Even if I would have issues with his... even if I have a few issues with his interpretations of certain characters, I'll put it that way.
That seems ridiculous.
Getting from there to here, it's been a long road, but my time is finally near. I can feel my dreams come alive at last. I can touch the sky. And you're not going to hold me down no more. No, you're not going to change my mind. I would sing it, but my voice is a little bit,
And, there's this huge, so in Dark Knight Returns, there's a scene where, and I copied it kind of in Batman vs. Superman, where he grabs the M60, he busts through the wall, and he grabs the M60, and he's like, the guy's like, in the comic book, he's like got this kid, the mutant has this kid with a gun to his head, and he's like, I'll kill him, I swear I'll do it. And Batman says, I believe you. Kobayashi Maru, it's the Kobayashi Maru of, you know, the Kobayashi Maru is that, in Star Trek, it's that test they put Kirk through.
I wonder if Zack Snyder has tried to pitch a Star Trek movie or show or something. I wouldn't want to see it. I wouldn't want it to happen. But I am curious if he's tried. Because he does kind of come off as like the nerd who never grew out of the edgy phase. Because he does seem to know that he knows the lingo. He just doesn't like. It's just something along the way didn't penetrate deeper as far as like the deeper thematics and stuff. So he got kind of stuck in deconstructionist mode.
Where there's a no-win, right? Because they want to see how you'll react.
Oh, Section 30. I watched Section 31 with my dad. Even my dad hated that show. Even my dad hated that show. We didn't know what the fuck was going on. It was edited by someone clearly on crack. And I still don't completely understand it even now. What was that? And why was that?
Right, so they say, okay, we're gonna make a scenario, a test scenario where you don't win, where there's no way to win. And in that situation, we find out what you would do in a no-win situation. Because if you're gonna be the commander of this spaceship, you're gonna be in situations where, you know, it's life or death. And especially when there's no tricking it, right? There's no tricking death in this case. And the famous thing with Captain Kirk is he went and hacked the machine and made it so there was a solution.
Yeah,
and so
the machine, like Cyborg hacked the dirt. That's a callback.
That was his response to the no-win situation, was create a scenario where he wins, which is cool, which is a cool character. You know, that's a cool character move. But like, that's kind of how I felt. That's what they would say, don't do that to Batman. Don't put him in a no-win situation because we don't want to see him lose.
Wrath of Khan is really cool. I do love me some Wrath of Khan. I don't have any additional commentary there. I just really like Wrath of Khan. Yeah, just a fucking good film. Very good. And it got Mauler into Star Trek, so that was that's a double win, I think.
Lose. Like, we can't see him lose. He has to maintain this godlike status. And that's what the cool thing about Frank Miller. Frank Miller said, fuck it. I want to see who this guy
Yeah, I guess I don't really need to add anything to this, right? Because I think I already talked about it last time, where it's like Batman, it's like the moment, like that specific moment is more of a fuck up, from like a sequential storytelling point of view more than anything, where the story that occurs after that moment that he's talking about with the mutant and the gun and the shooting the mutant and all that, the rest of the story cannot happen the way that it does if the correct interpretation of that scene is that Batman shot that mutant. And here's the thing, it's really, I don't know, it's really weird to me that that interpretation has, is as, I suppose prevalent or popular as it is, because to me, right, it's pretty obvious. Like, if you just, like, if you see that scene alone in isolation, sure, I understand how you come away with like, oh, did Batman just fucking kill that guy? But if you read the whole book, how can you ever come away with the opinion that the Batman, fucking murdered a guy before he even got to the fucking carnival ride? I don't know. There's like there's a lot of stuff in later in the book that just doesn't work. If Batman did legitimately just kill someone in that scene. You know what I mean? People have a weird interpretation of the of that half of it. Yeah, they have that. I have heard that interpretation. Yeah, it's really like, and look, it's I can say like from a subjective like, fun-based point of view, it's a fun way to kind of reinterpret it. But you have to first acknowledge that it's kind of like it is a headcanon sort of like, I'm looking at it with this in mind and seeing how well I can get this interpretation to fit. I guess it's like down to that metacognitive thing where people often confuse their own interpretation with like, their personal death of the author interpretation with the actual intent of the work. And like, the cool thing about it is you can have the author's intent, and then you can have your own engagement with it. And that's a fun way to engage with it. But like, saying that the certain things are in Batman's head, and the Joker's certain lines from the Joker were in his head because the font changed, when Occam's razor would suggest that the reason the font changes is because he fucking because his vertebrae is because Joker is now a fucking quadriplegic within his final moments. So of course his voice is going to be a little bit. Of course they're going to change the way the text is written to kind of highlight that his voice is probably not as strong as it was like 2 seconds ago. Yeah, I don't know. It's I guess it's probably one of those things where it's like there are more people. I think this happens with a lot of fan theories. I think where like people base the fan theory on like an isolated scene plus their memory of the rest of the text, and then people who adopt the theory haven't even reread the text in a while, and some of them might not have even read the book in general or watched the film or what have you, and then it just picks up, and then eventually you have to be the rain on their parade when you come in. And you go like, if you actually reread it, I don't think this has as much weight as you think it does. And it's really awkward to do that because when it has become so popular, it does just kind of become that, that all guns point at you sort of meme. But someone's got to do it. Someone has got to be the bearer of, I guess, bad news, but really just the bearer of reality. Yeah. If superimposed on Batman, the logical scenario for me would be to have Batman find himself in a scenario where he doesn't have a choice, no matter how his feelings are on the matter. Yeah, and it's interesting to put him in those dilemmas, because there's here's the thing, right? You can't really, in Batman's line of work, eventually someone is going to die as like a runoff effect of your actions. Like Dexter is actually Dexter is kind of a good example as well, where he has the code, and one of the second most important rule of the code is not to kill an innocent. Dexter has the serial killer urges and all that, but he only goes after meanie bobinis and stuff. But the conflict in Dexter is that a lot of innocent people die secondhand thanks to his actions. Like people die as a result of they die as a result of Dexter doing what Dexter does, and it's an important. By the way, my voice isn't cutting out or anything, right? I'm like obsessively looking at the little light that lights up on like the dashboard of my recording hardware, and I'm like, sometimes it's a bit flickery, sometimes it doesn't light up when I talk. Does that mean that it doesn't always hear me properly? I don't know. No, you're just rather quiet. How weird that I'm rather quiet. I shouldn't be rather quiet. I'll turn this up a little. Is that better? Is that a more acceptable thing? Does that fix the quiet problem? I hope it does. I'm always very nervous about anything that makes my voice louder because I don't want to pique microphone, and some of these dials and knobs can make it louder without peaking the mic, and some of them do not. So hopefully that's fine. So what was I talking about? I think it's Dexter. He's he's always he's put in situations where he doesn't directly kill innocents, though there are some points where he does kill innocent people either by accident or by necessity, and with varying levels of writing justification for it. But we're not going to get into that. But so Dexter. So yeah, Dexter is Dexter often has to grapple, especially in the later seasons and even the very most recent season as well. Like there's a lot of people who have fucking died because Dexter's lifestyle, let's just call it. But he didn't directly kill them, and that's an interesting scenario. And Dexter also has examples of like points where he's had no choice but to do it. With Batman, that's super duper difficult because I think Bruce Wayne is the kind of person where like he is more than willing to die. He's more than willing to die himself versus take a life. I think there are definitely, when push comes to shove, situations. It's just because he is because he is like he does value life on a very integral level. Like he's more willing to put his own. He sees himself as the only acceptable casualty. I think a lot of the time, that's a whole. But it depends on the version of Batman you're talking about as well. A lot of interesting stuff you can do there. I don't think Zack did it very well, though. I don't think he did it very well.
Like if a guy. So you're saying to me that I've got a gun to this kid's head. You're Batman. There's no move. There's no trick. There's no throwing the batarang. There's no a dust ball to distract me. Like I've just got to pull the trigger and I kill this kid. So you're saying in that scenario, Batman, what's Batman supposed to do?
He shoots the gun or he shoots the hand. If we're talking about he has to pull the trigger. I mean, I get what he's going for. Of course, it's just like he's offered me a scenario where my brain has turned that scenario into a puzzle. Like how do you do that without? And it's like, but you shoot the shoulder. You shoot X, Y. There are so many places you can shoot that are non-lethal, or at least won't be insta-death. Batman especially would have very intimate knowledge of which areas are survivable versus not survivable if he was put in that scenario, I imagine. I do like that Batman is anti-gun, though, just because, I don't know, because there is, I think maybe... I don't know if this is just a reflection of the sheer amount of gun violence in the last 72 hours or so, but maybe that's just that part of me talking. But I'm not even just talking about the Charlie Kirk thing, just like because there was a school shooting on the same day, so it's just like there's a lot of fucking gun violence going on at the moment. So it's I'm in that introspective sort of mode. It's the. I like that there is like this guy out there that a kid can look up to, and he doesn't use a gun, but he still solves problems. He's not a non-violent hero. But you have a character who uses his brain to take down the bad guy, even when it's like in combat. You have to use a lot more brain power when you choose not to use a gun, and I think that's that kind of makes it a bit more interesting. And I think it's just, again, like if we're talking about like what role model would I prefer? Would I prefer it to be like some action hero who has like an AK-47, or would I prefer it to be Batman? I was like, well, I can like both characters, but I don't know, man. Like I think I would prefer the guy who doesn't use the gun, just because I don't know, when it comes to for one, I think Batman, not in every way, but in certainly a lot of ways, is a character I would prefer people try to I would prefer people emulate versus other characters, for example. But I think there's also just that it's just there's a lot. If a kid is gonna emulate someone, someone pointed this out in a comment that like a lot of there's a lot of action heroes that in a lot of action movies and a lot of these sort of like actiony sort of films, like the way people solve their problems is by picking up a gun. And that stuck with me because it's like, yeah, that does kind of teach that lesson. And it's not, and I would never want to censor art by any stretch. I just like that there's an alternative to that in the form of Batman, where he doesn't pick up a gun. He is repulsed by guns. And that doesn't mean that everyone needs to be repulsed by guns. There's plenty of pro-gun people who are very, very reasonable people. But I think it's nice. I think it's nice that we have that one, that is, and I think it's a bit different from like Superman, because Superman, he's not, because I think the difference is like with Superman, Superman using a gun is not only, it's not only just like a bit revolting just because of his own moral code, but Superman using a gun is ridiculous. He doesn't need a gun. For Batman, you could understand why he would use a gun. He's a normal guy, but he goes out of his way to not use guns. He goes way out of his way to not use guns. And that's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. I wouldn't want every character that I still want my Punishers and my, who's like a really good gun character. I know there's some really good there's some, I want my, my cowboys that have their 6 shooters. I like my, I like my shooty gun characters just fine. But I think what I like about Batman is that you offer an alternative on a very human level. That he doesn't have, he doesn't use guns. He doesn't use lethal force. This kind of comes back to that idea in Jurassic Park, where I was reading the Jurassic Park novel. I finished it. It was good. It drags towards the end, but it's still got a lot of really good shit in it. And one of the things that one of the monologues from Ian Malcolm in that book stood out to me because it was I don't agree with every single thing Ian Malcolm says, and I say that because Ian Malcolm is a mouthpiece for Michael Crichton, the author. So I don't agree. So that's it's a very sort of raw mouthpiece for Michael Crichton to get his views across. And something that really stood out to me was just this idea, and I think they talk about this a little bit in the movie as well, but they don't go in quite the same level of detail. But it's this idea of earned power, this idea that, when someone spends years and years and years of their life, say, learning martial arts are controversial as far as self-defense, but let's just use it as an analogy. Someone goes, years and years and years, learning self-defense and learning, martial arts, and takes years to become a master in how to, fight hand to hand, and eventually learns how to kill someone very quickly with their bare hands. The sheer process through which they go through that, the sheer effort it takes to go through that process means that by the time they've gotten that ability, they appreciate what it means to have that ability. It is earned power, and the thing about earned power is that people who have earned the power very rarely use it because they appreciate the weight of it. A gun, the thing about a gun is that it takes it's kind of like, it is kind of that, it kind of represents that undisciplined power where, especially in America, you go to Walmart or whatever. I don't know the exact process. Forgive me, I don't live there, but I do know, it's at least relatively easy to get a gun in America, and that just puts the power of life and death in your hand in a way that no other easily acquired instrument really does. It is point and shoot, literally, in the most literal way. And as a result, so when I think about like this idea that, we do have a lot of shooty gun characters that kind of like teach this lesson of, we solve our problems we solve our problem with guns. And of course, it's always more complicated than that, because a lot of these shooty gun characters have, a lot of, moral, they have their own moral principles, or they have their own characterization, and they're all very, very different from each other. But there is this commonality, and where like there is this beat of like, I need to solve my problem, gonna get the gun out and solve the problem with the gun. And while that might not be like the broad reality across all stories, and probably not by a long shot, it is like, it does kind of get absorbed into the human psyche as a heuristic, where like people think about the lesson, they think about the simplest thing, and the simplest thing is that a lot of media has guns as a means of problem solving. So when it comes to Batman not using guns, I think it is very, very important, at least I think it's important that we have that character there that goes out of his way to not use a gun, and see like, what does that look like when a character is just that opposed to it. And not only that, this is a character that appreciates, if we talk about that, we go back to that idea of earned power. Bruce earned his appreciation for the power of guns in a very different way, because he saw how quickly a gun erased his parents from existence. Like it was his parents were there one moment, and then now they're not. And he got to see exactly, what that does, and he appreciated, there's a lot of writers will have a lot of different takes, but I think a decent interpretation would be that, not only, he's opposed to killing to begin with, but guns, by their very nature, just make killing way too easy. It just makes it way, way too easy. I'm not looking to turn this video into a Second Amendment debate or anything. I just like that. I like that we have this very popular character who doesn't have any superpowers, who with his goals of wiping out crime, you would be very sympathetic to him picking up a pistol, a rifle, any amount of, easy projectile slinging weapons, and trying to go all Punisher on everyone. But instead, he goes out of his way to build like an entire infrastructure around this idea of, I will not use a gun, I will not kill a person. And then you see what process comes from that, what different, the different forms of thinking. And I would, if there's anything I would like kids to emulate, it is just that thinking outside the box, when you impose a moral limitation on yourself, and thinking about the different ways that a problem can be solved without having to resort to, of course, Batman resorts to violence all the time. That's not, but he resorts to, I guess he introduces this idea of gradient where, he is trying to figure out, how do I save the maximum number of lives and avoid directly taking lives myself? What extremes do I have to go to in order to achieve this goal? And I think it would be boring if every character was like that. I think we need our shooty gun characters. We need our more violent Punisher-y types. We need people who are just kind of a little bit more passé about it. But maybe this is the reason I defend Batman so much, and especially this aspect of the characters, because we do have so many characters who just don't give a shit if they kill someone, if they shoot someone, if they use a gun. It's common. Batman is actually a pretty significant exception to the rule if you think about it, because characters who don't use guns tend to have some sort of superhuman ability to make up for that. But Batman, he's part of that, like, I would say rarer, because there are other characters like that, like it, but he's part of like a rarer breed where, he will not use a gun, but he doesn't have any sort of superhuman sort of advantage. He doesn't have, I was about to say he doesn't have super advanced tech, but it depends on the version. But he's using his brain, his resources, and he's building himself, and he's built himself up to the peak of human conditioning. for the purpose of making sure that he can be as controlled as possible, so that he doesn't have to resort to that weapon. Because again, it just goes back to his childhood. He appreciates, and he was taught that lesson in the worst possible way, but he learned it. He learned it the hard way. It was an earned lesson, but he learned in that all too tragic way that a gun, because the thing about it is Joe Chill didn't even, a lot of interpretations, Joe Chill didn't even intend to kill the Waynes. He just wanted to scare him, but the gun was there to kind of add credit to it, and it just went wrong. And because guns are just, they're really good. They're really good at killing people. They're so good at killing people. They're amazing at killing people. They're so fucking good at killing people. And so even by accident, you know, in some cases, you know, he pulled the trigger by accident, or like he got into a scuffle, or and sometimes he is just maliciously killing them. Like there's a few different ways to go down. But the point is, if he was doing it with a knife, yeah, there's still huge risk, but like the level of the options available to you to get out of that situation suddenly go up exponentially. You certainly couldn't hold, you would certainly, the number of people you can hold hostage at once, because anyone on the other end of a gun knows that one false move, click, dead. And the fact that having that weapon it gave him it gave Joe Chill a level of power that, I'm not saying no human should have that level of power, but like it's a level, the ratio of like earned responsibility to power granted is insane. And that philosophy soaks into Batman's character, and it's really nice that he has that, that we have a character to look at that does take exception to that. And so when someone like Zack here comes along and goes like, well, maybe he should use guns, or maybe he should be killing people, it kind of does just it misses the core essence of why Batman is special to a lot of people. Because he does look like, he's dark. He dresses up in black, and he goes out at night and punches people. He should be like ultra violent. But it kind of misses the point that underneath all that is just this deeply compassionate person. Like Batman's really hard on himself, but if you really look at him like holistically, this is someone. There's a reason his best friend is Superman of all people. Because Batman would never admit it to himself. Underneath all that, the doom and gloom and dead parents, it's really one of the purest hearts, one of the most moral men you would have ever known. There's that like Superman. There's that comic page that's thrown around, right, where Superman and Batman accidentally meet in a hotel room, not at a hotel, but at a hotel, and they happen to have their significant others along, Catwoman for Bats and Lois Lane for Superman. And the way they're talking about each other is actually almost identical. Like they both think that the other person is the better man, and they both appreciate each other, and they kind of both see each other as aspirational in a way. And I just found that to, I find that to be a very, I don't love everything that Tom King has ever written, obviously, but there is something very poignant about that idea that, the paragon of good looks up to Batman in a way that Batman doesn't even look at himself. It's this kind of idea that the best people on this planet. It's very difficult for like the most moral people to see themselves as the moral people they are because because all they can see is what they're not doing and how they could be doing better. And I think, and that's kind of what's great about Batman. He puts on this like facade of darkness, and you get to play with the darkness as like this really cool stylistic choice. But then you have this deep, but he's not miserable. Well, he is miserable. He is miserable in mood, but he's not. He's not this like. He is this. There is this. It's more buried than under Superman, but there's this same warmth, this same caring for humanity, and the same appreciation for life underneath all of that trauma and all that darkness. And that's why, that's why he's so good that's why the Robins are so good. They bring out this entire other side, this tender side to him. It's why, he's really interesting to team up with people, because when you start to poke below the facade, you see this whole other side. And it's why it's interesting to see. He's an interesting character to examine and talk about because, there's this gruffness to him, but you look at the totality of his actions, and you look at the choices he makes, and a lot of the time, there is this, you can see how it's driven by that kindness, that warmth, that spark of human goodness underneath. Yeah, it's I like Batman a lot, and I like that he doesn't use guns, and I have a lot of reasons for why I like that, and that is my monologue for Batman's gun use. Let's see what Zach has to say.
Right.
Yeah, he's gonna lay down his gun. What's he gonna do? Like it's the guy.
You're alive. Yes, Zenyatta, I am alive. Reports of my demise were greatly exaggerated. Yeah, cool.
I says to him, "I'll do it. I swear it."
I believe you is perfect.
Yeah.
You wield it like a kid with his dad's gun. Yep, that is a perfect. Speaking of, Jurassic Park does actually have almost the perfect line to go with the gun analogy. Yeah, when you put the fact that a child can find their parents' pistol and do what guns do. That's kind of shows you the sheer amount of power it does just by putting it into anyone's hands. All you got to do, you don't even need to aim it that well. You just got to get lucky.
I believe you. And then
unlucky, as the case may be.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, that's where like Frank Deakins takes Batman and just tears him in half.
Yeah.
And you've got to now come out the other side of that. And Batman is still the hero. Batman still does the right thing. He maintains his code, he doesn't change, but like our perception of him changes. And I think that's like I have run afoul of, but a lot of the fandom who have gotten to the same place I have with the characters where they need to test them to like, and I feel like the characters, it's been my experience that the characters have not let us down. Like these myths have not let us down. You put them to the ragged edge into that scenario and they come out the other side and you're like, fuck yeah, there's a reason why Superman is Superman.
I think the problem, I get the only thing I really have to add now is that I feel like with Zach here, I feel like the problem is like I think Zach either he's fallen into the meta trap, which let's face it, he probably has, where like he's thinking everyone knows who Superman is, everyone knows who Batman is, everyone is on the level, which he's sitting across from a guy who didn't even know the no kill rule was a thing, which is funny. It's like so it's almost like it's self-demonstrative. It's self-demonstrating there. But the funny thing about this whole thing is well, the thing about it is well, I already got over the. I'm a little bit delirious. So the thing about Zack here is he's either fallen into the meta trap where he's assuming that he's done more to earn this deconstruction than he has, because the big problem with BVS is that it's a Batman we've never met before and a Superman we barely know, who team up with a Wonder Woman we've never met before, and it's supposed to be this big moment, but really it's not. It just makes some assumptions about the audience that I think are misplaced. And it also misses the significance of bringing Batman and Superman together for the first time on the big screen, where it's not really satisfying to see that unless we have two very well realized versions of the characters already, who could exist completely independently of each other, and then they get to meet, because then you get the real texture that comes with a real crossover, which you just don't get where it feels like everything's very homogenized, and it feels like it feels like either Superman is a Batman supporting character or Batman is a Superman supporting character, but it doesn't it's super weird. It's super weird how he did it. And the problem is that he's also using that as a springboard for a deconstruction, which again, he just hasn't. I think he really does think that he's done a better job. Or maybe it's just that he never thought about. I don't know. Because you got to remember there are other writers in the room, in this process, so it's hard. So sometimes it's hard to tell. I think a lot of it is Zack. But I know that there's one report that they got Chris Terrio in, and apparently he toned down a lot of the initial ideas they had for BVS with when Goyer and Snyder were writing that, which is funny. That's something to think about, right? Apparently they actually wanted Superman to burn the children and things like that, and wanted him to accidentally kill all those people, but I think Terrio came in and was like, okay, maybe let's pull it back a bit, Zack. But the thing is, what still ended up on screen was still way too far. It's just that if Zack was left to his own devices, it probably would have been even darker. Yeah, it's I think that's just the big issue, is that he's not offering like totally invalid defenses. It's just that he is defending something that doesn't exist, is I think the problem. He is defending a theoretical version of his films that did properly establish everything first and then deconstructed it, and did it well. Because the thing is BVS this huge challenge for Batman's morals? What morals? What does the Batman of the DCU believe? What is his stance on killing? I know he doesn't like Superman. I know he doesn't like crime. I know he doesn't like when people die, I think. I think he tries to protect innocent people, but like his morality is vaguely defined on its own. You have to bring in that meta element to you have to bring in that meta element to fully, I suppose, to understand what the deconstruction's even meant to be. But even then, even if you look at it that way, because the film doesn't really discuss the morality of Batman, it does present it as a bit of a compromise to his morals in some way, but we don't know what those morals are. Like, we know Alfred really doesn't like what he's doing, but all we know is that Alfred is, he seems to like Superman. He seems to like that Superman seems to be doing good things in the world. But we don't know if Alfred is against this because, it's vague what Alfred's specific problem is. We know that Alfred doesn't want him to kill Superman, but is it because Superman to him is an innocent? And more than that, someone who is doing a lot more good in the world than harm? That would actually be the Occam's razor interpretation, I think, from what I remember. It's been a hot minute since I've watched BVS. But I think that would be the Occam's razor that, your average film goer would come away with, assuming they haven't fallen asleep, because that is a very long film that isn't exactly very fun to watch for most people. And I think that's the big issue, is that you not only have to have the meta knowledge. I was going to say metatextual. I'm not sure if that applies here, but I'll double check the definition at some point. But you not only have to have that, you need that level of, you need that meta knowledge, but then you also have to really, really read into what Zack is trying to say. And as a result of that, it is a little bit like how, people, a lot of defenses of The Last Jedi kind of, are just, people writing for the writers. And that's a complicated subject itself, because, you want to be able to, there is a lot of appreciating a story and analyzing a story, and a lot of understanding of a story does come down to a certain level of inference. Like, what information is shown rather than told, but is still reasonable for an audience member to expect an audience member to come away with. That's something I struggle with when I write stories, is how much necessary information do I say versus the stuff I leave to, the shown, especially if I'm intending the story to be something that could be filmed. Like, how do I use the visual medium to tell that story? The thing about BVS is that I really struggle to understand how someone who has never heard of Superman or Batman before, how would they... Well, if someone who has only seen Man of Steel, let's be generous. Well, let's just be reasonable. No, I think that's not generous, that's reasonable. Let's say they've only seen Man of Steel. That is their one entryway into the DC universe. And suddenly there's this whole other hero, apparently. This guy who dresses as a bat. And that's wild, isn't it? That, you have this very... Man of Steel, tonally, is supposed to be this grounded science fiction story that happens to have a superhero in it. And it's very, very, like, gray sci-fi, right? And then all of a sudden in the next film, you've got this vigilante who dresses as a bat, and you've got this magic woman, and you've got sea people. It's a little bit wild. If you, again, like, I always think about, like, what the hell would someone who has never ever heard of Superman or Batman think if that was their only exposure to these characters? And I think that with BVS, with Man of Steel and BVS combined, there's just not enough set up within those films to tell us enough about these characters, and not enough discussion of their moral standings to really come away with the point that I think Zack is trying to communicate. And I think that's one of the reasons it is bad.
What I mean?
Yeah.
There's like, he can handle it.
I think Lex is more of a tonal clash compared to Man of Steel. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, here's the thing, like, a really serious Lex Luthor would actually fit right in with Zack's vision, and for some reason that's the one he wanted to make the goofy one. It's really weird. Like, I think this is there was speculation when BVS before BVS was started shooting, before we had proper casting decisions and all that. When all we had was that Comic-Con teaser and all the rumors were flying around. There was one rumor that Lex Luthor was going to be like a skinhead and like a white supremacist or something, and that would have been cringe itself. But like, it would be cringe that I would at least understand tonally as part of like that gritty Snyderverse. I can't really reconcile. I can't really understand how we got Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor, and why that was the character they decided to make the really goofy one rather than, I don't know, keeping Jimmy Olsen alive or something. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. Bryan Cranston was a popular fan cast. Yep. One fan cast I saw at the time that I've since stolen and made my own is Michael C. Hall. I think he's got the. I think with Dexter especially showed that. I think he's got that range, right, where he can be. He's got so many different dimensions to his acting ability, and I think they're all the right dimensions that a Lex Luthor would need. And you see it a lot on Dexter. Obviously, you wouldn't have Lex Luthor be Dexter, but you can take advantage of Michael C. Hall's immense range and allow him to create a character that, and it would let him create like a really compelling character that would, be really compelling to watch. I think it's really. I don't think there's a single live action Luthor that I've been super happy with. My standard for Luthor is Clancy Brown, and the problem with using Clancy Brown as Luthor in live action is that even when you shave his head, he doesn't really look like Lex Luthor. So it's kind of that compromise. It would be so that would still be a compromise. So finding that really ideal Lex Luthor who looks the part and sounds the part, that's really tough. I think Michael C. Hall would be a decent option there. Kind of surprised he hasn't been cast in a comic book. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's like been offered, but I think Michael C. Hall's a little bit. I think he's a bit choosy about his roles. I think he just he does roles that he comes across as the kind of person who really comes across as the kind of person who because he's had so much success, he just kind of does projects that appeal to him. So he's not really done that many like huge blockbuster type films. He's not really. He does a lot more theater. I think his first and truest love is probably theater, and he also has a band that he does a lot of stuff with. So he's kind of living that. He's kind of living a kind of idyllic life in that sense because he's just kind of doing his own thing. Yeah, it would be. I wonder if he has gotten offers for comic book stuff and just turned them down, or if they have just, or if maybe maybe people associate him so much with Dexter that they wonder if he can play, if there's a character suitable for him, or like another thing he could do is he would make like. You could probably find a good Batman villain for him to play. Probably. The thing is, he's such a good actor. Would you want to waste him on a smaller role? But then again, he could take like a relatively. He could take like a character who isn't as like iconic and turn it into something iconic. I guess that'd be something. Like Victor Zsasz is, I wouldn't say he's like low tier, but he's definitely like I didn't know who Victor Zsasz was until Arkham, to the Arkham games, and that's because he hadn't really had much appearances outside of the comics by that point. So I don't know if Michael C. Hall will make a good Victor Zsasz, but I think maybe I can see his face. I can just see him. I think he's just got a good bone structure for that sort of character, so maybe that's why. He also takes his shirt off quite a bit in Dexter, so maybe that's also where I'm getting that from. I don't know. tangents, but I like Michael C. Hall a lot. He is a very, very good performer. He does a good balance of serious and the camp. Yeah, that's the thing. He can go real camp when he wants to, and he's really good at doing serious. And he sells the psychopath. He sells someone. He can sell socially awkward, but he can also sell very confident and self-assured. And I think that's why Dexter works so well. At least as far as his performance is concerned, because there are those dimensions. He's the most himself in front of children and the people he's about to kill, and the people who know his secret, which are few and far between. He can be quite socially awkward or a little bit off around regular folk. And then sometimes he just goes a little bit batshit nuts on whether it's just like him having a mental breakdown, like with Rita, or him just kind of just hamming it up during a particular kill scene where it feels warranted. But you got to have this versatility there for that character, and I feel like he really makes it work. Apparently, I need to double check my source on this, but apparently a lot of the kill room scenes are at least partially improvised, and they just kind of let them play off each other. I don't know how true that is, but if that's true, again, that just shows he's really good at just bringing the character home. And I'd like to see him as like a Lex Luthor, or like a really a character who still needs a really well realized version in live action and on. Yeah. Do you think young Dexter guy did a pretty good job? Yeah, I think he did a pretty decent job from what I watched Original Sin a few months ago, so it's not super fresh in my brain, but he gets a lot of the mannerisms down. I think I'll put it this way, there weren't a whole lot of moments where I was taken out of it. I think the fact that they used Michael C. Hall's voiceover, that had the potential to either really highlight how not Dexter the new kid was, or it would have the potential to highlight how well he's doing. And I never really got taken out. So, I think he did pretty well. I don't know why they put the Scooby-Doo Munch in the intro. That was a choice, yeah. The casting in general in Original Sin was actually really good. I think, which is why I think Christian Slater stands out, because he just doesn't really come off as a younger James Remar. He's not putting in a bad performance. It's just that when all the other casting decisions, when I look at the guy who played Batista and Masuka, and even La Guerta, they look a little bit different. Well, maybe not Batista and Masuka, but LaGuerta looks a little bit different. But they cast these characters so well that when they walk on screen, I'm just my brain just accepts that they are the younger version of these characters, and I don't really think twice. And I think that's a really good indication. With Christian Slater as Harry, my brain does go, you're not doing bad, but you are different. You are definitely different, or at least different enough. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a good performance. I think he does deserve credit for the performance. And it's not even it's not so far removed from Harry that my brain is actively rejecting it. My brain is just going, this is super. Harry has literally been living in Dexter's head since season 1, and really, really came out of his head in season 3. We've seen, and James Remar does have a semi-distinct way of talking, and his face shape and their face shapes are quite different. And I think the thing that's the most different out of the two of them is that Christian Slater has this Clint Eastwood squint he gives Harry, and James Remar never had that. He never had that. Even in Resurrection, he didn't adopt that as an acting choice. By the way, I think Harry might be one of the big highlights of Resurrection for me. I think they just gave him I think they gave him like most of the best lines. And like, you know, I was I know that it's I know it's very divisive. Like Harry's like the Ghost Harry's role in like those shows. Some people love it, some people hate it. But I feel like even the staunchest Harry hater, I can't imagine them hating his lines because he has such good time. They gave him, for one thing, they really worked with the editing to give him such good timing on some of the deliveries, and there's a lot, and his interactions with Dexter are way more like hands-on and enjoyable. And I don't know, I feel like that was one of the big highlights. But with Christian Slater, you know, I buy the writing and I buy I buy him broadly as Harry, but because he's next to so many actors that are just so selling their part, he really sticks out like a sore thumb for that reason. But you know, James Remar really approves of him, so you know, that's something. And you know, it could have been so much worse. It could have been so much worse. Like they could have hired someone who just had there's nothing. They just gave you nothing in terms of Harry, and that would have been, yeah. One of my favorite things about Original Sin was framing the ice truck killer as a tragic character. Yeah, they fleshed it out in kind of a like you know, they fleshed it out in a way that you know, it adds to the original. Like it really fleshes out what we already knew about him, which is what a prequel should do. It should be showing us the things that were merely told, and you know, add, you know, a little bit of extra, which is good. I would need to. Here's the thing. Original Sin is one of those shows where it's like, I really need to go back through Dexter to see how well it lines up. I know there's a few continuity snarls in there, but broadly speaking, it's kind of, I think if as a prequel, I would rate it as like, it's one of those prequels where like if you look too close, you can see the seams, but broadly speaking, it feels like it slots in. Bonus points for not bringing in Vogel as well. Holy fuck. Technically, that's a continuity snarl, but I do not give a shit. That's thing is, I think Vogel could have worked on some degree. I don't hate her character in isolation. It's just it's a retcon that I think was going to be a hard sell to begin with, and then they bring it in the final season, or what was meant to be the final season, and that's just like, no one's gonna like this. Like, even if you do it really well, a lot of people are still gonna not like it. But you not only did something that was a hard sell, you did it really bad. It's kind of like, yeah, First Class is kind of a good analogy where it's like you can buy it as the broad strokes, even if like the details. Man, I guess there's like broadly 3 categories of prequels. There are the ones that just don't work as a prequel at all. Then there are the ones that you know, they work well enough that the small things aren't the biggest deal. They're the kind of things you can just headcanon away or find your own little explanation, even if that's technically the writer's job, we will forgive them. And then there are like the perfect prequels that just are just meticulous, absolutely meticulous with how they handle that. Bilbo! I didn't know I was older than you, meme, or maybe I did and I forgot. Anyway, hello. Yeah, Star Wars prequels are complicated. There's also continuity can be sometimes a little bit complicated. I think continuity gets complicated when you've got like long-running series, and long-running series might have dips in quality, but it's got a lot of excellent peaks across its history. So Star Trek, for example, broadly everything fits together, but then you've still got things in later works that retcon or contradict the earlier stuff, and it's difficult to say, it's difficult to justify that, because really you should be working to keep things consistent. But then the new thing that they do ends up being better than the old thing, so it becomes complex, like, or it makes for it's better in terms of like what it enables. So like the big thing I think about is how the gamma, delta, beta, and alpha quadrants weren't really a thing until TNG season 3, season 4, season 5, somewhere around there. And up until that point, it was actually super vague. Or at least there was this implication that you could travel across the galaxy, or at least like the distances weren't that far, or that a quadrant referred to something very different than what it ended up being. So, and I think when I did some Star Trek episodes of Metal's Forge, I pointed out that there were things in the older episodes I almost called anachronisms, because they just did not line up with what was established later. And technically, that is the responsibility of the later work to keep the continuity straight. But where it gets complicated is that TNG lasted a lot longer than TOS, and it became so much more overriding. And because it doesn't really fuck with TOS too much, it kind of slowly redefined where like the core Star Trek facts are coming from, despite the fact that it came later. When normally that would not be the case. It's just it's very rare that sort of thing can happen, because most of the time continuity snarls and plot holes and contradictions are pretty egregious. But when they happen slowly over time, I'm not going to say they're justified, but like it kind of it become the relationship between it and the original source stuff kind of becomes a bit more complicated, and it's why it becomes a bit of fun, because the Star Trek fans love like comparing what was established in TOS with what happened later in TNG, Voyager, and DS9, etc. And just kind of looking at the earlier weirdness before things got really, really coherent. And the Klingons are their own kettle of fish, because initially it was a retcon that they always look like. The initial thing was like, why do the Klingons look different? It's just like, just pretend that they always look that way. It's fine. And then Enterprise finally came along and was like, you know what? We know you have eyeballs. We know that that no matter how many times in interviews we say, just pretend. We know you're not going to just pretend. So here is your explanation. Fine. Augments all the way. Boom. And also we're going to write it in such a way that if you don't like our explanation, if you don't like it, you can just pretend that you can just think that this was a one-off if you don't like it. If you do like it, there's your explanation if you do like it. If you don't like it and you just prefer it being like a makeup thing, here's some ambiguity there that gives you a bit of wiggle room to still interpret it that way. This is as good as you're getting, okay? We just stop talking about the fucking Klingons. And that was how and then Discovery came along, and why do we not learn our lesson? Why do we fail to learn our lesson? My favorite thing about, I think the funny thing about the Discovery thing is, when they changed the Klingons in the TOS movies, that became the popular version of Klingons. It completely overrode the 3 appearances that they made in TOS, which, by the way, the fact that Klingons did not appear that much in the original TOS is a little bit mind-blowing, but whatever. But when they appeared in the TOS movies and then in TNG, it just kind of became the default look, and no one questioned it because it was a cool look. It was a very it evolved. It evolved from what we saw. It evolved on what we saw in the other shows, and it was, a good time. It was a good time. And then fucking yeah. They had a very brief gag in Lower Decks, from what I understand. That just kind of took the piss out of it a tiny bit. It was like a multiversal thing, which I think they said is not meant to be taken as like a Discovery not canon thing, but it's more just like we're not a fan of the Discovery Klingons either. But the it's interesting that we go to the new Klingon designs, although I'm sure they were somewhat controversial initially. Eventually, they just kind of became a part of the. They were not so atrocious. They were an improvement over what a design that, let's be real, was two shades away from blackface with the original designs. And then it was a much more alien look, but it was not so alien that it was repulsive. You could still see all of Christopher Lloyd's performance under the makeup, and they gave the Klingons the language. And I think it helps that the new design came with all the Klingon world building. So as a result, it's way easier to accept because the Klingons weren't super fleshed out by that point. So you have the Klingon. But then Discovery comes along and it's like, oh, so we can change the Klingon design, did you say? Well, you're gonna love our Klingon designs, and no one liked it. And you're in the internet age, so when people don't like something, you're really gonna hear about it. And then they almost immediately start trying to roll it back. At first, they get them to grow their hair back out to establish, yes, Klingons do still have hair. What of it? Even though you can feel with those new designs that I think just the fact that there was zero references to hair anywhere in. There wasn't even a single Klingon that even had remember what's his name from Star Trek 6 and how he had the little ponytail at the back, but otherwise was completely bald. They didn't even have that. They didn't have a single. They didn't even have eyebrows. They didn't have anything. They didn't have beard. There was no facial hair. There was just. So they had to, mush wigs and mush wigs and beards and stuff onto these new designs that were probably not made with hair in mind. If I had to guess, I'm happy to be proven wrong. It just felt like they were going for such a bold new design. I would be really surprised if they had any sort of aspiration to bring the hair back before the backlash. And then by the time you get to Brave New Worlds, which I haven't seen yet, but I know that they completely revert the Klingons back to TNG, and they did Chang, that's the one. Undiscovered Country is Kino. I will agree with you on that. So they have Chang there. I think it's the first time that you've had this retcon happen, and then you just almost immediately start to backtrack on it, because the design is just so. Strange New Worlds is one of the shows of all time. That's kind of the impression I get, where it's like, I get the feeling if I watched it, I probably wouldn't hate it, but then it would be one of those shows that once I start thinking about it, I start taking issue with it. So it's it seems to be an improvement at least. It doesn't, I imagine it's fun. It might be fun to watch just because the thing that made season 2 of Discovery bearable was Pike, and if it's just all Pike all the time, I can probably get behind that. But I can also imagine I'm not imagining it's like at the very peak of Star Trek either, considering Discovery and all that. The closest comparison was the Paradigm Daleks. Yes, at the very least, the Paradigm Daleks were, they were an in-universe redesign. They weren't like, oh, this is what they looked like the whole time. Ooh. Oh no, wait, no, they weren't actually. Oh, no. Yeah, I like Lan Noonien Singh. Yeah, I've seen. I think I saw a meme on like one of the Facebook Star Trek meme groups, and from what I saw, there was like this meme where like this person was totally split down the middle, where it's like, I feel like I should hate this character because of the concept, but I really like this character and I will defend her at all costs. And it's really interesting when that happens, when like you get this character that come in and you hear the premise of the character, it's like, oh, that sounds cringe as fuck. And then you see the execution, it's like, oh, that wasn't cringe as fuck. Congratulations. I really like this character, which I guess it just goes to show, like, you can do anything well. You can do anything well if you just try hard enough. It's just that if you do something that's kind of cringe when you give the elevator pitch for it, you're going to want to make sure you're really, really doing it well. Otherwise, people are going to just go, well, of course it was bad. Yeah, the actress really carrying it. I can see that for sure. It's sometimes a show isn't that well written, but you like it because of the actors. And I guess I could say that about the later seasons of Dexter, where it's like, I really like these characters, and I really like these actors with these characters. I just wish they were given better scripts. You know what I have seen of Strange New Worlds? I did see the SpongeBob crossover promo for Paramount Plus, and I felt like I think you want to know the thing about that one? I think that one auto-played on me, and it was like, I think it was just this fever dream. It felt like this fever dream, right? Yeah, 7 of 9 could have been really cringe under the wrong execution, but then they really went to town with her and really explored the full implications of her character, which is double impressive for Voyager. I'll put it that way. I don't think I saw the sponge. Yeah, they did like this. It was like something out of a fever dream, where it was like, it was basically just a promo for Paramount Plus. So of course it's not canon or anything, but it was this promo for Paramount Plus, and actually you can probably just look it up. It's only like a minute long. It's the Starship Patrick Star promo. I'll let you have a look at that, because I feel like I can't verbally do justice to just how weird it was seeing that particular combination of things together. Anyway, Zachary.
He can fucking take it because he's so iconic. Like, you see like the red S, you go anywhere in the world with that Superman t-shirt on, anywhere. And you say to any kid, like, what's this? Oh, that's Superman. Yeah, exactly. Like, that means something. That's like fucking...
Actually, that kind of confirms what I suspected, and that is he's going off this marquee value of like, oh, you see the Superman symbol anywhere in the world, and people just know what it is. And it's like, you're not wrong. It's very recognizable. Maybe even on the same level as Jesus in terms of his recognizability. I know McDonald's apparently is more recognizable than Christ in certain areas, which is something to think about. But I'm not religious. It's just funny to me. But with Superman, there's no denying he's like recognizable. But here's the thing, like, I'm about to out myself. I see a picture of James Bond somewhere, I'll instantly know that's James Bond. I see 007, I'll know that's James Bond. I'll see, the little sniper. I even know like some of the iconography. I know the little like the little gun first person thing, and then he turns around and he shoots the gun and it goes all red. I've even played some of the James Bond games, and I've absorbed James Bond through osmosis, through culture. I haven't seen a single James Bond film. So if you were to drop me in the middle of a James Bond film that's meant to be this deconstruction of James Bond, without having, done the groundwork first with some initial entries, I'm gonna be lost. I'm gonna be fucking lost because I have not watched I've absorbed the iconography. I've absorbed the symbolism. I haven't, but I haven't, but I haven't fucking, but I haven't absorbed the substance. I don't know who James Bond is as a person, as the person. Casino Royale. I guess the Casino Royale kind of pulled it off. I've heard good things about Casino Royale, so I'll take your word for it. But if they did it like Zachary did it here, where if there was a version of James Bond where like we're supposed to just kind of already know who he is and they don't really take the time to build him up before they deconstruct him, I'd be lost. But the thing is, like, you don't even need to have... Here's the thing. I think this is really important to establish as well. You don't need it to be... You don't need your deconstruction necessarily to be a sequel to an entire film of build-up, right? Like, Superman vs. the Elite is a standalone. But they do a lot within the first 10, 15 minutes to fully establish who Superman is and his ideals and, kind of normalize it. And then the complication comes in the form of a deconstruction. I think what the key is to that is that you don't need, they establish enough so that anyone can understand it. And then as you get to know more Superman stuff, you appreciate it more, but you don't require that knowledge in order to understand what it's going for. I know Superman and Batman really, really well. Even I would not be able to get what Zack gets. And I think, he's gone. I think this is that confirmation moment of like, he saw he's like, oh, everyone knows who Superman is. You recognize the logo on the t-shirt. It's like, that's true, Zack. That's very true. I'm not going to deny that the Superman logo is extremely well known to everyone and everything and everyone. But does that mean everyone knows, the stuff below the logo? Do they have a good feel for who Clark Kent is, the man underneath? Do they have a good idea? I don't think so. And again, you don't need a whole film to build that up, but you do need to build it up. You do need to establish it.
Cool.
Well, not only that, it's one of our first ever superheroes.
Literally.
Yeah. I mean, just think of the name. It's so unoriginal. Superman.
It's the most... You couldn't think of that today.
And I know for a fact that I had things to say about that, where it was like, I feel like it's just an ebb and flow. It's an ebb and flow, baby. We go from... we go from eras that are beauty and simplicity, and then everything becomes super duper complicated because people want to like update and modernize, and some of those updates and modernizations stick, some of them don't, and then we regain a craving for the simplicity. And to be honest, some of the simpler ones seem to have the most longevity. So I don't know. I don't know.
It's not a...
Watch what I said last time, I guess, with that one. It's not a... I'm not going to go on all day about this one.
Ridiculous.
You can't do that today.
I know. If you tried to come up with a Superman today, everybody shut the
Superman?
fuck
That's
up.
horrible.
That's your guy?
Yeah.
Come on, man. We've got so many different interesting
But
characters
that's why the Trinity, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman are so...
I think what I am going to say, though, is that this is applying a level of modern day bias to these names. Well, not even modern day, but just like recent, I guess maybe recency bias. I'm not sure what I would call it, but the reason it's silly to us nowadays is because we have had so many superheroes. Well, it's not even silly. It's just that, we you start off with the simple ones, and you accept those. And I think maybe if you were to come up with something like Superman nowadays, in terms of the name, right? I don't know if it would be the silliness factor, or the simplicity of it that would. Because like think about like what's like one of the biggest like non-Marvel DC heroes is a character who's just called Invincible, right? And he's not got the most elaborate costume in the world. He's just got it's got quite a clever costume, I think. It's the letter I. It's basically instead of having a logo, he has the letter I as his primary sort of thing. As like like all the colors of his costume make his entire body the letter I. It's kind of neat. It's a very simple, very effective. But I think where people will dock you points is if you try to present a character like Superman nowadays, it's probably going to be a character that's already been done. So people will dock you points for originality, especially if the name is not too far removed. Maybe what I'm trying to express here is that the reason we would reject something like that nowadays might just be because Superman already fills the niche that Superman fills. We already have Superman. Why would we want someone who's almost identical in that? But if we didn't have Superman already, we would find him quite novel, and that's what happened back in the day. He was quite a novel concept, and he picked up. It also helped that he came around World War II, and you got a lot of you got to help out with the propaganda engine there, and that was the fun propaganda engine too. Even if there was a lot of even if there were some Japanese anti-Japanese things that didn't age particularly well, but it was still the fun. It's still the fun stuff in hindsight, kind of ish. It's complicated, and also these that was something clever they did in the Captain America film, where like Captain America played the same role in the film that he played in real life, where he was like he was trying to sell war bonds and everything, and the comics were kind of trying to do the same thing. So that was kind of clever, and I think that really helped, like, that earliest era of superheroing, is that it came around a time where, let's face it, we were facing probably the most evil threat like we've had in real life up until this point. I would argue, or at least the most unambiguously evil. Obviously, real life is not a game of good and evil, but if we were going to assign one thing evil, we would assign them, the bad guys of World War II, evil. So bad are they that often people avoid saying the name on YouTube, because YouTube is like, oh, I don't know if we want their name. I don't know if we want that word in there. I'm kind of just doing that for a gag, though. There was actually someone pointed this out. Linkara pointed this out, I think, in his review of the very first Captain America comic, and he pointed out that there was a surprising amount of pro-Nazi sentiment in America before America joined the war. And Captain America was actually quite bold at the time, because it was showing, the Americans going up against the Nazis before they'd officially joined the war. And apparently Captain America, those comics were actually very helpful for winning over people. And then Pearl Harbor, of course, had a big role to play there. But it's just interesting to look at the history and how comic books and comic book superheroes really came about at a very pivotal time in our history. And I think that's a large reason they've become so ingrained and why they've stuck around, even when they've dipped in popularity. Well, it's like he was talking about there, the modern day myths. Like, before superheroes, existed in their current form, we were always writing about superpowered beings. We were writing about the demigods and, Hercules and, giving them these big personalities and these larger-than-life adventures. The periods in time, there might even be an argument to be made that the periods of time where we weren't overly focusing on the superpowered folk or the larger than life folk might actually be more of an exception than the rule. Because you know, we love us a good myth or legend. We love us, and I think there's a reason that you know, these characters do draw the crowds that they do. It's you know, one, I think you know, the earlier, you know, I think we had an era of superhero films either being really, really good or good enough that people weren't losing interest. And then there's also that, and it kind of teamed up with the fact that we just love our big old larger than life characters that represent, you know, things like the fundamental goodness of humanity, or maybe slightly more complex themes. But we love that shit. We've always loved that shit. Like the superhero as it exists is relatively recent, but like the things that make them appealing have been appealing probably before Jesus. I would have to actually no, yeah, definitely before Jesus, because the Old Testament was before Jesus. The fucking Greek myths were before Jesus. The Roman, you know, the Olympian gods and all that. We're pretty consistently like I mean, we literally form religions around, you know, beings of great power and the stories that are told. You know, Mickey Mouse has been around since the 1920s. Yeah. Question: if you consider Superman a myth or a legend, does Mickey Mouse count as well? Does Mickey Mouse count as well? No. That's actually an interesting question, because really it depends on how I guess it forces us to define myth or legend. I guess like Mickey is legendary in his own right, not necessarily because he's had the same like storytelling achievements as Superman. But like Mickey Mouse was, you know, right there at the dawn of animation. So I think there is this really pivotal sort of role that he plays. And also actually no, I changed my mind. Fantasia kind of turned Mickey into a legend, I think. If we have to define it. I'm gonna look up what is the definition of a legend. What's the definition of a myth? Definition of a myth. A traditional story, especially one concerning the early history. Okay. Early history of a people, or exploring a natural or social phenomenon, and typically involving supernatural beings and events. Well, it's got the last part down. It can also just mean like a fictitious or imaginary thing. It's a very broad. It's got a few definitions, I think. I think this is one of those things where it's like the technical definition might not perfectly align with like the cultural definition that arises. Let's see, an exaggerated or idealized conception of a person or thing. So, and the example it gives is the book is a scholarly study of the Churchill myth. I don't know, like it's yeah, maybe it's like close to that last definition of like it's but it might be a combination of different definitions. What's the definition of legend? A traditional story, sometimes similar myth, saga, epic, folktale, sometimes popularly regarded as historical but not authenticated. Inscription. Yeah, so these are the kind of words that are going to have a lot of colloquial definitions that are, you know, maybe not like in a dictionary somewhere, but they are used in this way by a lot of people. And the general spirit of the word is still preserved either way. And now I return to sitting. Okay. I guess if you've been around long enough, you can be a myth. Yeah, if this stream goes on long
powerful
enough.
Because they're literally, obviously, the origin concept, right? Wonder Woman?
Literally, yeah.
Batman. Batman is the only anomaly because he's like a Batman. Like, what does that mean?
Right.
Like,
What does he doesn't even have powers.
yeah, he's just like he's half bat. Like, what is that?
He's just got a lot of money.
Yeah, he's got a lot of money. Yeah, that was like my favorite thing we did in Justice League, where Bruce says that line about like when Flash says like, "What's your power?" and he's like, "I'm rich." I always thought that was cool.
Kind of crazy that no one decided to
see. Just a moment like that confuses me to a degree because it's very clear. Very clear. For one thing, that is a line I think a lot of people would have attributed to Whedon if it wasn't in those initial trailers, where Zack was still attached to the project. But also, it's like it's very clear he likes comedic lines. He likes witty, like rapport. So why do like these more human moments of humor and levity so fail to manifest in so many of his films? There were a couple of funny lines in his Dawn of the Dead film, but James Gunn wrote that one, so I can't really attribute that to Zack. So
genetically experiment.
I think James Gunn wrote that. I can't remember. I know that I'm almost positive because I'm pretty sure that's where they became friends. I think is when they collaborated on that project.
On a Batman, like make
a Batman.
Yeah, for another version of Batman. Like take a guy and hit him with some Wolverine juice or whatever the fuck. And
other animals.
Just turn him into a superhero.
Yeah.
Instead of have him just be a rich guy, give him some crazy genetic mutation, something that they do to him that turns him into something.
But I think that is the thing. I mean, not to that extent, but that's the thing that Frank does, and that's the reason why I wanted Affleck, because like to me, Batman's a big dude, right? Affleck's 6'4", you know, he's like a legit big dude, and you know, like in the boots are like 2 inches, so like he's literally almost like, you know, 6'6" in the costume. Like when he comes out in the costume with that little bit of, I mean, we put some muscle on him, and then there's a muscle suit under the suit, and he's like, he's like legitimately a scary looking thing. You know, he's just like standing there, and you're like, I
feel like Ben Affleck, I think he's a good casting choice. I think he's a bit like Cavill in that way to a degree, where it's decent casting, but yeah, he just wasn't given a lot to work with. I think the thing I always point out is I've always thought his Batman costume looks weird. Like it's got it feels like it has everything I should like in a bat suit. It's gray. It's black and gray rather than just all black. It you know, it has you know, it's trying to stray more to the comic book, but I think it's the devil is in the details of that suit. The nose looks weird. I think it's there's something about the neck looks weird. The bat ears look weird. It almost looks like it's afraid to have bat ears. Like, so it just looks like a bunch of crap that's been molded into a. It looks like the mask almost looks unfinished in that way. But it's and I think it's just, and there's I think especially in some of the promo images, he just kind of looks fat in the suit as well. So I don't know. I think it's weirdly it's made him look weirdly proportioned. I think you know, the Arkham, there was this guy who created this perfectly game accurate version of the Arkham City suit. And it's been archived on a few places on the net, but I think the original article has been taken down. And it's just this bloody, it's still the best bat suit I've ever seen in live action. It was basically just a cosplay, but it was very confident. Well, it was stealing directly from it was a direct replica of the Arkham City suit, or a production. Well, is it a replica if the suit technically never existed? I don't know. That's a definitions thing, but yeah, I think I like that because he's still the Arkham City Batman is still really, you know, ripped and muscular, but he's also lean enough that you can believe him being all agile and athletic. And I go back and forth on if the ears are too long, but I think I just like that the ears are very well. I like that the ears give them a very well defined shape. But yeah, I can. But they also kind of look like bunny ears a little bit. So you know, I'm still deciding if they're too long or not. But I really like that suit. Worst has got to be what that was. The one the one good thing I can say about it is it's got blue in it. That should not be the compliment I'm giving your suit. It's got blue. That's not where And then there was it doesn't help that it's also in one of the worst it also is featured in one of the worst Batman scenes of all time, which is the lasso of truth moment. Which again, they turned into the lasso of verbal diarrhea. It seems. The lasso of truth. You know, it's meant to just go like, it's meant to compel you to tell the truth. That doesn't mean you give your entire life story. It just means that when you are asked a question, well, I guess there's two sort of interpretations that are, I think, probably valid. Either it compels you to answer the question. Or if you do answer the question, or if you choose to remain silent. Actually, I don't know. Does it force you to speak as well, I guess? I guess it would not be very useful if you could just keep your mouth shut. Or you would have to be more, like, clever if you if you still had the option to not speak. But I'm perfectly fine if it will force you to answer a question, that's fine. My big problem is that when someone starts just spewing their character bio from Wikipedia out, or their or the bio from the Universe Bible or something. It's just really off-putting. The Brave and the Bold animated suit is my favorite, or the OG from the same show, or the OG suit from the same show. Yeah, that's there's a lot of really good. We've been blessed with a lot of really good Batman designs over the years. I appreciate it.
Holy shit. Like, dude, the chin is so insane in that cowl, you know?
It's funny he says that, because I always felt like the mask is so thick that the chin almost is not allowed to... The chin has almost been consumed by the cowl. So it almost flattened the chin a little bit for me. Like, Robert Pattinson almost has the opposite problem, where he's got too much chin at the bottom. But you know, not that that's it's fine for his version of Batman. It's just I like when I can see how it connects to the rest of the costume from the front. So I would have a little bit more towards the side if I were to give a slight tweak to that costume. But that's a nitpick and a half, and I don't even know if I'd agree with it once I'd finished it. So I don't know. It looks kind of weird from one angle, and then every other angle it looks fine. So not exactly a scathing critique of Pattinson's costume.
I mean, look at him. He's...
See what I mean? Like it's like when you get the lighting right, it looks okay. It's just that that chin isn't super prominent either. I don't know. The head does look a little bit small, to be honest. Like, it looks like Batman for sure. There's no question. It's just, you know, the ears might be a bit. Are the ears better in the BVS suit than on the Justice League suit? Because I feel like the Justice League suit, it was almost like the ears were melting. Well, these ones are a bit more defined. I don't know. I think this was definitely. I'm trying to. Which suit is better? Do I think? Let's see. Batman, Justice League film. So you got yeah, it does. Yeah, the Justice League mask really kills it. Really kills it. No, I'm starting to see why they. But then, but no, it this promo shot right here. This promo shot right here, I think, is where I noticed. No, there are two promo shots specifically where I started noticing that his costume looks a bit off. Especially because his belt looks black in certain shots. It's just not a vibrant enough shade of fuck. Shade of gold. Gold. Okay, so we got this. Yeah, really, really. See, I'm so glad that I don't have the picture viewer up right now while I was scrolling through, because I somehow this mixed up with some of my personal photos, and I just scrolled up and I was just like, oh, that's a photo I don't want anyone on the internet to see. Let's not put that on there. But yeah, let's turn on. I'm gonna make sure that double check that there's nothing super dodge. Why did that? Wait, why did this one open in a complete? Oh, I see. They're two completely. I just realized PNGs and JPEGs open with completely different. Yeah, they oh no, web. Yes, those WebP files. You got to really watch out for those. Okay, so I got both of them open. Let's see if I'm. Okay, cool. So we've got this one here, right? And I always thought the suit looks really. It's like he has no neck in this one, and I don't know if it's just this promo shot. Like Cavill, yeah, we got the standard problems where there's no trunks and there's no, and it's a little bit over detail, but otherwise he looks fine. Like the devil's in the details. With this one, it just looks like, yeah, it looks like they put like a bicycle pump up his ass and they started pushing really hard, and suddenly he started. It looks like isn't inflation like a really obscure fetish online where people are just really turned on by people literally inflating up like balloons? And that's like a whole subset of the internet where like they just like draw famous characters and, you know, like Violet Beauregard or something like that. Only I would hope you're not fetishizing a child, but like they really liked the idea of someone just blowing up like a balloon. So it kind of looks like the beginning of inflation here, which is why the economy is tanking at the moment, because it's all going into Batman's ass. So there's that. Then there is. Oh, it's not doing the second one for some reason. Maybe I got to reopen it, maybe. Oh, no, there we go. Oh, wait, you can't see that. You couldn't see it the first time. Shit. Okay, we'll do that again. You tell me. Did that first image go on the screen, or am I going to have to do it again? Because I think I forgot to turn it on, that layer. I'm happy to do it. It's just you know, it hurts my soul a little bit. Not Chrome. Image glass. Let's see. Yeah, so let me just switch it back to the first. Let me just switch it back to the first one. Okay. Done. Now, do you see this one right here? Okay, you do see it. Good. So you see what I mean? Like, it looks like he has no neck. Even though he clearly does have a neck, but it looks like, I don't know if that's a Photoshop thing or if that's just how it looks, but it looks a bit weird. And I don't know, it just looks like he's inflating a little bit. Like there's just a bicycle pump right up his rear, and he's just, you know, they're just pumping it for all it's worth. And that's why the economy doesn't work anymore, because all that inflation, is a result of all the money going into Batman's butt. I'm sure there's people who are like, why doesn't Bruce Wayne like fucking? I wonder if it's that they took like Affleck's head from like a close up, and then they stuck it on like a render of his body. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. It's just this one has always looked weird to me. And it kind of got me thinking like, the suit, the Ben Affleck suit just kind of looks a bit off. I like that it's gray and black, but it looks a bit off. It looks a bit like a pug. And then, of course, we have, and then we have this one, where it's like it's a bit better in this one, but then there's still just something off about how his face is sitting, and I don't even know if it's the light. I think it might partially be the lighting, where the way it's getting his neck and stuff to blend together, combined with the fact that this is kind of an awkward shot because I think they haven't done his makeup totally correctly. I think they've missed like 1 pixel, and that pixel has destroyed everything. And also, it just looks a bit. That eye just looks a little bit awkward there. So I think that's partially what's going on. But the way the lighting kind of just sits on the neck there, it looks, I don't know, a bit odd. And again, I don't think there's just not enough gap. There's just not enough space. His chin looks really small, I think, is the big thing. I feel like it didn't need to look this small. I feel like they could have taken it, they could have shaved it up a little bit, and it would have looked a little bit more prominent. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like something went wrong in the execution phase, and it's resulted in like awkward angles like this, where it doesn't quite look right. Where before, the other bat suits didn't really have any awkward angles in the same way. And, Henry Cavill doesn't really have any awkward angles in his face, so that kind of makes it a bit more noticeable. In fact, I think his bat armor suit might have had a better like profile to it, if I recall correctly. Maybe. Let's see. And then, of course, there's this one shot here from Justice League that always just... It kind of has kid in a Batman costume energy. I don't really know how else to describe it. I'm going to show you. Cool. So the light source for each character looks different. That could be it, yeah. There was this one shot from BVS that just kind of... I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just the fact that... You see that jawline? You can actually see the jawline here. Or like what should be the jawline. But it's kind of being covered. And the mask is sort of clinging awkwardly against Affleck's skin. It's the only real way I can describe it. And the nose on the Justice League suit especially has always looked a little bit off to me. I think it's because it's so detailed, and they've gone all the way to just wrap it around as... It's just, it's very weird. They've got a lot of molded details in there that are just very weird. It kind of looks a bit like a crumpled potato. And I just realized he's got fabulous guy liner right here. You know what? When I focus on the guy liner, Ben Affleck's Batman is actually a little bit pretty. He's a gorgeous, gorgeous. Look at him. He's done all of his makeup for us. And, he's done his, maybe that's the thing. This has got, you know how Clooney had the bat nipples and, it was a very weird choice. It inspired like a lot of discourse around, the certain feminine stereotypes and things like this. Is kind of a little bit like Batman has put on a very feminine sort of. This is like he's molded the mask to look like he's put himself in like the French Revolution or something. Like he's just got, maybe he was born with it. That was, whenever I hear maybe he's born with it, or maybe she's born with it, I just think of Cards Against Humanity, because that card comes up, feels like every 3 fucking goes. This does look a bit awkward. It's not what someone who routinely wears something would choose to wear. Yeah, it's and of course it has the standard problems with the Snyder suits. There's just a little bit too much panel lining when it would really benefit from having this bat logo would probably look a bit better if it didn't have all these like origami marks on them. And I do like the detail that some of it looks a bit patched up. I wish it looked obviously you shouldn't go too far with that, in the sense that Batman probably would just swap out the suit, but like you would want to look like it. Sometimes he'll do standard repairs sometimes. You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man, and by then it was nothing to me but... And that was all I did in 2012. And then when I rewatched the film in 2022, this is all I did. I'm going to fist you, Batman! And it was really good. Gotham is yours. But yeah, the more I look at... I think, what doesn't help? Look at the whites of Affleck's eyes. They are the most immaculate whites I've ever seen. His eyes, look at how beautifully rendered and shiny his eyes are. Look at that. And then you put these and then you put these lines here that are meant to look really aggressive, but they end up making him look really pretty. Look at how pretty Batman is. Look at how pretty. I am so pretty. I am so pretty and witty and gay. That is how the song goes, just so we know. Man, I think this is the most autistic the stream has ever gotten. Just looking at, but I can't unsee it. This is a pretty, pretty girl. Look at how pretty Batman is. Do you not appreciate how pretty he is? Doing his makeup for all of us here. I think this is because this for some reason has long lash energy. It's not even in the right place. It's supposed to be crow's feet, but they feel like little kitty cat. They feel like something you would put there to be like, oh, look at these little kitty cat marks. It's beautiful. I've looked at it for 5 hours. Oh boy. One day we'll finish this video. One day. What if we gave him comic wide eyes? The only way that would work is if you were willing to animate them like the comics. I feel you can get that look to work. You just it's like Deadpool. You have to work at it. You have to really. I mean, actually, Deadpool and Wolverine, they animated Wolverine's eyes in that, and that was fine. So that's kind of your proof of concept there. I took that picture, by the way. He's like legitimately, like that's Batman suit would fit him like, yeah, it does. It hangs a little bit loose, doesn't it? It hangs a little bit loose.
Man, to me,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, like what, You know, because
Christian Bale was a great Batman.
he's
as
a great
well.
Batman, but he's still like 5'10". You know, it's.
I think I'm about 5'10", though I don't know if I got that measurement while I was slouching. So I could be taller. I could have the potential. I could be potentially somewhere between 5'10" and 6 feet. That's where I am.
It's cool.
No, wait, I'm 5. It came up as 5'11". So I'm somewhere between 5'11" and 6 feet.
I mean, not to be. I'm not.
No, that
I'm not
does
being.
mean.
I am one of those people. I'm one of those people, right? Who I'm not really that tall, but I'm tall enough that most people will call me tall. And that's a good place to be. If you think about it.
I'm not being rude
Was
about
Batman-
like.
Actually, this is a fun fact. Some, not all, but some, there are some, there is some preferential treatment towards shorter actors because the thing about tall actors is they are really fucking awkward to film. So while like a shorter actor will actually come eye to eye with their female co-stars a lot more. And it means it's easier to frame the shots around them. Meanwhile, you got giants like Liam Neeson, whom for the Phantom Menace they had to modify the sets to make them taller because he was just this giant, and they hadn't accounted for the fact he was so fucking tall. He was bumping his head on things. They had to rebuild the sets around Liam Neeson. Female actors need an apple box to stand on. Yeah, some of them do. They did that with Princess Leia for certain scenes.
And giant in the comic books?
In some of the.
I don't think 2 inches is going to make a difference when it's a goddamn Batman. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Like in Dark Knight Returns and in Frank's comics and like, in the classics, he's a pretty big dude. He's always been pretty thick. In Dark Knight Returns, if you look at Dark Knight Returns, like there's a line like where he's trying to hold someone's gun and his finger can't get in the trigger guard because he's so big, like where he's like, I like things like that, like where you're just like, he's like, he has this.
Wouldn't that be the lamest reason why Batman doesn't use guns? It's just like, I made these big gloves and I can't fit in the trigger guard. I guess I gotta throw bats at people. Just really attached to his gloves. He doesn't want to get thinner gloves, so he builds his entire moniker around the fact that he doesn't want to change his gloves.
This genetic like gift of just being this big fucking dude, and other than
your fingers are too fat. Remember that Simpsons gag where his fingers had gotten too fat for the buttons? Oh yeah, that's exactly what you're quoting. The number you have done. Oh, I'm glad I was on the upkeep eventually.
and that, his parents were murdered in front of him,
The Dark
and he's
Knight
also
Returns is only
like a billionaire. So like
Yeah.
that weird.
It's the only comic he's ever read, and I feel like he didn't read it properly. It's the problem. I feel like he half remembers it.
Like you want it to not be just one of those things, right?
Right.
It needs to be all of them in order for him to really to do what he can do.
But if somebody really wanted to fuck around with the genre today, if he had all that money, wouldn't he invest in some wild genetic engineering that turns him into an actual superhero?
Yeah, it's fun.
Why does Joe Rogan say that like that's a new thing? I was like, oh, if you wanted to fool around with it nowadays, why wouldn't he just do genetic engineering? And it's just like, well, I guess genetic engineering is increasingly relevant in the discourse. It's just that that's not a new thing for superheroes. I would dare say, that's, like the mad scientist trope is pretty well worn. Spider-Man is, literally a GMO superhero. So, like, I don't know, man.
Well, I think that
Gattaca. I like Gattaca a lot. That's a good movie. Makes you think with your brain. Also has good characters, from what I remember. There's also fucking in it, so you get points for that.
that's the real. That's the
Batman
fun
fans
of
are pulling their hair out.
it. Yeah,
right
like
now.
they don't like that. They don't want
What are you saying? You can't-
The best part is that they showed us that they showed us Gattaca in class. I can't remember. I think it was like in year 9, year 10, something. And then the fucking comes on, and it's just like we're watching sex with our teacher and our classmates, and we're all hormonal. Hooray!
Steroids?
Not just steroids.
Not just steroids. You wish it was steroids.
Yeah, I'm talking something way crazier.
Well, it's funny because like I did that scene, like there's that scene.
Oh, I've never saved anything for the swim back. It was that's such a good line. Such a good line. It's a good line. Like it's not profound on its own, but in the whole context of the film, it's just yes.
I think it's in. I don't think it's in the. It might be in the.
And it's thematic. It's thematic as well because it's all about it. It's about like, you know, there's genetic potential, and then there's everything you're willing to give, in order to succeed.
Theatrical, but it's definitely in the director's cut.
Though I must say, you got to wonder like. They've got designer babies in that future, but you can't just modify your own genome, like after you're born. You can do that now. We have a cure for sickle cell disease, and that's kind of how it works. You edit the DNA, and you know genetic engineering. Obviously they needed to make a very clear point, but that's just one of those threads where it's like, couldn't you just GMO yourself? Oh my God, The Simpsons did that. Sideshow Bob, he GMO'd himself. That was a weird episode, weird later episode. That's kind of where you kind of take a step back and you go, man, they really have Family Guy has been a really bad influence on the animation sphere as a whole.
Where like he wakes up and there's some chick in the bed with him that from the night before.
Well, mostly selecting, not editing. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's more about getting the ideal sperm and the ideal egg. Yeah. That is true. Good point.
Because like I always say, like, you know, Batman fucks to forget for sure. You know, Batman's a drunk for sure. You know, because like he has huge trauma.
He doesn't. He's not a drunk though. He really isn't. Like, I'm sorry, Zach. I'll give you some credit, Zach. That's not like that's not on the basic fact sheet. You're not making a Joe Rogan level mistake here. Because that is not on the basic fact sheet, Zach. I'll give you credit. I will give you credit. That is not on the basic fact sheet. However, Joe Rogan did not make a Batman film. You did. Well, you made a film with Batman in it. This guy, you know, Batman's like this ultra disciplined, you know, crusader for justice, who's like at the peak of human perfection. He's probably, you know, the fucker is not having alcohol. I'm pretty sure there was like, I'm pretty sure it's a big deal whenever he does have a drink. Like that means something really fucked has happened. It usually means something real fucked has happened. Yeah, he spent 10 plus years training. He went into the mountains, met the ninjas. He trained. That's the thing that the movie adaptations don't have the balls to do. They don't have the balls to show him going to Zatara or Houdini or like, you know, the magicians and the really out there like fucking mentors that Bruce Wayne had when he was traveling. You know, the escape artists and all that. They don't have the balls. They just wanted to go to the ninja academy. And I was like, that man didn't just go to ninjas, my friend. He went to fucking magician school. That's a tangent.
Right? Like, and I think that like
crime doesn't take a holiday, and neither do I. Exactly. Yeah, like there's the thing. Trauma. I've suffered a fair amount of trauma. I've never been an alcoholic. Like, I actually made a very intentional decision from a young age that I would be very, very careful with my alcohol usage, namely because I grew up around alcoholism and I just saw how destructive it was. So I set really hard rules with myself to just, you know, I think it was stuff like, you know, never 2 days in a row, never alone, and never while depressed. You know, never as a coping mechanism. And that kept me out of trouble. And then I eventually quit drinking when I learned about the cancer rates for alcohol. Yeah, I miss aspects of drinking. I don't really miss it as a whole. But I am at that point where I'm like, should I maybe give myself some exceptions? Like maybe like once every 3 years or something. I don't know. I'm not really super keen on that, but when I get back into a relationship at some point in the next 85 years, I might want to occasionally have some inebriated fun. But yeah, I don't know. I just you look at the laundry list of negative effects of alcohol, and you go like, oh God, I guess I don't need it. I really don't need it. But I can't really judge people who drink alcohol still too much. I mean, do you know how much ice cream and chocolate goes through this house? So much ice cream and chocolate. I am not a clean eater by any stretch of the imagination. My vice is definitely like the junk food and the burgers and the pizzas. And actually, okay, Defrosted Robot, you're going to be able to relate to this. Anytime I watch Dexter, he's always eating, and it makes me want to eat. It makes me want to eat my feelings. He's always eating pizzas and donuts, and Resurrection eats 2 cheeseburgers, the mad lad. 2 cheeseburgers at once. What a mad lad. He has the hot dogs and I just started the first few episodes of Dexter. After the first couple of episodes of Dexter Resurrection, I was just like, okay, anytime this show's coming on, I'm fucking ordering a pizza or something, because I'm gonna have cravings otherwise afterwards. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's so not fair. It's so not fair. Going to start drinking right now out of sheer contrarian shitbaggery. Oh, I keep a close eye on those on the synthetic alcohol research, so that one day I can drink without the consequences. The synthetic alcohol being, a drink that goes down they use the same pathways as alcohol to achieve the pro-social effects, but it doesn't have the really debilitating, like, it might kill you sort of thing. The acetylcholine is the really bad one, isn't it? It releases, that it's like basically a neurotoxin, right? And that's the thing. Here's the great thing about Star Trek. It keeps fucking nailing it, even when we think it hasn't nailed it. And synthahol, I think, is going to be one of those inventions that was first predicted by Star Trek, that I think is going to eventually just be a regular everyday thing, kind of like our phones and our tablets. I'm not a fan of synthetic highs. It just feels just like a bitch move. Remember there was like, remember Scotty? Remember how Scotty was like really appalled by synthahol, and then they had to dig around under Guinan's bar for some real booze? I am going to put on something warm because it is getting rather cold and the insulation in this room is shite, so I will be right back. Okay, gonna laugh. So I found out why it's cold. So I've got an IR blaster in the living room. So an IR blaster is, the IR stands for infrared. And what it essentially is, it's a smart home hub that has an IR blaster, so it's programmable. And it's basically, it's hooked up to a bunch of sensors. So it's basically, the IR part of it is the way it works is that I can take an infrared signal, so like a signal from a remote control, and I can program the IR blaster to reproduce that infrared signal, to clone it. So I have it pointed at the air conditioner so that at certain times of day, or if the room or if the apartment reaches a certain temperature, or if it's a certain temperature outside, etc., 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 it will turn on the aircon or it'll turn on the heater. You can program like the different temperature settings into it. And it's really, really cool. So but it can be a little bit fickle in those in-between sort of zones. So I've set so that the aircon turns on at a certain time of day, like later in the evening, if the temperature outside is above a certain threshold. But trying to figure out what that threshold is quite complicated because perception of temperature is always changing and gets a bit freaky deek. So it turns out the aircon was turned on. Turns out it was turned on around about. So it turns out it was turned on probably about 13 minutes ago, if I had to guess. And yeah, so that's why it suddenly got really cold because I was like, oh, it's it's detected that technically it's at the threshold, so it's just blasting cold air. What I think I might do, I've done this with the heating setting, so I think I might do this with the cold setting as well, is that I'll program a bit of gradient into it where it'll still activate at the same levels, but it'll activate a less cold air a slightly less cold airstream on cooler nights where it still should be, where I still need a little bit of extra help. And then on the really hot nights, it'll be on the coolest setting. Yeah, it's great. It's great as a thermostat sort of substitute in apartments where you don't have a thermostat and you don't have the all the like fancy piping and HVAC and everything, and you've just got like one split unit in fucking one part of the apartment. Oh, ooh la la. Oh, ooh la la, Mr. Frenchman.
You know, you wonder why he's a playboy. It's because, like, you know, like anybody, like that's a common, you know, fucking forget is a common, that's a real thing. That's a way to deal with trauma.
As for Batman sleeping around, I haven't known him. Like, I think, you know, he might do it to keep his cover as Bruce Wayne, as a coping mechanism. I will say that Batman can be a bit of a serial monogamist. He can jump from relationship to relationship. He's got like Catwoman and Talia and Vicky Vale, and a few other people that he kind of jumps between. Like, there are parts of his life where we can argue he seeks human connection, but like I don't know if I've known him to be like a super like loose person. I'd say he develops very emotionally complex relationships with very complicated women. It's tough to let people in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he has that distance. Like I think the closest you would probably argue is that, you know, he might, you know, if he's doing the playboy billionaire thing, he's probably got to like have a little bit of, you know, something in there to keep up appearances so people don't start talking. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if that's validated by any sources. So yeah.
You know, and I think that like I have that, there's that bit, he like wakes up and there's like just painkillers on his bedside table and he just like pops them and drinks some wine. I'm just like, you know, to me that's like,
it feels like it's this failure to understand individual response to trauma. He's just kind of going for the stereotype of like, oh yeah, you know, he's really traumatized, so he's, you know, he fucking sleeps around and, you know, he's drinking the booze and then, oh, he's got the head hurt, so he takes the booze and he has the painkiller. Oh, that'll fix it. And it's just like, Batman's not stupid. He's, I mean, even if we ignore like the coping mechanism side of it, he's not dumb enough to take painkillers and alcohol the same. By the time you reach for the painkillers, my friend, you know, I think Bruce Wayne, he probably has some. If Bruce Wayne really did have an alcohol problem, he would have like surely some sort of gadget there to at least test his alcohol levels before putting other drugs into his system. Surely. I mean, I guess you could argue that he's developed this sense for it, but I don't know. There's a lot of threads that just don't do it. Find other ways to show his trauma. You don't need to go so, you know, you don't need to. I mean, this is like, you know, the problem. This is just like, it's miserable Tony Stark. It's depressed. Like it is, like this is just really, really like Tony Stark without the quips. Only they didn't really do. They only did the alcoholism a tiny bit in the MCU, but you know, comic book Tony Stark, you know, demon in the bottle, you know, ruined his life. But Batman never struggled with alcohol, so I don't know why you're doing it here. And the thing is, there are fucking DC characters that struggle with alcoholism. You can explore that, but why do you have to do it with Batman? He didn't. And the other thing is, they don't explore the alcoholism, right? The alcoholism is like a whole thing. And you don't necessarily need to explore it every single time that you use it as a trope. But if you're gonna make a change like that, which is, you know, it's not like the most well-known quality, but if you think about it, it's a pretty big departure from like the really like disciplined Batman that appears in most areas. You've really got to think through the implications of it, I think.
It's like that's Batman. You know, like he's got a maple.
That's Batman. Could you find me, my friend? Find me a single, and you're not allowed to use an Elseworlds, because I know you would probably find me something from Dark Knight Returns or some shit. No, find me a single mainline. It had to have been the mainline continuity. It doesn't need to be canon right now. Okay. Find me one. Find me 1, 2, 3. Find me enough of them that you can say that that is a definitive characteristic of Batman. If you do that, I'll buy you a burger. How about that? It's going to be a nice burger, too. We're going to go to Grilled. We're going to have the Wagyu Wonder. It's going to be amazing. But only if you can bring me enough of those things. Zach, I challenge you.
Thorpe above the bed. He's got his glass house, and he's just like. Think
about it like this. Batman doesn't do steroids. That's actually a very good like thing to think about. Is that he got himself in that shape through sheer determination, through sheer like obviously the money helps. The money helps. What do you think Bruce Wayne's chef thinks about the sheer amount of protein and stuff he must eat? Oh wait. Never mind. Alfred makes all his meals. What the fuck am I talking about? For some reason I was thinking like, God damn, because I'm just thinking about how like celebrities get into shape for movies and stuff, and they've got like a whole team making sure that they don't fart in the wrong direction. So I'm thinking of like Batman getting help for that sort of thing. I was like, you know, someone's gonna suspect, and then I realized, no, wait, Alfred is like a beast. He is a one-man staff. He is the perfect cleaner, the perfect chef, the perfect everything. MI6, he did all of the fucking extracurriculars at MI6. And that's because he knew he was not going to be a secret agent forever. He knew he was going to be a butler one day, and he was going to be living the good life in service to other people. And so he did all his extracurriculars in spy school. And that's how he's so good. He tells them that Bruce Wayne eats pancakes and French toast. Oh God. Chadford. Damn right. There's a reason that they made a show called Pennyworth. And then they changed the title eventually to, what did they call? They eventually changed the title of that show, didn't they? They made like a James Bond show with Alfred. Pennyworth television show, and eventually they like changed the title or gave it a subtitle that was like, it was like marketed as Pennyworth: The Origin of Batman's Butler. What a world we live in. What a world. What a truly what a world. What do you that's what I would ask Zack Snyder if I were in the call with him, or if I got him. God, that would be such. You know what? I would do the face reveal. If I could get Zack Snyder in my house, I would do the face reveal just for that. Because how could I not? That would be the face reveal. Just getting Zack Snyder in my apartment and be like, "Hey, Zack, how you doing? Sit on my shitty couch. Here's my cats."
He has an aesthetic that's like clean, but like that's all he does. That's like his life, you know. Like
The thing about Batman, the modern versions of Batman, the Miller Batman, your Batmans, what
the modern versions of Batman, the Miller Batmans, your Batmans. He listed a version from the 80s, right? Listed a version from the 80s, and then and then he lists fucking, and then he lists he jumps right ahead to fucking Zack Snyder's one. It's like, yep, those are the modern ones. There's like, there's a few more in between.
What's interesting is that now superheroes are these flawed, like very distressed characters.
Sure.
Like the Watchmen is the best example.
They're all Watchmen is all trauma.
It's all trauma, and they're all crazy.
They're completely crazy.
And it's such a good movie. Why the fuck was there never a Watchmen 2?
Well, because frankly, the comic book doesn't exist. For me, that's why there wasn't. I just was like, the thing that's awesome about also that,
you can feel like the diplomacy a little bit with that, where it's like, or I imagine. I don't know if I'm projecting or not, but I feel like there might have been just a little bit of frustration there of like when like Joe Rogan's going, why the fuck isn't there a Watchmen 2? And even Zach's going like, we don't. Because that book doesn't exist. That book doesn't exist, my friend. That's why. Like, would have loved to do a Watchmen 2. Don't have the book for it. You don't want, and trust me, friend, you don't want me writing Watchmen 2. Let me tell you that. God, imagine that. They did make HBO's Watchmen. That's true. That's true. See, Zach had enough common sense to not make a sequel to Watchmen. That's, I will give him that.
It's one of those things like when you start to really, look at like Night Owl not being able to get it up because he's not in his costume. Like that's just.
That is the first. I think this is the first time Watchmen's mentioned in this episode, and we go right to Night Owl's. To the erectile dysfunction. I'm not saying that's an invalid thing to talk about. It's just like, wow, wouldn't be my first choice in a serious conversation, or like, trying to talk about like, it's the context specifically. He's talking about what's so great about Watchmen. Very first thing he says is like, yeah, look at this erectile dysfunction. It's just like, I mean, it's cool in the sense that it's displaying like this very human weakness in like a. In a superhero, mature. It's a mature sort of way to show fragility and weakness, and Watchmen came out at a time where you had that really. God, I don't want to use the term because it's kind of been ruined by both sides of the internet, but that really. I'll just use the term and say that I'm using it in the academic sense and not in the cringe Twitter sense. So it's the toxic masculinity part, right? Where it's there's the where there is this this idea, as opposed to positive masculinity, which is what I would say Superman is. You have the toxic side, which is like men, they have to bury down their feelings and they don't feel feelings. And they have to keep it all locked inside, and men shouldn't have struggles, that kind of thing. And if you can't get an erection, you're less of a man. And so that's an interesting thing to that's an interesting thing to put into like a superhero book of that era, especially where that sort of stuff was really prominent and not really being talked about too much, because it really. It really helps to humanize, the characters, because of course, they are like, especially in Watchmen, where all of them except for Dr. Manhattan, they don't have powers. Of course, they're gonna have a little bit of performance anxiety, or You know, you know, I'm starting to realize that you know, if I do have some sort of dysautonomic thing going on, like that one commenter suggested, you know, that might explain why whenever I'm first sleeping with someone, I always this is why I'm the shittiest person to do one night stands with, because you're not getting a good erection out of me for at least like 2 or 3 or 4 weeks into the sexual side of that relationship. There's something that happened. My body needs to like fully readjust. And that might be part of that that autonomic hypermobility thing. But like, it's a very human thing, you know. People, you know, I watched an Anna Arcana video actually that she was kind of highlighted that there's a difference between, you know, mental arousal and physical arousal. We think that they should be both one and the same, but actually, you know, the mind can be fully aroused. It can be fully turned on, but the body, you know, the body has all sorts of shit going on, and you know, the penis and the vagina, you know, are a recreation center in the middle of a sewage plant. So of course you're going to have a little bit of complication down there if all the other autonomic things aren't going well. If you haven't eaten enough, if you're dehydrated, if you're stressed out, or if you're just plain old tired, or if you're drunk. And that's the thing. And something that's actually not talked about enough, at least generally, is that, you know, probably because it's not as apparent, because women can kind of have sex either way, because, you know, they've got an innie, so they don't have to insert anything, so they kind of have an advantage there. But the thing is, women can have like sort of performance anxiety too. Their ability to self-lubricate. The vagina has erectile tissue in it. That's the same as the penis. It just goes in the opposite direction. So if those two mechanisms aren't functioning, they can create pain. It's actually not normal for women to bleed when it's actually not, well, I guess it depends on how you're talking about normal, but it's not necessary for women to bleed when they lose their virginity. It's just that it's just that their body is still getting used to achieving a physical state of arousal around another person, in the same way that, you know, a guy might struggle to get an erection first time he's having sex or something. And also, I'm pretty sure the hymen is not what you think it is. I'm pretty sure it's not this like physical. It's not this like it's not a plastic sheet over the vagina. It's something. It's almost like a fold that doesn't even need to break. I'm pretty sure that's an urban myth. There's a lot of. I got really into female health for some reason. Like, I don't know, like at some point last year. I think it's just because I've known so many women who have endometriosis, and it's such a horrible thing to live with, and it is so under talked about. And it really annoys me because I do care. Obviously, these are my friends. Like, it feels like every third woman I meet has endometriosis, and it feels like it's super prevalent, but it's very rarely talked about, and it's very and a lot of doctors don't understand it. And I think maybe I empathize a lot with the female experience of healthcare, because I've just had such a fucking shit time with my healthcare experience the last year or so. And I was talking to a female friend, and she just said, "Oh, it sounds like you're getting the female version of healthcare." And I'm like, "Yeah, it does sound like that." I'm definitely relating a lot more to like that whole medical gaslighting thing going on. But man, these tangents just like they go. I guess you know what it is. I have so much stuff built up from not streaming that it's kind of just all coming out at once. It's just like I'm turning on the faucet, and this is what comes out. You're getting a full education on the vagina, on the mechanisms of the vagina, how it works. It's just, oh man, oh man. Let's see, but I can't represent that. Can't I represent the hymen as something symbolically in Evangelion? I need to watch Evangelion, but I'm sure you can. Probably something. You have to peel it off like a yogurt. Oh, that's gross. I'm doing research on the hymen right now, to double check, because I saw hymen. Images. Now. Let's see. Oh my God, there's different types of hymen. That's interesting. Ooh. I've got to, that was like information. That was information overload in several different ways. And I need to understand, you know what I need to understand? I need to understand what the actual myths about the hymen are in a more thorough way. But also I need to do a more like neutral deep dive into that. And I've got Zack Snyder to watch. I don't have time to look at vaginas all day. Though goddamn, if I would gladly do so. I would gladly do so, sir. Or madam.
Cool. To me, that's just like that's like pure. That's boiling down superhero to its fucking purest thing. I don't get turned on unless I got to go out, fucking save some people, do some crime fighting, and now I'm fucking ready to go.
Yeah.
You know, like that to me was like, that was like, that as a superhero movie, as a concept, took a long time to like Land with the Boys or like these other kind of superheroes where now it's cool to deconstruct superheroes. It's kind of.
But The Boys doesn't do it very well, is the problem. I think that show is, it's the definition of like, I am not on board. I'm not on board. I have no faith in where you're going, but I'm in so deep that I just want to see how it ends. I think it's just because I know how batshit insane the ending is in the comics, and I'm just curious what the fuck are they going to do in the show. Because I know they're not going to do the comic book version, or at least not the full McCoy. So I don't know. I am more. It's at that point where it's like, I don't trust you to tell a good story, but I'm curious. I was like that with Star Wars for a little bit, and then Kenobi fully severed my interest, and that's impressive. You know, it takes quite a bit to sever me like that. It also doesn't help that Kenobi came out at a super rough point in my life, so more bad Star Wars was not on the menu for me.
Fun, everyone's having a good time with it, and I was doing it almost 15 years ago, and it just I just don't think superheroes were as deep in the culture as they are now, where like all those things would land. Like all that deconstructive kind of work that we were doing at the time was really in reference to comic books, not comic book movies. Because Watchmen was written, in response to the comic book.
I'm so fascinated. It's what I love about chat is that there's just a rotation of opinions. Where like the Star Wars thing is just such a good example. Where it's like before, I think earlier in the stream we were talking about like I think we're talking about KOTOR and the prequels and some of the expanded universe stuff. And now now the chat is kind of rotated just by the virtue of different people being awake at different times. And now we have, more of a preference for the OT or like only caring about the OT. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know why that's super fascinating to me that like only a few hours ago we were having a conversation about like really deep Star Wars lore, and now we're on like OT, and now the chat has kind of switched to the OT side of things. I think that's just it's not a bad thing by any stretch because everyone's kind of got their own sort of line in the sand with that sort of stuff. But I think it's just because I love the diversity in my audience where, if there's anything I want, it's not to cater to any one group, but instead to just form sort of a neat little collective where everyone doesn't, can understand each other, but can also have discussions about differences, and there's not like a little cult forming around certain things. So I think that's a little bit neat. I think maybe it's as I'm getting older, I'm valuing differences in opinion a lot more than I used to. And I valued differences in opinion like a lot before, but I think maybe I'm like, maybe I valued it in the abstract before, but now I see it out in the wild, and I'm like, oh, I actually like that. I actually like that. Maybe it's part of growing up. I don't know.
Industry, not necessarily. Comic book movies didn't exist when the book was written.
Right.
So it's a very much You know, Alan Moore was very much obsessed with the morality of comic book heroes within comic books. And so, and he just took an adult look at it. You know, he's a smart genius. He's a fucking pure genius. So.
Well, that was the thing that people figured out along the way with graphic novels as well, was that comic books aren't just a thing that children like. You know, I was a giant comic book fanatic when I was a kid, and I wanted to be a comic book illustrator. That's what I wanted to do.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I had one bad high school art teacher, and it ruined it for me.
Fucking guy.
Fucking guy. He ruined it for my friend John DeVore, who was the most talented.
I'll never get that. I'll never get. Obviously, I think it's important to give kids and teenagers, useful, constructive feedback. I'm never gonna get those high school teachers that just are mean to their students, and they think like, yeah, this is how kids learn, right? It's just like, I mean, all you're really doing is determining who's got like a greater ability to absorb punishment, really. And I guess, look, in the real world, of course, there is going to be a certain level of gruelingness, but at such a foundational age, I think you want to be nurturing that talent if you have that opportunity, rather than just fucking, just being a dick. Especially if you're not hot shit yourself, And I guess there's an argument to be made that, there's that tall poppy syndrome where, there's a couple of flavors of mean teacher, right? There's like the jealous teacher who never amounted to anything in their life, and they're jealous whenever, and they don't want any of their students succeeding either because they want their students to be just as miserable as they are. And then there are the people who like, they don't understand, they haven't quite grasped that even though they're teaching students, beginners, a lot of them, that some of them are going to be learning at different rates, and some of them are going to be starting at a very different level than the other student, and they might just need a bit of nurturing and a bit of guidance, and that everyone has to start somewhere. Something. If only Hitler had gone to art school. I got really distracted by trying to figure out what everyone was saying in the chat, and then I had a little brain moment where I couldn't read English for a second. No, fuck, no, wrong, fuck anyone who disagrees with me, blah.
Talented guy in the class. When I found out that he gave him an F, I was like, are you out of your fucking mind? This guy was so talented.
Wow.
And he was like, I was pretty good, and he was quite a bit better than me. And then there was this other guy named Kevin who was in our class who was also like really good. And all of us wanted to be comic book artists. And I was really into the more adult versions of it. Like, there was some amazing like horror genre comic books back in the day, like creepy and eerie, that had these incredible like Frazetta covers.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever seen Creepy and Eerie?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, God, I love those things.
I'll tell you sorry, go ahead, finish your.
No, go ahead.
But you want? Oh, so what I was going to say was that like, I was obsessed with.
This is why I love having chat on screen, because they can make arguments that I might not think of.
Growing up, this comic book called Heavy Metal.
Yes.
And heavy metal is like my thing. Basically what happened was my mom, I was like 13 or whatever, and I bought, maybe 12 even. I bought a copy of Heavy Metal.
I'm going to double check the dishwasher. 1 sec. Good, I did. That means I have clean plates and stuff so that I can feed them in a moment. Good.
Sold it to me because it says Adult Illustrated Fantasy Magazine right underneath, like in kind of small letters, but it's there.
Right.
I would cover it with my thumb when my mom was around. But she one Christmas got me a subscription to Heavy Metal.
Did she know?
She didn't know. She just thought it was a cool comic book, right? And I didn't say anything, of course. And that comic book,
that's kind of relatable. I think I remember when I watched RoboCop. Here's my history with RoboCop, right? My parents, for some reason, got me RoboCop 3, which is It's rated M here, which is like the PG-13 equivalent, I think. Here we have slightly more gradient. We have slightly more ratings than the US has, so we have a bit more gradient, which is honestly that's an underrated topic when it comes to like the MPAA and like the GPG PG-13 stuff, where it's like you jump right from 13 to 17, and it's like maybe you want one more in between. I don't know. Hot take. Maybe you want a 15 rating in there just to give people a little bit more wiggle room, because it just goes right from like, oh, you can barely show any nudity, you can't really show that much blood, to, oh my God, Nightmare on Elm Street 3. I don't remember if Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is more violent than Nightmare on Elm Street 1, but it does exist, and there are boobs in it, and there is violence. You get my meaning. But I remember for some reason, like, oh yeah, we would have the ritual, because back in the day, I was on the very cusp of this being like a family ritual. We would, this was before streaming, and this was back when home media was these big physical tapes, and DVD was only just on the market, and we didn't have a DVD player for a little bit, so we just had video. DVD was like this magic invention at that time, very expensive. And we didn't even have a good enough TV to really take advantage of the DVDs. And they would always. You remember when I remember. You would put the DVD on, and if it was on like a really small CRT, you would feel ripped off, because the black bars, because the aspect ratio, the black bars would take up so much of the screen. Your brain would almost tell you, this looks like I'm missing half the film, and then you try to find the setting to get rid of the black bars, and you just can't do it. And it didn't help that the VHS copies, if you had both for some reason, the VHS would always perfectly fit the 4:3 screen. And you would just give this illusion to your non-critical thinking brain that it's like, hi, I've been ripped off. The DVD ripped me off. Oh my God. Meanwhile, I spent my teens collecting magazines with underwear. Oh yeah, those were. I didn't do that. But it was definitely. I would have been one of those. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I would have been too self-conscious. I don't know. I'm just grateful I got in. I got in at just the right time, I think. But yeah, the VHS tape. But yeah, we'd go to the what we would call the video shop. In America, I think it's the colloquialism is the video store. But we would go there and we'd rent a tape. And we'd, it was this great ritual where we would watch like a new movie or something, or it was kind of this thing where like there would be like everyone would like rent one thing from there. So my siblings would get their one tape each, and I would get one. And I think on one of these trips I rented RoboCop 3 because it looked cool on the cover, and I watched it, and because I was like 5 or 6 or 7, I think probably close to 5 or 6 to be honest. I didn't really understand what was going on too much in the story. I got like a general idea, like it wasn't too hard to follow. I didn't get the backstory, but I knew it was there. But because I didn't have like my critical thinking wasn't exactly on at this point. So what ends up happening is I'm watching. I end up really liking it, and I want to watch the other ones. And so what do? My parents go and they actually buy me like the all 3 RoboCop films, and I knew about R ratings, like R18 plus. It's what we have here. I knew about it conceptually. Like they would have the before the movie would start, they used to have this ad that would play. Why am I doing Trump hands right now? I'm just doing the, You know that gesture he does where it looks like he's saying, where he looks like he's going, and I caught a fish this big, or something like that. I don't know why I'm doing that for some reason. I think maybe just because it's a very easy hand gesticulation. I'm not sure. But I'm back to my story. So they would have this. They would have this this sort of infomercial that would play at the beginning of a lot of videotapes, and it was this just kind of PSA saying like, this is what G rating is, this is what PG is, this is what M is, this is what, it's basically trying to tell parents what is appropriate for what age group, and so you know, it's an educational little short, but what it did for me is it built this mystique around the higher ratings. What is an MA film? MA 15 plus restricted. What does that look like? Oh my God, what is an... And then there was the top tier, which was R, 18 plus. And they don't really show much of an R film. They show like the tiniest bit of an R film in that infomercial just to get an idea of it. I don't even remember what film they show, but they have to really dodge around it, because this is a tape. This is going to go on the front of G and PG and you know, rated movies. So they have to be really, really selective there. But it just created this mystique around the R rating. What is in an R-rated film that means that my little dumbass can't watch it? Why can't I watch the fucking R-rated thing there? So when I finally got when RoboCop came in, I was like, holy shit! I saw the R18 on the VHS, and I was like, holy shit! I don't know what my parents were thinking. They could be very liberal at times, like very, very like, you know, oh, whatever, it'll be fine. So you know, it was borderline traumatic, but it was also kind of awesome at the same time. I remember I was not really I found the whole scene where he fucking gets torn to pieces by bullets. That impacted me a lot. I really enjoyed seeing the boobies at the beginning. Did you play that game when you were little, where like whenever something would come on television and you would think, when you learn about what boobies are, whatever age it is, suddenly you are just, this was back, you know what, this is probably, you know what, it occurs to me that, what occurs to me is that this might be a generational thing, where I don't think younger generations are going to be able to relate to this, because back in, you know, but again, I was on the cusp between, you know, the older generation and the new internet generation. So I was right in the middle of that. So what would happen at that early age is that you learn about what boobies are, and suddenly you're keeping an eye out in like films and stuff. It's like, ooh, are there going to be boobies in this one? Are they going to, you know, you start to realize that some films have boobies, while other films only look like they're about to have boobies, but they never go the whole way. They hide the boobies. And at that time, I didn't have the ability to find out why. I just knew that sometimes they have boobies and sometimes they don't have boobies. I knew that I never saw boobies on Star Trek, but if I switched the channel, suddenly there were boobies there in Sex and the City. Didn't know why. All I know is that I was on the hunt for boobies because I knew what they were, and I wanted to look at them because I was a very young male. And that's what young men did. Nowadays, you just go to Google and it's just like, boobies, all there, every single category. You can find boobies of every shape and size from every celebrity and every single walk of life, every race, color, and creed. Back then, not so simple. Not so simple. It was like finding the Holy Grail anytime boobies came on the television. And it was just this whole thing. And so that, you know, you would sneak out of your room at night just to catch a glimpse of the television to see if there were boobies on the television, because you knew you were not getting boobies in anything you were watching. So you wanted to peek. Wanted a peeky poo to see if there was any fucking tits on the screen. And you would never admit to doing it, of course. Of course you would never admit it. But you were totally doing it. And that was just kind of, I don't know if it was a rite of passage or just kind of like a really quaint tradition, but it was something. Yeah, it was something. So was the movie good though? I have no idea. I was 5. Collecting magazines, like I said. Meme on the late night SBS grinds. I could not be selective about what it was. I had to not get caught out of bed after bedtime. That's how young I was. It was a weird thing, right? When my mum didn't give a shit about bedtimes and my dad was super strict about it. So if ever my dad was off on a business trip or something, suddenly the bedtime rules really changed really fucking quick. It wasn't even seeing the boob, it was seeing the... You know, and that's another thing, right? I think I discovered that... I think when the boobs became a lot more accessible, I kind of realized that I enjoyed the thrill of the hunt a little bit more. I preferred to see the you know, a tantalizing tease of tit rather than just having it given to me right there. I came to realize that I appreciated the hunt for Red October and not finding it. Moby Dick.
And when
Moby Tits.
you see the R-rated version of Rebel Moon when it comes out, because basically the deal I made with Netflix was, they said, I wrote this script and I said, this is the script I want to make, and they said, that is insane. And I said, yeah, but it's like heavy metal, but like in, you know, live action.
You know, I probably should have watched Rebel Moon. I had a year to watch Rebel Moon between now and the last stream, and I didn't do it. I forgot Rebel Moon existed. That's my mistake. That's okay.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, is there any way it could be PG-13? And I was like, well, if it's PG-13, it kind of misses the whole point a little bit. But I can imagine that, you know, for a mass audience and for, like, you know, viewership, that seems like the smart way to go. I go, what about this? What if take this script, I make you a PG-13 version that you can just blast into the world, and hopefully as many people see it as possible. And then you let me, as a bonus, you just let me make this version exactly as I think. And they were like, okay, that sounds cool. So coming at the end of the summer, you'll see my 2 3-hour versions of Rebel Moon that are like hard R-rated, the hardest.
What you wanted to do.
Which
Oh boy, so is that why there are 2 versions of Rebel Moon? Because one's PG-13, the other one is just harder. Is that kind of what is that the main difference? Just like that always, you know, there are some films, right, where like you can trim out like the graphic scenes, and the film basically stays intact, and then there's other stuff where it's like there's no universe where you can edit it to make it PG-13, and it's interesting to actually think about where that dividing line is, because, you know, a lot of R-rated films, you know, the violence is a garnish to a story that could be told in multiple different levels of explicit graphic violence. While there are some films where it is so integral to the story and so interwoven that the film falls apart. Like Showgirls, for example. I know what they did was, I remember now. They did CGI clothes to try and do a TV cut of Showgirls, didn't they? And it looked awful. That was a time and a half.
I exactly wanted to do it. So they said, yeah, go do that. And so they were able, because normally when I do this, director's cuts, you know, which is a thing now I'm weirdly famous for, the director's cuts were always an answer to a thing that the studio made me do, right? Like, here's my movie. They're like, yeah, we really want you to cut these parts out because they're not cool. They're like, the movie's too long or the movie's too violent or whatever. And I would be like, wow, really? Because I really think that's kind of the why of the movie. And they'd be like, no, it's really important. The focus groups told us that they don't like that, so take it out. So I take it out.
You know, the R-rated cut of BVS, from what I understand, well, that's the version that was, you know, it's really like, it's really not hard R. It's really just, it is so borderline. Like it is just, the difference is a few splatters of blood and some fucks, and that's about it. And then there's of course the but of course it's the more coherent cut as well, because I remember when I didn't watch BVS in the cinema, but I remember I made a pilgrimage I made a point to watch the theatrical version when that hit Blu-ray. I didn't pay for it. I had my crafty ways back then. But I made a real point that I wasn't going to watch the director's cut first, because I wanted to know what they experienced in the cinema. And what I experienced was so incoherent, and also just so, I remember it was boring. It was fucking boring. To the point where I think my brain hit a dopamine pocket halfway through, and I just started giggling, because I think my brain was going, if you don't get some sort of stimulation right now, you're going to swallow your own tongue. We're releasing the emergency pocket. Here you go. Could have been an emergency could have been endorphins. Like I was feeling pain, and the brain was like, here you go. Oh, but the point is, I had to take a McDonald's break halfway through that, and that was not even the 3-hour cut, and it was still, oh my God.
But then I'd go I'd go over to home video right across the street, and I'd be like, hey, guys, you want another movie to release? Because I got the shit.
I watched BVS for $5 and felt cheated. I would feel cheated as well. It was with alcohol. Yep. I think, honestly, alcohol might make it worse, because it makes it harder to track what's going on, and the film's already pretty fucking incoherent.
And they'd be like, absolutely, whatever you say, because...
And there's nothing really that's super duper funny in it, in terms of like, so bad it's good quality. So the alcohol just kind of makes it feel how it is. It's my medication alone.
You know, at that time, there was a huge market for directors. It gave them a second kick at the can in home video, right? So they would be like, that's so cool. We get a whole other movie to market that like never before seen footage. Right. You know, it just feels like a cool thing. And so that was how I've always done my directors, because always as a response to what the studio.
Am I going to have to do a third part? I didn't think this was going to, I thought we were going to get through it. And then I just went on every tangent this stream. Oh, that's great though. That, you know, it's not a bad thing to have to do more parts. It's just like, how long have we been going for this one? I'm going to check. Oh, I can't easily check that, can I? How long have we been going? Like, we've been going for like 6 hours. Wow. So not even, we're not at risk of elapsing the time limit at least, but Jesus Christ. Jesus, lover of my soul, Jesus, I will never let you go.
Was telling me couldn't be in the movie. Because I never planned. I would always go into it like bright-eyed, like, oh, everyone's going to love this. Including, you know, the studio, when you see my cut, you're going to think it's amazing. And they would like look at it and go like, bro, like that's...
This is the big mind fuck about getting anything made in Hollywood, is that you've got to like 4D chess your way into, because you're not looking at something, you're not making something, it's not like, I think this is why writing standards in Hollywood went down over time. Maybe they were always up and down, but like why it feels like, there's not really a value for script, for why there's a lack of standardization for scripts. I think the big reason for that is, well, there's a lot of reasons. So like you wouldn't want to put arbitrary. The last thing I would ever want is like there to be a big rule set of arbitrary rules of what you can and can't do. It's all for me. It should be like the more general rule that it needs to be internally consistent, and beyond that, go nuts. But this is the reason why you don't even get that far, is because you're doing this whole mind fuck trying to figure out what you not just what the studio will want, but what the individual members will say yes to that day. It's this huge psychological game to get anything made. And again, it's why I'm a big advocate for the independent filmmaking scene. I'm a big advocate for technologies that enable independent filmmakers to do more, because to do more with less, because it's I feel like when there's just so many fingers in the pie, you forget, by the time you're getting to actually making the film and writing the film and making the film, shooting it, you kind of just forget what the fuck you're even doing there, and you get so burned out with the whole thing, you're just kind of relieved when the entire thing's over, and it's why a lot of things just kind of slip through the cracks. Yeah, it's the thing.
No, like, this is too much, and so that's where my director's cut's kind of
Zack is actually quite lucky in that sense, because most directors don't get that privilege of having the studio say like, oh yeah, you can shoot your version as long as you just let us create our version as well. Like, the studio will usually at the scripting stage go, they don't tend to, because remember, the studio is not it costs more money to make 2 versions of a film versus 1. So you've got to be you got to have a silver tongue, or you've got to be, really in with the director, or you've got to have some sort of way to convince them, because that's just it's not standard practice to have 2 completely different cuts of the film. Old man meme, ha! Yes, spoke. I know. Turning into an old, fragile, old person. So that's not for another couple of weeks, so we're probably going to be fine for now. But then I will immediately become old as soon as the 23rd rolls around. Snyder's personable, yeah, that's the thing. Look, it's it's an old saying, but it's a good one. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And if you're likable, if you're good to work with, you get surprisingly far. Like, if you ever wonder, like, how the fuck did this person get put in front of this? It could literally be as simple as, like, they're probably just really nice, or like they might just be really good to work with. They might just be a really respectable individual when you meet them in person. And when you have that, you'll let that person get away with bloody murder if you want to, if they want to, because they're nice. Yeah.
Just as a practice, we're born. It was born out of that, me needing to show the world what I intended originally. And so, by the time now that I've got to Netflix with this Rebel Moon movie, and my sort of the mythology around my director's cuts was kind of a thing, especially with Justice League, as you can imagine. They were like, you know what? Why don't we do a director's cut as part of the process rather than as a...
I will say he's a better storyteller when he's just telling a story in person than he is actually trying to put a cohesive film together. Maybe he should do more of... Maybe what might save us from more Zack Snyder films? If we give Zack Snyder a podcast and he can just talk on that. And... he can get that out of his system. He can tell all the stories he wants there.
Response to it. And I was like, that's really smart. Like, that's really cool, because...
How on earth has he not done that yet? He's not a huge avid social media person, but you would think that would be like a natural step considering the stuff he has done with social media. Like, I'm surprised. I guess if the Snyder Cut was done, like, if they agreed to it a few years later, he might have actually ended up resorting to that. Like, he would have done like the Snyder Cut podcast and gotten all these people on, and it would be like increasingly tangential to the actual point of it.
In a lot of ways, I totally get the economics of making a PG-13 version of this insane genre movie, because what I'm asking.
So this is why I love. I always get really excited when new visual effects, like software or or more accessible techniques come onto the market. I keep a really close eye on that stuff, and the reason is, Zack is correct here. A multi-million-dollar, a big genre film is very expensive to make. You've got to do sets and costumes, and if you want to do it in live action, that is, and you've got to, and that's on top of having a good script, and it's much harder to get those things greenlit because it's, the studio wants a more guaranteed bang for buck. Like, meanwhile, if you have like a drama or something, something that's, there are certain, at least back in the day, I'm not sure if it's still the case now, but it might still be. But I know that, sometimes there are some sorts of films that studios will put out, and they'll do it with no intention of making a profit because they want to. It's more like a PR move where they want to just, where they want to just kind of show everyone, oh yes, we are real artistic, we are an artistic studio, we make art here. So they'll greenlight, like a drama or something more experimental, something that's cheap to make, that they can tank the loss on if no one watches it, and then they can just say, look at our artistic outputs, and those are easier to sell to studios because they're not, especially if they're not looking for a profit, and it's cheap to make. Suddenly they don't care what you pump out as long as it's something that they can use. So you can get away with that. But the thing is, with genre, with like quote unquote genre films, so your sci-fis, your westerns, your historicals, your fantasy, a lot of money has to go into those. Location shooting, and I've already mentioned the costumes and everything, and the VFX. So I think and when there is such high stakes for these films to make money, it becomes this increasingly hard sell to get more, not necessarily experimental, but just unproven in the eyes of the studio sort of concepts, like Deadpool, for example, that took forever to get made because it was just so out of left field compared to what was on the market. Star Wars was another example where that film barely got made, and it was like it redefined the film industry as soon as it came out. But fuck, getting that film made was a nightmare. Lots of documentation for that process. And the really unfortunate thing about that is, I think there's plenty of people out there who would prefer to write a science fiction film than they would write like a down-to-earth drama. They just can't put themselves in that mindset. But that's the thing that's going to make you money. That's going to be the thing that is more affordable, and is going to give you that more. That's going to give you more creative control over the project, which is frustrating. I get excited about new visual effects stuff, coming up. Whether it's like the latest thing from Unreal or advances in 3D printing or something like that, because I love this equalization that slowly happens over time, where independent filmmakers are given more and more tools to do more and more with less. They don't have to wrangle, these huge unwieldy budgets and make something that is guaranteed to make a profit. They can just they can more and more just make something that is a story that they wanted to tell, and it might make a profit, it might not. But if it's cheaper to make, it's easier to argue for it to be made if you even have to go for studio funding at all. And it's going to reach a point where it's going to be, it's going to get increasingly competitive with the independent scene as it just becomes easier. The humanoid robot thing, when you can just when you can have those things like be your crew, fill in a lot of crew roles that would otherwise require people that you would need to pay. And of course, I'm not trying to advocate for people losing their jobs or anything. It's a very complex subject, but it's undeniable that when you're able to automate certain roles, the required budget goes down, because a lot of the budget is just paying people what they're worth. And when you don't have to bring as many people into a project, just kind of your bare essentials, and then like the automations can be like an extension of those core crew members, you afford yourself the ability to make something far, far cheaper. It helps the creative freedom side of it too, because you're not worrying about wrangling like 50 or 60 different people. You just have your core people, your core team, and the automation side takes care of it. We're not there yet. I haven't really seen anything even close. I haven't seen any of these humanoid robots advertised as like cameraman robots or anything like that. But I think as those become more viable options, it's gonna, even if you can, even just to rent them, you're going to see a revolution in the independent filmmaking scene, where a lot more people are just going to be, where a lot more people are just going to be able to make more and more ambitious films. And that means, there's going to be crap there as well. But I think in terms of live action filmmaking, you might hit a bit of a sweet spot where it's enough effort that not everyone is going to want to pump out their own film, but it's affordable enough that the people who are really, really passionate about filmmaking are going to be able to do it for cheap enough that you're going to get some really spectacular sort of films, and some really terrible ones as well, admittedly, but you're going to get like a greater variety coming in, because they're no longer going to be hampered by the studio system, which is why the conversations around automation and stuff in the filmmaking industry is interesting to me, because the conversation always goes to like, well, Hollywood's going to automate all these jobs away and no one's going to get work anymore, but it doesn't focus on how independent filmmakers are suddenly going to be very empowered to do things that previously would require Hollywood level resources to do. And even now, people can do way more now. Like, even the memes that I make and the stuff I make, the very fact that I have a non-linear editor and I can put clips together and stuff, that used to be something exclusive to, like, you used to need a huge room. You used to need to rent a whole room, and you needed to work with physical film. If you wanted to do anything remotely, no one did video editing as a hobby. Even any earlier than maybe the 90s, maybe later than that. That's actually a super new thing. But now anyone with a decent computer can slap some editing software on it, and suddenly they can stitch together clips from either things that already exist, or they can create their own footage using the camera they have in their pocket, and and shoot hundreds of hours of footage without ever having to buy new stock. And we've come a long way, and I think you're just going to continue to see progress in various areas. It's not where that progress is going to land first. It's a little bit unpredictable, but I think the direction it's generally going is like, when you can do things cheaper and get the same result, you empower the people willing to take advantage of those advantages. Like even things like costumes, 3D printing continues to get better and better and better and better and better. So right now, I wouldn't trust any like home grade. I wouldn't trust a 3D printer to like print a whole costume from or to rely on it for all your props. But right as it stands right now, it's really fucking good, and it's really useful for a lot of different applications. And the really cutting edge ones, or the ones that are in prototype, or the the ones that are only being shown at like tech shows as proof of concept, those are going to continue to get better, become more accessible, and you're going to be able to really, just do some really incredible stuff. It also has huge implications, because eventually, when you can 3D print clothes like that, that is a paradigm shift. No, that is like you no longer need to rely on like a whole like chain of supply and all of that. You can just print off the clothes, and you can design the clothes on your computer, and you can, that's going to be hugely chaotic, but in a way kind of exciting, because there's going to be a whole fashion war that's going to come out of that. I think that's never existed before, because no one up until that point would have been able to just go on the computer or on your phone or tablet or whatever and just design an outfit and then print it. But that might end up being the future. Who knows? I don't know when that's going to happen, but it feels like an inevitability, especially as there are less and less refinements needed for a print to be usable, and more, and they continue to add materials that you can print with year after year after year, and it's I get excited by this stuff, but I also understand why some people might be a little bit more reticent with it. But you take the bitter with the sweet.
From a budgetary standpoint, is high for like a boutique-y space movie that's a heavy metal comic. That's like people who love that will love it more than anything else, right? If I can land that, they'll think it's the coolest thing ever. But like for a mass audience, it might not be exactly what you would imagine. So I'm like, I can do both. And that's kind of where and that's why when you see the R-rated version of Rebel Moon, you're gonna be like, fuck, this is heavy metal, like come to life is really what it is. And that's kind of what I really wanted to do. That was the thesis of my whole, like, me being turned on by this sci-fi. Because like the thing you can do, I feel like the thing that you can do with that format was you could really deconstruct sci-fi. Like we always talk about, like I said this at the Directors Guild, like when Luke Skywalker walks into the cantina and like is confronted by Walrus Man, like, is that sexual? Like, is that...
Wait, what?
Is he like...
What?
He's fucking with...
I'm sorry, what? Did I miss something? I missed something, didn't I? What? Just... I'm lost. I'm so lost.
Walks into the cantina and like is confronted by Walrus Man, like, is that sexual? Like,
okay, no, there's no. Maybe he's going to explain what he means, but when he's confronted by Walrus Man, is that sexual? No, I don't. Like, I'm really good at being charitable with these, because I can, even if I don't agree, but I'm struggling to pinpoint how I can even frame that as sexual. Without just making everything sexual. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like when, I don't know.
Is he like, he's fucking with Luke. Luke's like some farm boy in this bar, in this rough bar. Like, what's going to happen to Luke?
Right.
Like, that's a...
Is he talking about it like in a prison rape sort of sense? Because that still doesn't work, because that makes every bar fight. I don't know. It's just a, like, it makes any act of intimidation inherently sexual. And like some acts of intimidation are sexual, don't get me wrong. And as a joke, I could, you know what it is? It's kind of like how I just, I'll take one sort of idea and then I'll just keep running on with it. Only Zack feels like he's doing it really seriously. It's kind of like, maybe that's why, maybe that's the reason me and Zack seem so linked. He's he's like the shadow. He's like my shadow self, without the irony, without the wink and the nudge to the camera, without the self-awareness. That's something to think about.
Conversation you cannot.
Thinking about it, we do have a lot of similar interests, me and Zach. It's just that, again, yeah, it's that shadow self thing where he's like, he's got a lot of my interests, but he's like in the shadow self sort of way where he only wants it for like the edgy, like deconstructionist part. Oh, I don't know why that idea, I don't know why that excites me in such a way. I guess it's just because there's a lot of potential at looking at Zack Snyder through that lens, as someone who has spent a great deal of time criticizing his work.
Right.
In the context of Star Wars, right?
Right.
There's no chance. Like, that's not gonna. But like in heavy metal, that's real.
Yeah.
That threat is real.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not anything other than.
Did heavy metal get a film adaptation? I swear there was like an animated film from the 80s or something called Heavy Metal. I don't know. Heavy metal film. Yeah, there was. And it looks like it's an anthology, which lines up with what Zach is describing. I think I've seen reviews of it. It's like rotoscoped, right? It's all like rotoscoping. And they made a sequel called Heavy Metal 2000, which I don't know anything about. It was made 20 years later, though. So, but is it based on the comic book he's talking about? Ivan Reitman again to create an animated film. I can't find any reference to the comic here. I'm gonna just. Oh, it is. Yeah, it says like the magazine, so it is based on the magazine. Oh yeah, and it's yeah, it's mentioned here. So it was actually partially produced by Leonard Mogul, who published the heavy metal comic. Okay. Is heavy metal metal's shadow self? Do we think that would be the name of metal shadow self? Heavy metal. Like the part of metal that just lives in the dark part of metal's soul, the heavy metal. Like
a naive farm boy walking into like a gritty city bar that he doesn't know what the fuck. He's out of his element. Other than that he's our hero.
Right.
And he's got to go through a crucible and he's got to learn. You know, he's got to these are the Joseph.
You know what would be American Graffiti, right? That was a film made because I think it might have been Francis Ford Coppola or someone bet George Lucas that he couldn't make a silly sort of comedy film that was or something like that, and he decided to take up that challenge and he made American Graffiti. I want to give Zach a challenge. I want him to make a really happy, non-deconstructionist film that is bright and colorful, has not just jokes, but good jokes, and leaves you feeling, better about the world. And I'll set him I'll give him some wiggle room where if he deconstructs something, he has to reconstruct it in a way that demonstrates his understanding of the thing he's deconstructing.
Campbellian parts of his journey.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, that's kind of what, it's cool because you know, I've always been like the hugest fan of heavy metal. I think it's like the fucking cool. It was the coolest thing.
Heavy metal was amazing.
It's like it always like made
And also, I'm not giving him any IPs because, my God, he's ruined enough.
me. It kind of broke me for comics a little bit because, you know, it was always like super sexy and super.
You know, I think it would actually be a good challenge for him because sometimes we learn. We learn a lot when we have certain limitations put on us, creative limitations. So it would be you know, this journey of Zack. It would almost be like an interesting movie, wouldn't it? Like the making of this hypothetical film where this, you know, this director, whether it is Zack Snyder or someone else like Zack Snyder, you know, they're forced to make something, you know, non-subversive, and they have to rediscover or even discover the joy and what is compelling about like a straight, a story that's told straight. You know, one that isn't just trying to loop back in and suck its own ass. And if Zack, I don't know if Zack would succeed with my bet, but if he did succeed, I think he would be a better filmmaker after that he would have gained he would have been forced to stretch and go outside his comfort zone. What a shame we cannot force this reality into existence, even as just like a what if.
Violent. And so you'd get a normal comic and be like,
discovering storytelling, the horror. I know, right? He would have to learn. He would have to go deep. He would not just have to, it's kind of like, you know, when you break something as a kid and you'd really try to put it back together and you just can't. You know, this is Zack learning how to use the super glue. This is Zack learning how to tighten a bolt. This is Zack learning how to put that daddy's phone back together.
When are they going to start fucking? Because, you know, it's...
Yeah, it was...
Okay, see, I relate to Zack with that, of course. When are they going to start fucking? But I get the feeling that's the only thing Zack's looking forward to when he reads something.
Always sexual. And there was one that I remember was like very stunning to me. Very shocking when I was a kid. And it was pretty sure it was heavy metal, but it was one of those genres where it was a guy.
To think you could take a piece of yourself and use it to tell people things, how repugnant. I know, right? How disgusting. How repulsive. How dare the idea that art could be a medium for self-expression, for self-discovery even, to learn something about yourself through your work. It's kind of like an advanced... You know, when I describe it like that, you know, fiction writing is almost like a... gosh, it's almost sexual, isn't it, Smithers? You know, fiction writing is almost like this advanced version of journaling, isn't it? Like it's journaling. It's like the next, like journaling is just like sort of just a raw or sort of it can be structured, but for a lot of people it's just like this raw output. But then the storytelling is like turning those, you know, those expressions on the page into something, you know, it's transforming it into something symbolic and something representative of that. It's almost like all stories are adaptations of human emotions and human thoughts and feelings. Like every story is an adaptation in a very roundabout way that probably doesn't hold up under any sort of scrutiny. But, you know, it was an interesting thought.
I and his wife started a relationship with a robot.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Journaling with handicaps, could you?
And he tried to like fight off the robot, and the robot broke his arm with his big dick hanging out. Like the robot had like this big, giant, flaccid dick, and he broke the guy's arm and was like smiling at him. And it was just
So
like,
crazy.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Sounds amazing.
It was amazing, but it was also like indicative of that genre, those days. Like this is the 70s, right? The 70s when they first started publishing that.
Yeah,
right?
all that was on the ragged edge, which was so underground and so cult and so weird. That's what I loved about it, and that's what I wanted to do with the movie. Is like say, what is the cult underground raw sci-fi movie
Right.
look like, you know?
So is it hard to do the PG-13 version?
It was very hard. It was really,
Is it conflicted? Like, what does it
was
feel
super
like?
conflicted. Although the only thing I will say is that I was liberated by the fact that I knew the R-rated version exists. So there was, in the other versions of this work, in the other director's cuts, there was a version where that director's cut never was seen. There's a very good chance that that movie never saw the light of day, because where would you show it?
Right.
In the old world, in the movie days,
Right.
all you had was DVD as your option. And if DVD said, yeah, we're good with like just the normal.
Although with the streaming world, we have this problem where, you know, it feels like, you know, it should be easier than ever to have special features and alternate cuts. But it feels like we have less options per film in terms of extras than we've ever had, to the point where I think a few years ago I was thinking like, man, if I were to launch a streaming service, what would my gimmick be? And I'd be like, oh, I would be the streaming service that has all the DVD special features attached to the films that are on there, and it would have all the it would have all the commentaries. And if those didn't exist, we'd make them. And it would be like this streaming service that recreates the amazing, you know, fun of DVD. It's like I don't know what I would call it, but I miss DVD special features. But I also don't like getting up to put the disc in the player. So yeah,
version, then that would have been it.
Yeah.
And it would just die a death. And you would, whatever you intended for the movie would just never be seen. And that's just how it was. And so in this scenario, I was like super grateful to Netflix, because I was like, you guys have like done a thing that I've never been able to do in my entire career. And that is like, know that this version of the movie exists and it's going to be seen. So I'm happy to do whatever you guys think is right for the PG-13. I'm a good soldier, and I'm proud of it, and I love it. But yes, it is different from like what I, was.
What if the R version, is it NC-17 or R? Do they do NC-17 anymore?
It's I won't say the exact rating. We're waiting to see. We're still like up against it, but we're trying to get it. It's TVMA right now.
What does that mean?
I don't know. No one does.
Mature audiences?
Yeah, like any TV show that's not, because like in TV.
This is so weird. In America, it's almost like they've divided, like, because in Australia we have a very unified rating system. We have, I think we have G, PG, M, MA, and R. And then I think on the fringes you've got like X and like early childhood. But for the most part, I think it's just those. I think it is just those ratings. While with America, you've got and those, so the Australian ratings, those are universal. Those are the same ratings you get for video games, that you get for TV, that you get for film. It's very, look, I don't want to suck my country off too much, but it's a pretty convenient system. And then, with America, you've got like G, PG, PG-13R for film, and then it's almost like they and so a lot of we already share 3 ratings there plus the PG-13, which we don't really. Another thing I like, which I guess it's kind of like you got M and MA, that's kind of the equivalent there. But then with what are the TV ratings, United States. So TV parental guidance ratings. So you've got Y, TVY, TVY7, TVG, TVPG, TV14, and TVMA. So the MA, it's like the MA drifted from it got lost on its way to Albuquerque, and it took a pit stop, and that's how we ended up here. But what's interesting to me is I feel like I'm just looking at this now. I feel like there's a way more robust rating system than it feels. Actually, do I agree with that? Maybe not, because I feel like there's more ratings, but there's so many ratings that are stuck in like that are like kids ratings, while there's still about the same number for like slightly older audiences, and then slightly teenage, and yeah, okay, I don't know. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. I do like the ESRB's system, I think. Do I like it? I don't know. I don't know if I agree with my opinion that I said 2 seconds ago. I'm going to look at those ratings now. Isn't that wonderful when you say something is like, I don't know if I actually agree with that canned opinion that I just gave out. So you got E for everyone, E10 plus, T, and then M, and then adults only. I feel like it's got the same problem. It's got the exact same problem. Not enough ratings, not enough gradient. And then you got adults only here, which is a useless rating. You can't use it. It's effectively a ban. And then you got early childhood as well. Man, the tangents we've gone on. iPad generation. Any excuse to not moderate your children? The iPad generation. Forgive me for being bitter, but I'm annoyed with my sister and how she's raising it. That is absolutely fair enough. I've had plenty of moments like that. I've had to learn to very strategically not give a shit, and very tactically, because I don't want to lose all the shits I give. Right? I just try not to give a shit about the things I have no control over. Or not even like not give a shit, but just like, I don't know, accept things that are, I guess it's a classic therapeutic technique of like, don't worry about the things that you can't control, but it's not like not caring. It's more just an acceptance that what will be will be.
The whole thing about TV is,
which for some things is easier said than done. It really depends on what it is. When it's someone's child and they're a relative, so like I guess in your case, a nephew or a niece, it does get hard to not want to just backdoor parent.
They have
backseat parent, rather.
TV 14, and then it goes to TVMA. TVMA literally has no top.
Is he about to give me the same monologue? Oh, have we found? Oh my God, it's Jubilee, and we found the middle ground. The Jubilee, set up the episode. I wanna see if me and Zack Snyder can find the middle ground. Do it, you cowards.
Like you're gonna. I think it's like almost like porn is TVMA.
Is there?
I don't know what I look. No one understands the ratings. No one does. It's an alchemy that is impossible to know.
It's all subjective.
It's all subjective and bizarre, and so and they also it's genre related, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like say for instance, the ratings board might say something like, well,
if it is genre related, that's got to be a mind fuck, right? Because that means, oh shit, I pressed the stop button and not the pause button.
He's drawing shots and so it's all. I did that work because like obviously this is a sci-fi movie.
It was one of those genres where it was a guy and his wife started a relationship with a robot. To do the PG-13 version.
It was a version where that died a death, and you would whatever you intended for the movie would just never be seen, and that's just how it was. Right for the PG-13, I'm like, I won't say. I won't say the exact rating. We're waiting to see. We're still like up against it, but we're trying to get it. It's TVMA right now.
What is that?
I don't know.
So because VLC,
No one does.
Because VLC does not work. For some reason, I can't get VLC to work with my OBS. I don't know if it's different for other people, but I can't get it to work on mine. So I've had to switch to Windows Windows Classic Media Player, and it's working okay. But just that little, I don't know why they have a stop button that just resets it to the beginning of the film. I mean, the beginning of the video file. that doesn't make any sense to me, and I wonder if I can change it.
Mature audiences?
Yeah, like any TV show that's not, because like in TV, the cool thing about TV is they have TV 14.
And it's right next to the pause button as well. That's the worst part, the pause play button. And the thing is, they've got a good thing going with the pause play button, because the play button, it's a play button when it's pause, and it's a pause button when it plays. That's good use of the digital realm. Not so good is having a stop button, which is it just feels like it's something that they put in there because it feels like that they have to put it in there. But it's like, that's antiquated now, no? Like the stop button was like back when, it was really, a feature of VHS and having to have that split there. And then I feel like it's just it's increasingly lost its purpose. I don't know. That's a tangent worth of a deep dive, if I could be fucked.
And then it goes to TVMA. TVMA literally has no top on it. Like I think it's like almost like.
It literally has no top, so you can have everyone without their tops.
Porn is TVMA.
Is there?
I don't know what I look. No one understands the ratings. No one does. It's an alchemy that is impossible to know.
It's all subjective.
It's all subjective and bizarre, and so and they also it's genre related, right? So like, say for instance, the ratings board might say something like, well, this is a sci-fi movie.
I think he means that like it's almost like alchemy in the sense that you can't. It is ununderstandable because it feels like alchemy because it's a different guy doing the rating every single time. A lot of it's just based on their personal feeling about the content. And there's no real science behind getting something one rating or another. There's an infamous story where, so back in the day, it used to be like the film, there used to be, it used to be, I think it's the Hays Code, where like, a film, there was not a rating system. It was just that it was either you passed the Hays Code or you didn't. And if you didn't pass the Hays Code, your film was effectively banned and you had to re-edit it. Hitchcock, for Psycho, right? He has the shower scene. And there's no nudity in the shower scene. It's shot so that it's shot to imply nudity, but really there's no. Well, it depends on how you define nudity, but there's no nipples, there's no vag. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if there's even butt. I would have to double check. But like there is a naked woman there, but there is not the scandalous parts visible. It's just pushes it up to the edge. And he submitted the film the first time, and they said, "There's nudity in this film. We cannot accept this. You do not pass." And so what Hitchcock did is he took the film, did nothing to it, said that he cut out the nudity. They rewatched it and it was like, "Oh yes, you've taken out the nudity. Good. Here. You may now show your film." And it was a clever move because he knew for a fact there was no nudity there, and so what he did was he just trusted that if he told them there was no nudity, and because he knew there was no nudity, they would resubmit it. And that's just how fickle these rating systems are, where it is literally down to like how I think it was even just I think it was also just down to the fact that it was a different guy on a different day rating, inspecting the film. So he knew that a different person would probably have a different, and it really is like this like, it is not a science. Alchemy probably is a good word because it is not a science. The closest thing you have is just kind of this theory of mind. You kind of have to play some theory of mind game where, you have to think about like what are the actual what is the actual feedback on this rating, and is that actually wrong, and is that something that can actually be corrected to get a different rating, or is it just a case of submitting it? I guess it's kind of like the YouTube algorithm in a way, just on a larger scale, where you never know if something's going to get past copyright or not, and you just kind of got to spam it until you get there. And you just never know what's going to get it past. It's yeah. Is it like how the Klingons' blood being pink? Yes, it is, and it's kind of like how in Dusk Till Dawn they got like a less severe rating for that film because the vampire's blood was green. The pink blood thing is especially fruity because like pink is not that far off red. And honestly, even the green blood thing, it was so dark, it still had that visceral quality to it. But yeah, I don't know.
So it's too much. But if it was a horror movie, it'd be fine. But it's a sci-fi movie, so it's not fine. Or it's a super.
And especially like if it's I'll just take what he's saying at face value. If it is like this case of like they're more lenient towards some genres than others, or they like have different expectations, that is. I don't know. I feel like that should. I'm going to go as far as to say that should not be allowed by law. Because that's not serving its purpose anymore, right? You are making an arbitrary distinction between a horror and a sci-fi, when really the problem is like, does it have butts, swearing, boobs, or blood in it? And it's like. It's like those are like. There's nothing specific to any genre that makes it more or less okay for like a child to see that stuff, right? It should be down to intensity regardless of genre. And it also feels like that's a way to cheat your way into a different rating as well. So I don't know. I feel like that should just be like that, you know, I don't say something by law very often, but that's such a stupid fucking policy that I feel like it should be, you know, you should be keeping like these institutions within the bounds that they should be in. Like, I don't know if you could, I'm no legal scholar. I feel like, you know, a decent, you know, there's room there for like a law that hopefully doesn't overstep and just tells them like, you need to just judge the content, not the fucking genre, you nitwits.
Superhero movie. That was the whole thing with Batman versus Superman. I remember the ratings board said, we just don't like the idea of Batman fighting Superman. I was like, well, what is that? Like, but how is that your opinion? Like,
what? Really? We just don't. Oh, that blows my mind. If that's true, I'll take his word. But if that's true, it's possible that he's embellishing just because it's possible there's embellishments happening there just via the fact of, you know how, you know, memory distorts over time and, sometimes you remember something one way and then, well, it's the Mandela effect, right? Where you remember something and you're so sure that it was this, but somewhere along the way, your brain just took it. So I don't know if he's embellishing here or not, but if that is if I take what he's saying at face value, that is insane. That is insane. That is such a subjective thing where it's like, I don't like that this one character fights this other character. And I guess that does come back to this Hitchcock sort of thing, right? Where it's you gotta resubmit it. Say, you gotta resubmit it and say. I guess with this one you would just be vague and say like, we have made the necessary corrections, change nothing, and then I don't know. I think if I was to abuse my ratings board power, I would say your Batman v Superman fight was shit. I don't like it. I don't like that Batman just punches Superman for 5 minutes and then hits him with the kitchen sink. I don't like that. I wanted him to do interesting things if you're going to fight. Why has Superman got no powers? Why aren't you bringing Batman up to Superman's level somehow or making it a creative fight? Why do you I would just use my ratings powers to like force him to remake the entire film to my personal standards, my personal vision. I give him the script to the film. You're not getting the rating. You're getting an X rating unless you do this script, unless you shoot this entire script, Zach. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. It's out of my hands, Zach. It's out of my hands. Oh. Dawn of the Seventh Hour.
How is that? That has nothing to do with the rating.
The ratings
Yeah,
didn't like
they
that?
kept saying like they kept making it an R. They kept coming back with an R for us, and we were like, what do you want us to cut out? And they were like, well, we just don't like the idea of Batman fighting Superman. I'm like, I can't take that out. That's the movie.
That's so ridiculous that they would have that kind of power.
I get the feeling. Now I'm going to take. Now I think it is ridiculous of taking it at face value, but now I'm going to take I'm now going to play the rating side, the ratings board side, because I honestly wonder if it was just such a dark and miserable film that when they couldn't quite understand why it felt like it should be an R rating, because again, it's really subjective. So maybe what happened is it was just so dark and miserable. They were like, why does this feel like an R, but I can't really see anything that is R here. And it's like, maybe we just don't like the idea of Batman fighting Superman. Yeah, that's it. Let's tell him that. I could see that. I could totally see like it just being this thing where like they're probably not trained too much to. I don't know what training you're given as part of the ratings board, but I could definitely see it being a case of like they can't identify the morose feeling in their soul through the content alone. So they're like, I guess it's because Batman fought Superman. I don't know. Maybe I just don't like that as much as I thought I was going to like that. Maybe it should be R then, because we don't want to make kids really depressed. So I wonder if he made like the really good fun version of Batman v Superman, if that would have been the same problem, because there have been Batman Superman fights in other films, right? They've never had that problem there, like animated films, and some of them are for children. So it does make me wonder, was it the fight, or was it that they identified the fight ad hoc, just trying to emotionally reason their way to an answer? I don't know.
So it was crazy. So we really had to trim it super. Do
you think that affected the final version?
I mean, if you see the director's cut of Batman vs. Superman, it's much better. It's a much better movie. In my opinion, it's a much better movie.
Well, it's representative of what you actually wanted to create.
Yeah, and I think that's...
To be fair to Zach here, I don't like either version. I think they're both pretty bad, but one clearly was, like the theatrical version, you can feel the scissors going through the film stock. It's just, one is a bad film that's bad in its like underlying, in its underlying conception. The other one is just technically, it's just torn to pieces. It's just technically inept. I mean, both of them have their problems, but like one of them was clearly cut to shreds. The other one, I can understand. And I think this might be why people have such a high opinion of that cut, because when you do compare the two cuts, there is a level of coherence that when you compare them is present in the other one. But the thing is, if you're only watching the director's cut, right? It's still shit. It's just that compared to the theatrical cut, at least it's, I don't know, there are establishing shots, like there's a level of technical competency that that is present via the virtue that it wasn't constantly being just shredded by other entities. But the thing is, the whole entity is still shit. It's just it's just more cohesive. It's just, it's more coherent shit. It's not I don't know. I don't even want to use diarrhea as the example, because it's just not it's not the correct mental image. I don't know. One is like the whole turd. The other one is the turd that was put through like a fucking masher and then put back together.
That's true of all the director's cuts that I've done, is that it's just a glimpse into the why, that you get to see better the why.
From what I remember, I've watched like the 4-hour Watchmen cut. I do remember that one being more cohesive as well. I haven't watched Watchmen in like a decade though, so don't take my word for it. I just remember that I'll give them credit. They went the whole hog and they adapted like the sea captain bits, and made that like a little animated segment. So like, yeah, credit where it's due. I wish. I think the only way they could have gone a step further is just if they had made like an ultra accurate cut where like it doesn't have the Zack Snyder embellishments and it's just the straight story with all the dialogue one for one and the ending's the same. I don't know, I don't know if that would end up ever existing, but you know how it be.
Of the movie, the why of its origin, how it.
The squid cut.
Because like obviously something kept me awake for
release the squid cut.
years writing. Something kept me jazzed about like, fuck yeah, I can't wait to do this. I'm drawing. I draw for Rebel Moon. Like
Could you imagine? Like I haven't watched the Watchmen show, but they have the squids in that, right? Imagine the fucking trip that must be for anyone who's only watched the movie, where like everything is mostly the same, and then they just change the ending, and you don't really notice what's missing when you're watching it. Well, except for the fact that there's that genetically engineered tiger where you kind of just go like, why is this tiger here? We're in a different land now, and you don't really understand why that exists in the Zack version, because that was supposed to be, from my understanding, like a part of that genetic engineering thing. It's been a hot minute since I've thought about the story for Watchmen, so forgive me if I'm getting details wrong. But but the tiger is still in the film, but now the reason for the tiger's existence is gone. So it's just kind of there as a glup shitto now that doesn't even have it's not even like a cohesive glup shitto. It's just kind of leaving you like wondering like, why is it there? And you would complain more about it if it wasn't like the tiger is mostly just set dressing, to be fair. So, and it's only really at the end of the film. So you're not really, it doesn't kill the film. It's just kind of this, it's what I call plot shrapnel, where like, you're either adapting something or, the story was edited really late in the game. And so there's all these little pieces from earlier drafts or from the original source material. And it's kind of just left there in the source, the sauce. It's just kind of left there. And it just, I don't like it. It just kind of makes it's just kind of weird, right? Because like it was clearly part of something, but now it's just like this leftover thing that is kind of embedded into the side. And depending on how severe the shrapnel is, it might start bleeding out the film with its nonsensicalness. But the tiger was not a huge piece of shrapnel. It's something you could easily live a full life with it still embedded in your side.
Drew 3,000 storyboards for that movie. Like that is like a lot of work.
I'll give Zack this over J.J. Abrams. At least Zack storyboards. J.J. Abrams rarely storyboards. And that is why his films do not often come off as very cohesive on a technical level. Because it's a lot of and you don't need a storyboard every single film you ever make, but like if it's these big, elaborate, like action-centric things, you want to be able to know what it's going to look like ahead of time, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm weird.
That's a lot of work.
You got to care. That's 5 months of drawing after I've written the script.
Wow.
So I've written the script for 1.5 years, and then I draw the movie for like another 5 months.
Wow.
It's fucking insane.
Oh my God, you must have been going nuts.
Yeah,
you must have been missing Fortnite.
Yeah, that was before Fortnite. If I had by the way, it's a good thing I didn't have Fortnite, because I would have it
would have ruined everything.
The problem with writing and for me drawing is if I have one procrastination I can do, one, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Because like if I look at,
he really is my shadow self. He really is just. He's me if I never got out of my edgy phase. But the thing is, even in my edgy phase, I wasn't looking for dark moral. Like I realized what was wrong with Man of Steel within months of seeing it. So I don't know. Maybe it is an interesting look into an alternate world. This is such a fascinating experience when you realize you actually have a lot in common with someone, but then the things that are different. The things that are different, they really, really drive a wedge in, don't they? And I think it's weird because I feel like I know people like Zack in real life, and I probably would actually get along with him really well, to an extent. It's just that, yeah, I only have my only interactions with him are via his art, and I don't like his art, I'm afraid.
That blank pad.
Also, you play better games. That's true. That's true. I do not play Fortnite. Do you think Zack Snyder will do a Fortnite movie?
Mm-hmm.
And I look at the video game controller. I'm like, oh yeah, this is way more satisfying.
Yeah.
That thing wants to fuck me up. That pad is trying to fuck me up.
The thing about the
Okay, I gotta feed my cats. I'm gonna be right back. Oh no, the Celestial's gone. Fuck. Fuck, the Celestial's gone. Okay, well, I'm just gonna mute. apologies. We're in a complicated. This is why this whole debacle with the demonetization having a really bad time. It's because I'm currently, obviously I'm going through just drama with the cat's drama with the cat's health and everything. So the reason I was gone so long is just because it was just because I was just struggling to get him to eat or to finish his meal rather. So tomorrow the vet reopens tomorrow. I'm really gonna see if he needs pain relief for his mouth because he can't get dental treatment because of his heart condition. So we're gonna see maybe there's some pain relief option. Maybe he needs to get maybe he needs nausea medication. I don't know. Maybe he needs appetite stim. I really, really don't know. So maybe he needs some combination, but yeah, it's tough to figure it out. Let's see. Is anyone still watching? I was gone for quite a bit. See if anyone is still. Oh yeah, there's still 8 people watching. So that is more than enough for me. Let's continue. No, I've decided to have a nap. Fair enough, I say.
Delayed satisfaction, though, is that if you could force yourself to get to the pad, when you're done, you'll feel good.
Narrate my dreams meme. Quickly go over the penis river to the penis man where he will insert his massive cock into you and it will inject you with the meaning of life.
Oh, and if you play the video game, you'll feel. Last night, I started fucking around in my office. I was just watching YouTube videos and looking at pool cues. And then I said, all right, go to work. And I snapped and I went to work and I worked for a couple hours. And when it was done, when I went to bed, I felt.
I got to tell you, it is the most stressful thing in the world. When your cats aren't well, like, and they have like 2 permanent conditions. And when they're refusing to eat properly, that's a real it's a real worry. So, and I've used every trick in the book at this point. The only thing I know that he's still interested in food because he laps up because I give him this supplement called Hydrocare, which is just like an electrolyte drink for cats. He runs to get that. But the regular like renal diet is not really doing it for him, and he seems to have some mouth pain as well. So yeah, so I'm gonna look at medication options just to get him eating more, and hopefully that'll sort things out. Because he used to be 7 kilos, like I used to be. It was between 7. He was between 6.8 and 7 kilos like a year or 2 ago, and now he's down to 5.8. And he's a big cat, so that's not really. That's skinny. That's pretty skinny for him. So really, just trying to get to the bottom. So just trying to find a solution to his hesitancy, whether it is just increasing his appetite, dealing with nausea, or just dealing with the pain that might be in his mouth because of his dental problems that I can't fix because of his heart condition.
Great.
Awesome. No, I
felt
agree.
like I did it. I did something.
I
the
agree.
feeling of doing something is so much better than the feeling that you have to carry for hours of fucking off when you knew you were supposed to do something.
No. Yeah, I agree with that. Problem has been, of course, that I'm pretty sure that I'm really looking forward to getting off this propranolol because I'm gonna keep it as like an as needed supplement for anxiety, but like I don't know, I feel like I feel like I've been really fucked in the ass by that last doctor telling me, oh yeah, just take it all the time, take it every day. And it's like, motherfucker, do you want to at least test me for hypermobility? Like, I don't know.
100%. I couldn't agree more. And then, by the way, and in the end, I did it. I did that work, and it showed like when when we went to film the movie. And I've always drawn the storyboards for my movies. It's like it's a problem, but it's a thing that I do. It's my only process. It's funny because when I made Sucker Punch, I remember we were talking about it, and I think it was my script supervisor. She said, one day you're gonna like not need to draw these drawings, and you're just gonna, you're not gonna need to spend that time. And it's just funny that like in retrospect, it's like obviously I have to draw the drawings. Like it's like.
Yeah, I don't know what this fucking person, I don't know what that lady was talking about. Like, I think storyboards are, if you can storyboard, especially for films as complex as the ones Zack makes, why would you not? Why would you not? And like, and I think he uses the, when he's adapting comics as well, I think he uses, that's one thing I'll give him credit for, is I think it's a really good idea to, when you can, use comic book panels as storyboards. Obviously, not always applicable because when you're not doing a one-for-one adaptation, it can, it's hard to use that method. But if you're adapting a standalone graphic novel, I think you do benefit from, comic panels as storyboards.
Like that's my process. Now I realize there's no way around it. There's no.
Although, what do you think? I'm not curious because that Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, right? We have the full story for that, and it came with storyboards, but those storyboards were drawn by Jim Lee. So did he draw storyboards for that one and then get Jim Lee to do better versions, or I don't know what's going on there?
Like you want a cheat, like I wish I had a cheat where I didn't have to draw the drawings, where I'd be like, oh no, it's gonna be fine. I think I can make it up on the day and it'll be good. And I do make it up on the day, but the truth is that process of drawing is the process that I vet a lot of the ideas in that drawing. It's not just drawing, it's writing as well. I'll change the script, I'll do whatever. I'll be like, no, because that doesn't make sense. Look, when I see it.
Look, I will give him some credit here and say a really good thing about visualizing the film ahead of time is that you do spot these storytelling problems that are sometimes only apparent when you're in a physical space, when something is realized visually. Because anyone who's read a screenplay knows that it is, it's not totally abstract, but it is just words on a page, and it's down to your imagination. So it's really difficult to critique a script in the same way that you would critique a finished film, because with a finished film, a scene can be completely destroyed by the blocking or by the choreography or by how there's or the VFX or even things like costume design or prop placement. So having that visual and being able to like understand where everything is in relation to each other in space, that's really helpful. And I wish the process of writing a script. I wish the process of getting something into a 3D or a realized form was as simple as simply writing words on a page. And believe me, writing words on a page is not easy itself, like in the broad sense that more just in the sense that writing itself is a challenging thing to get right, because it is a skill like any other. But how the hell is this still going? Magic oobly, magic. Also, I went on so many tangents. We've only progressed like 30 minutes into the video. I've gone on so many tangents you would not believe. And then I spent 20-30 minutes feeding my cats. 8 hours.
Physically, I'm like, no, you can't. That doesn't work. So I have to sort of construct it in the drawings a little bit sometimes.
When did you start doing that?
I started doing it. I did it throughout. I did it 300.
Did you learn it from someone?
How long did the furry/scaly tangent last? I don't even want to hazard a guess. A long time. A long time. You can probably actually, because there was a different visual on screen, you can probably just quickly scroll through that. You can probably just quickly swipe through that section in a different tab and see how long it went.
I'd always drawn. Like I draw, and like I'd gone to schools for fine arts, so I was always drawing shots and so. It's also a thing like in film school or when you're trying to think of something. Movies take so much resource, right? You need like to make a movie. You're like basically an architect, and you have to convince someone to build a building, right? And it's so much work to convince people like to invest, to get all the cranes and the steel. It's like impossible. So drawing is like a little taste of it, right? So like I can make, these are the shots I want to make, right? So in a weird way, it's like it's drawing that beautiful sketch of the building. In a lot of ways, that's what it's going to be, So you can get a feeling for it. And I think that's what it does for me. It satisfies the impossible group activity that's going to require me to like convince people. Maybe that's why I love Fountainhead. Like it's that
That's
process
Ayn Rand, right?
of like
Fountainhead's Ayn Rand. I'm gonna double check that. We need to be accurate. I need to be accurate about the fucking novel I haven't read. Fountainhead, 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 Fountainhead. The Fountainhead, Ayn Rand. Okay, cool. I know not like I am aware of Ayn Rand. I've just not. I haven't gone on that Ayn Rand objectivist arc yet. I feel like that's something you need to carve out time to do, not just have it be something you do casually. You know what I mean?
getting people to like believe in
the gift of pure, unfiltered autism. You're goddamn right.
this thing that it's going to take resources and like so much crew and building and designing and all that other work that's down the road. It's the drawing that I think is a little bit of it satiates that desire a little bit for me.
It gives them a framework too. There's
something. It's hugely beneficial in the production process. Once they have that, everyone knows exactly what to do. It's an incredible tool once I have it.
Did you do it for Watchmen?
100%. My Watchmen books are insane.
Did you draw Dr. Manhattan's dick?
Oh, of course.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Here's the question. Could you make that movie today?
See, this I think we finally found the purpose for this podcast, so Joe Rogan could ask that question. I do have to wonder. I guess, you know what? I think it is. I was going to ask, like, why would you need to draw storyboards for Watchmen? It's all there. And then I realized, oh, wait, Zack, like, really heavily embellished a lot of it in the sense that he added, like, he stylized in places he really shouldn't have stylized in that film because a lot of, it's not about, because this is not a film about the glorification of, it's not a film about the glorification of, the superhero and the violence and stuff. It's supposed to be, I guess what I'm trying to say is, from what, it's been a while since I've really looked into the themes of Watchmen, but there's supposed to be a level of mundanity to it. So like, there's a scene where, they're fighting some criminals. And in the comic, it's like 2 panels. They punch them. They fall down. That's it. In the film, it's like 5 minutes of ultra slow-mo and just like pulling limbs back very slowly and seeing the bone rupture through the skin. It's just really, it's a stylistic choice, maybe appropriate for another film. But in this one, it's gratuitous. It's gratuitous in a very inappropriate way for the source material.
I don't know. Would they allow? I mean,
that's what's interesting, right?
Someone once gave me a statistic of how much time.
How would you mold me into your own Rorschach? What would you do to satiate to satiate this desire of yours, Oobly? I'm curious now.
Dr. Manhattan's cock is in the movie.
Dr. Manhattan's cock is in the movie. You heard it here first.
Like just full frontally in the film. And I think
Fully frontally in the film. You heard it here first. Oh, and the other thing, feed you the diet of Ayn Rand. Oh, true. True. By the way, Oobly, I discovered we had a spiritual revelation while you were out. We discovered that Zack Snyder is in fact my shadow self. This is because as the interview went on, it was like there is a surprising. We are at full cock now. You see, is the shadow because I have a surprising number of common interests with this person. It's just, man, the shared interests are there, and even some shared personality quirks. But man, oh man, he's the edgy, like he is me without like that part of me that goes, maybe we should stop. Maybe this is too far, or maybe we need more than just edge. I don't know. This is me like if I didn't progress past that stage that really liked to just obsess over the sex and violence. Even then I always had that. I never really had it like be all consuming. It's just like I went through the edgy phase like any teenager does, really.
it's a fair amount. Like
it's the nega meme. Boom, 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 boom. If you could sit down in a room with Zach, what's your first? Oh my God, that is such a fucking good question, Oobly, and I don't even know, because I'm spoiled. I'd be spoiled for choice. I'd be so spoiled. Fuck. I feel like I would start an interview with something. I don't know. Oh God, I have to think about that. I am so enthralled by that question, though. What is the first? What would be? Because I know the kinds of questions I would ask him, but what would the first one be? What would why, Zach? Why? Oh. I know that at some point in the interview, I would want to show him Mr. Edge Guy. Because I feel like he could take it. He's a big guy. I feel like, and there was a part earlier where he said he really, he likes it when people take little shots at him because he finds it funny. Because I don't know, it's kind of like any attention is good attention, right? So I think he would get a kick out of Mr. Edge Guy. But I don't know. What is the first? I would have to, because I guess the first. I think the really tricky part about answering that question is like the first question would be decided based on the overall range of questions that I would ask him, and so what the lead-in question would. I mean, I guess there's a possibility it would just be something really mundane, like, how do where did your passion for storytelling come from? That sort of thing. And then as the interview goes on, it gets a bit more specific, and we inch towards the dirty laundry, right? We inch towards it. But we set up, I think it's important to set up rapport first, because then you get real vulnerable answers later in the interview, which is the best kind of interview show. I hate interview shows that are just like these ambushes where it's machine gun questions. They don't get a chance. I love shows where it's sit down and they just it's just a conversation that happens to be structured. If I were to go on any interview show in a live action one, there's a lot of them actually I'd want to, but I think I would like to go on that last meal show, because I really like the idea of an interview show where they feed me, and they feed me the stuff I like, and I just feel comfortable and at home and nurtured. They don't feed you when you go on EFAP, is what I'm saying.
I think it's the
Yeah, that's good timing, Oobly, with that one. As much as they might both create terrible art, one distinction you can see from Snyder and someone like J.J. Abrams is you can at least see Snyder's passion for the craft, even if he's bad at it. Yeah, we were actually talking earlier about the difference between Zack Snyder, Zack Snyder, and between Zack Snyder and J.J. Abrams, and I think the big one we kind of highlighted was that Zack is really passionate about his storyboards, and J.J. barely does any storyboards, if at all, and it really shows. And in fact, he often laments it in his J.J. often laments the lack of storyboards in his DVD commentary, but he keeps on fucking doing it. So yeah, I think here's the thing: there's a lot. He's outside of when he's not talking about the superheroes. He has actually said a lot of sensible stuff over this. It's just that there's I guess it just shows that you can be very sensible in your methods, but there's when you're missing that that core sort of critical eye for your own work, it can really hamper an otherwise very sensible workflow.
Only studio film, it holds the record for most frontal nudity male.
Every single time I press play, it's a new adventure.
Frontal nudity of any,
And it's kind of important.
It's super important. Like, he doesn't give a fuck.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Like, he walks around like that.
He's a god.
He's a god. Like, what the fuck? You can't deal with it? Get the fuck. I'll fucking vaporize you. Or I don't even care what you think. You're a cockroach. Yeah. It's like, what does he say? He goes, the world's smartest man is no more dangerous to me than its smartest termite. Like, it's like such a cool thing to say. Like, like he doesn't, like, you know what I mean? It's like.
Let's see. Zach, what have you done to the mic? What have you done? Is there something wrong with the mic? My mic or his mic?
You really realize in the face of a god like he does. I've walked across the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't.
No, he was the coolest.
He's the best.
He's the coolest, and the transformation scene is fucking amazing.
By the way, we were just talking about the other day. Like, one of my favorite sequences in any movie I've made is the birth sequence of Dr. Manhattan. The whole thing with it's Philip Glass did the music.
When the video plays, it's buzzing. I have noticed something like that. But it doesn't play. It's not coming from my microphone, is it? This is why you shouldn't ejaculate on the mic. Just the video. Okay, so it's probably just a fuck up. It's probably just something. I think there might be something up.
Right? We borrowed the music because I had heard that music and I was like, it's got to be this music. And we tried to, like, Tyler Bates, who's an
I'm just glad it's not me, because then I don't know what to do because I can't hear a buzzing.
Amazing composer.
I hear something. I occasionally hear something, so it must be just, I don't know. I go, write me something that's better than this. And we just couldn't do it. So we just had to license it and I had to send Philip Glass the sequence. And he watched it and he said, okay, it's cool. You can have the music.
That's so cool.
Yeah, because it's like, it's just so,
play this.
It's just so rad.
I love this fucking scene.
Hear this. That's Philip Glass's music.
I think it might be.
When he knows he's fucked.
Oh, fuck. Is that
We built this giant oversized watch for those shots.
Red alerts! Shield up! Shield up!
That's good. Yeah, that Philip Glass is so good. That music is crazy.
That fucking birth scene is insane.
It's so good.
It's so insane. It's so good. The skeleton in the hallway with the muscles screaming. Oh my god!
I remember shooting that exactly like as if it was yesterday. Yeah, we had this air cannon. We had to fire at that guy with the mop.
Mm-hmm.
Because he like gets hit with it. He was like
So
overacting. I
weird.
think we did like 3 takes. I was like, guys, just the first time he like flew on the ground. I was like, okay, it's too much. It's good fun.
Oh my god, that's a word. I don't know if I'm just a little delirious at the moment, but that is like that's a word. That is a sentence I never thought I'd hear from Zach. Oh, it's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too much. Long time no see, Mem. How you doing, Artemis? How you doobly-doing? Yes, I'm trying to save the channel from demonetization. It's probably not going to work, but at least I'll have some stuff there to reaccumulate hours when I return to the EFAP project. And plus, I think just the big inconvenience about it, more than anything, well, there's one that I don't know if you've ever. Has anyone here had submitted to the YouTube Partner Program? It is a real pain in the fucking ass. like all the it might have changed since I did it like 5 years ago, but like there's like physical things you have to get in the mail. I don't know if I'd have to go through all that stuff again, or if I would just relink, but I don't know. It's a pain. It's a pain. So I would want to avoid that. But also, I like that there's a little super chat button there, and I don't have to put a link in a pinned comment so people donate. I mean, it's helpful. I mean, if people want to donate through those links anyway, that's fine. It's just I like that it gives you all the convenient features that you need. And it's annoying. It's true, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. It's interesting.
At least this hasn't been as degenerate as last stream, and you discussed furries this time. That's true. That's true. This has been a very introspective stream. I think we talked. What have been the topics we went through? We went through vaccines, gun violence, the meaning of life, and furries. This is you will not find a diversity of content anywhere else. Like this anywhere else on the internet. I don't stroke my ego very often, but just the sheer amount. There is a little bit of something for everyone here, I think. And plus, you got Zack Snyder. People like him, right? Some people like him. Some people inconsistently like him. He's here.
Because
and that's what we come to you for. Hell yeah.
I think one of the things that we
self-stroking that
after Justice League, I think one of the things that we really as a group, as a family anyway, because I lost my daughter over that. She once at the post side of
Fuck, I got an anecdote. So when I was when we were recording the reaction to the Snyder cut, at the end of the film it goes for autumn. And initially, I had no idea what we were so delirious by the end. I had there was this. We were just like, I think it was just confusing because we thought, oh, is he paying tribute to a fucking season or something like for autumn? And so there was, and then very quickly I was like, oh fuck, it's his daughter. I was just trying to get everyone to shut the fuck up. Not because anyone was saying anything super disrespectful, but I knew that this was so extra sensitive. I was like, okay, I need to make sure everyone here can at least make an informed choice about what they're doing. And I tried to cut out any snark that might have snuck through before we had the revelation, because I think the key for me is I didn't want anything that can get clipped out of context, right? But man, like that was a difficult, because everyone was talking over each other, I could only clip out like a little bit of it. And that's one part of the cut where it's like, man, it's a little bit of a jarring jump from one thing to the other. And I couldn't cover it with anything. So it was, yeah, you gotta really, there's a little, I guess this is what we call, this is an example of what we would call, nothing below the belt, all in clean, if you're going to fight, if you're going to critique, always, do it fairly. Don't go for the low blow. Especially when it's stuff like their child has died. Especially in the way that Zack's child died. And yeah, I've never told that story before, because there was no real place to tell it. But it's been so long now, and this is like the opportunity to do it. But like, yeah, it was important to me that, the stream, that video was fun and it was memey and it was, loaded with jokes and fun animations and all that. But we weren't going to go after his fucking daughter. It would be so inappropriate and just inhumane and inhuman even. That is where, the line must be drawn. And I'm glad I got to tell that story, if only because it can stop living inside me now. And I can go into life a little bit less burdened by the fact that I was not able to cut that out all the way, and it sucks.
Justice League, I lost my daughter to suicide, and I left the movie famously.
Dipping over a bit. We'll be
the
here, but
movie
not here. That is fair
went
enough.
on,
It
and
is
then
late.
later we were able to finish the movie sort of in the way that we had always hoped. And I think the thing is that the thing that I kind of sort of come back to when I look at that and when I look at the movies is there are these markers. The movies are really these markers.
I feel like I should just clarify. No one was saying anything malicious. It was literally just we were so delirious, and I think a lot of us just didn't have his daughter's first name in the front of our head, and because autumn is also a season, suddenly you just get we were all kind of on a knife's edge by that point. So it was kind of one of those pull back from the brink sort of moments where it was like, okay, that not fair game there. Let's make fun of the credits or something.
Time that even though they sort of transcend time weirdly, they exist beyond the time they were recorded. At these weird, they're in the computer as sort of these singular, little, you press it, but then it runs and it's real and it's time. And it takes time to enjoy it and time to you can't just say it. You have to watch it and feel it again. It's like it's a weird thing in that way. And I think that it just, the thing that you hope is that in the end, the markers meant something to people, and I think we've really fought around, because a lot of these, mental health has been a big thing for my wife and I, since.
Fairly, if I didn't know, Fairly, if I didn't know, I would have guessed it was a theme thing. Justice is great. Yeah, that's the thing. There are so many cringe, slogans and stuff, just in the marketing alone, and those really pretentious title cards that it really was just like we were taking the piss out of every piece of text that came out on screen. And so it was just very unfortunate that one of those pieces of text was like a heartfelt tribute to his child. So it was a bit awkward, but the ending works for that one. Works anyway. It's just that one awkward. An editor knows every mistake he's ever made in the edit when he rewatches it. It's the curse of being an artist of any kind, is that it's difficult to rewatch something and not just see the mistakes. I'm quite happy about the fact that there are a lot of things that I've made that I rewatch, and I can just appreciate what went right. It was I try to create things that I would want to watch, but I don't think I've created a project was ever 100% satisfied with, unless it was something really, really short that didn't unless it was something really, really short that didn't require a huge amount of that was really easy to kind of perfect. That's the benefit of doing shorter little memes versus these big projects, is it's a lot easier to iterate. And I wish I could iterate on the EFAP movies as many times as I iterate on an EFAP meme, for example. But it's just it's not in the cards sometimes.
Losing my daughter, and we've tried the best we can to support. The fans have done incredible. The fans have raised over $1 million just to support AFSP, which is the suicide against suicide.
It is getting me to. It is getting me to think about, if I had, I'm not in a position where I could do a fundraiser charity, of course, but, when you see stuff like that, you do, and, you're going through, I'm going through something sort of similar at the moment where, I've got 2 cats with kidney disease, and one of them has just developed a heart condition. So it's, I think about, what is really important to me in this moment. And, if I were to do some sort of charity, I'm starting to think I might want to be doing a charity for, feline medical research, to be honest, because, just going through this process, or, maybe not even feline medical, or, something like that, or like an angel fund for people who are like struggling to pay for medical care because there's not really any subsidization for medical care for animals at this stage in history. There's some promising legislation. There's some promising stuff happening in Victoria at the moment. They're trying to push towards like a VetiCare scheme, and I hope that eventually propagates throughout the country. But at the moment, it's still slow going over there. So just like, putting together like a charity that's like an angel fund for people who are really struggling to pay veterinary bills and just really lightening that load for them. That especially for senior cats and senior animals, especially where those medical bills, they really just start to go up because you need to start giving them regular blood tests. And, it's this cost creep as you just need to keep giving them more and more tests and more symptoms pop up. And it's really challenging to figure out what tests they actually need. And then they need, dental care on top of that. And it's a whole drama. We need some kind of EFAP fundraiser at some point. That wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly.
Suicide in America Foundation. And we've been like, it's been cool that the movies, these moments have like now in retrospect have like a purpose, and that they have like, that the fans have gotten this opportunity to kind of like, join with us and kind of like be with us to like, and this, because it's a huge stigma, like people, nobody wants to talk about like that they're having trouble,
Right.
that they're, that they're not okay.
Right.
And I think that what we've been trying to do lately.
Yeah, I do agree with him. No, I would have no reason to disagree with him on that. Yeah, I think that's kind of the hardest thing about the last couple of years has been I do really well with something I tend to do, and it can sometimes be a bad habit, is I tend to intellectualize a little bit. If I can give a really eloquent sort of explanation for what I'm going through, it makes it a little bit easier for me to explain, because I feel like some people respond better to emotions, other people respond better to more intellectual stuff. But yeah, the hardest thing is when you're going through something that subjectively is really difficult for you, but you don't have the language to describe how difficult it is, and the fact that, and the very thing that is preventing you, the very thing that is weighing you down is also the very thing that's like really hindering your ability to communicate. And so, so all the health struggles that have led to these mental health struggles, it's really tricky. And, you become very vulnerable, but you don't know if other people are understanding of that. Even when, there are, and the thing about mental health stuff is that your brain will tell you a very different story from reality most of the time. Because, in my experience, like my fans, the EFAP guys, everyone in the larger community, these are some of the most understanding and sort of, really just top people, you can be around. But your brain kind of feeds you a different narrative. It'll cherry pick reasons to believe that people won't understand. You could have 100 really positive interactions with someone, but if there was one time where things were a little bit on edge or tense or whatever, for some reason, the way the mental health problem, the mental illness sort of propagates, is that it forces you to focus only on that one time, and it doesn't erase, because that's not really how memory works, but it blocks out, it shields you away from all the data that would show you that things are not as fucked, because there was one time where things were a little bit hairy. And yeah, I guess mental health is a really close one to my heart, because I feel like we've made so much progress, but then you also look at some circles online and you can see that there's still a long way to go. The manosphere crowd and stuff like that, where you have this like push down your feelings sort of rhetoric, happening, and it's just not. Frankly, it's just not how the human brain works. Everyone has a different thing that works for them, and different things will work for different people at different points in their life. It's all about growth and development. But, yeah, I think a baseline level of education on this stuff, I think is really important, because I think the worst thing we can do to someone is they're going through a really hard time mentally, and we attribute the symptoms of their mental health struggle as something to do with their character. And that's been a big mindfuck for me the last year or so, is thinking about like where does character stop and start, and where do mental health issues stop and start? Because they mix together, don't they? And someone can be really angry and lash out, but they could have like a really severe like identity disorder or mood disorder, and that anger is kind of symptomatic of that fear. Like, they're not actually angry as much as they're just scared, and they don't know how to handle that emotion. They were never taught how to handle it. And it's this paradox where like the behavior itself is not something to be excused, but the reason behind it needs to be understood in order for progress to be made, in order for us to be understanding, in order for us to understand what is the helpful way, what is the way to help that person in a distressed state. It's something I think about a lot, and I've learned so much about it, and I think a big thing I've figured out is a big mistake a lot of people make when they're having either an argument or they're trying to calm someone down with a mental health problem is trying to find solutions. And I used to think like, oh yeah, solutions, that's the key to everything, because solutions help me a lot of the time, because that's kind of how I work. But then I started getting into situations where there weren't any obvious solutions, and people were trying to find solutions for me, but those solutions weren't helpful, and in fact they were things I'd already tried and things like that. And I finally started to understand, like, oh, that's why people get sometimes so fucking angry when you try to give them solutions, because what they probably just need in that moment is validation. Like, unless you have the magic bullet that they've not tried, but even then, like, the magic bullet could be something they tried but they didn't try properly. But and so I just realized that, oh, it's about just being there for them and holding space and just telling them that their feelings are valid, and that that they're not, and that you're there for them, and that you're not going to push them away and just because they're having an episode. And that can be a very powerful thing for someone going through a huge crisis, but it's not always intuitive, is it? It's not always intuitive, especially because you can hold a belief in your brain, in your mind, and in your heart, but knowing how to how to actualize that belief is such a different thing. And I've been really trying to work on my communication skills on that level of just trying to figure out, how do I bring that all into alignment? What is the language to use when someone is in a state of distress? What are some generally good rules of thumb? And it's a bit case by case. It depends on what the person's actual struggle is, and some people are, again, more into the intellectualization to calm themselves down. Other people's are more feelings based, and neither are really. I'm not going to say either is better or worse, because I love this quote from Star Trek 6, which is, logic is the beginning of wisdom, not the end. So you need the intellectual side, but you also need the emotional, intelligent side, and it's somewhere in between those. Everyone is somewhere in between those two things, and it's important to not. It's important not to bring a value. I think something I've also realized is when someone's in a state of distress, they might be saying stuff that you don't like, and there's, and those things probably shouldn't be excused. But when someone is not in like a rational or or connected to reality, that's when value judgments sometimes need to be left at the door, and it's just about seeing the words coming out of their mouth as symptomatic of the illness rather than reflective of their character or who they are. And I don't know where that line stops and starts. To tie it back to what I was saying earlier, I just don't know what is reflective of character and what's not. I have certain basic ideas, but I don't have like a really concise way to describe where it stops and starts. It's just that some people you can tell are really, really amazing, good people, but they've got this instability within their brain, and they turn into, and without understanding that instability, they can come off as like come off as like a Jekyll and Hyde thing, and it can make it really confusing and distressing to deal with that person. And I think it's easy for us to empathize with someone who is clearly sad or clearly scared, but when because you go through the full range of emotions when you're in like a really difficult mental state, it can come out as anger. It can come out as these nastier sort of expressions. And I think that's maybe, I don't know if that's the next frontier conversation or if that's something that we're already talking about, but like how we deal with these uglier sort of behaviors in a compassionate, empathetic way, and, figuring out how we draw lines and understand people. Because ultimately, people don't get better or, start recovering or develop, coping mechanisms unless, it's important that people are there for them and that they're understanding. People are understanding, and it can be tricky, especially the trickiest part if you don't know the person very well and you just don't know where it's coming from. But that's, I guess, a big value of friends, is because if a friend really knows you and you're in a hyper manic or a hyper like out of this world state, they are going to be able to recognize immediately, okay, he's clearly not down to earth at the moment. We need to just sit there. It might sound funny actually, but I think having cats has really helped me to make this distinction, because cats are really misunderstood, especially when they show signs of aggression. But the thing that, I learned is that cats aren't malicious creatures. They're not there to, they don't plot and scheme and try to ruin our lives. They just, some cats just have really bad anxiety issues, and especially, and when they're not, and some might not be like properly socialized properly, so it can manifest as like behavioral problems. And I think it's important to educate people on the fact that if a cat is hissing, biting, scratching, that's probably not because they hate you. It's because they're scared of you, because they have a reason to fear right now. And the key is to build, your relationship so that they trust you, and to not take the scrapes along the way personally. And I think, going through that process mentally, it's helped me to understand people a bit more. I'm still a work in progress, but it has helped me to understand, when people are, what I realize is, the human version of biting, scratching, and hissing, not that literally, but when someone is like in a more like out of this world state, comparable to that, it's helping me to understand like where does that come from. And it comes from, I think, even anger tends to be an extension of anxiety. And it can come from, and everyone has like a very deeply personal place that a lot of this stuff can come from. And just being understanding with that person, especially if you love them, if they're a loved one or a friend or a partner or something, I think it's really important to understand that behavior and where it comes from and what it means. Because I tend to say what I mean no matter what state I'm in, it's taken me a while to realize that some people, they do have this maladaptive coping mechanism where they will just say things that they don't mean because their brain just doesn't have the ability to filter and to bring their values back into their behavior. And trying to make that distinction and not take certain things personally is it's like the cat. Like I don't take it personally if a cat scratches me. So I'm trying not to take it too personally if someone is in a very clearly like out of this world state, and they do or say something unfortunate. Like obviously, you should never like justify abuse. I should probably be clear about that. Like there's no justifying abuse, and the behavior itself is not the thing to be justified. But there is this like gray area where someone might be a little bit more aggressive, but they're not like in abusive territory. They just struggle to control that side. And it really is, some of it is just down to personal judgment, like where do you draw the line? And I think we need to have conversations. We need to have conversations about what happens when someone crosses that line, because I think the hardest truth is that it's so individual, and it is it's hard to create like a one-size-fit-all solution for every single case, and as a result, it's hard to get advice it's really hard to get advice that's specialized to your particular case. So it's all of this is to say that mental health is a clusterfuck, and everyone is going through a struggle that you can't see. So be kind. That was a Robin Williams quote, just in case anyone is wondering. And it's a really good one.
As much as we can is.
Let's see. Hello, Mr. Repository. YT gave me the ability to watch the video on the video streaming website. Oh, I'm here. Hooray, Lemon Inspector. Welcome back.
Like, say, like, no, it's good. Like, it's okay. Like, it's not a sign of weakness. It's nothing. It's just, it's real. It's
part of being human.
It's kind of 100% part of being human. And I think that it was it's an easy thing to kind of say that, it's just stress, or I just like, I'm good. I'm not depressed. I'm fine, and it's an easy thing to just try and muscle through.
Right.
Where like, I think that, it's.
You know what I've been doing a lot more of this year, and I swear this is not me throwing a pity party, but I've been crying a lot more this year. And the reason for that is I think I've come to the conclusion that I'm just a person who cries. I am a crier. And I've kind of held that back unhealthily for quite a while, because I don't want to make other people uncomfortable. But the thing about it is I feel like that response is actually a really healthy coping mechanism, because it's there for a reason. Crying releases healthy endorphins, and it can elevate mood, things like that. And your body responds that way for a reason. But because we put this stigma on it, I kept holding it in since about teenagehood, or about where I determined, this is where I should stop crying about random shit. And now I'm just kind of I'm pulling that back. I'm just allowing that to happen. I mean, I don't know if I'll be doing it on stream anytime soon, but I feel like we need to feel our feelings, and we need to be able to express them, especially in private. Like, I think that's the really fucked up thing, when you feel like you need to hide even in private, when you're putting a value judgment on how you express your emotions, when literally no one is there, or your closest friends or family are the only ones there. When you put these arbitrary limits down, that's where mental health problems really fester.
My hope anyway, that like as a family, that the movies and our connection to the fans and our connection to like that cause has been really, really deep. And I'm just watching this, actually, it started me thinking about like what the movies mean, like what is their legacy, what are they, and if they can do. On one hand, they are the moments you see. For me, Dr. Manhattan, Leonidas, whatever it is, But then on the other hand, there's this other narrative outside of the stories, like what I was experiencing, and what made me think of it is just like what I was going through on that day when we filmed it, like what I was struggling with, what I was trying to deal with, is real. That's hard stuff. That was just life being lumpy for us, just trying to make a movie, living in Canada, being away from the kids, just all that struggle. And then it's cool when, it's been cool for me that when the fandom And the movie, like in the case of Justice League, they lined up, where these people were like, no, we're not gonna. There's a movie out there that we want to see, and it's around a struggle that we had as a family, and all of it sort of came together. I always say, like, people are like, the fandom was toxic or whatever. They were so angry to get the cut that they were like. I go, also, they literally, people's lives were saved by the money that those kids raised. Like literal, like lives, real tangible lives were saved by that money.
Gee, I get what you're saying. I had a friend lash out and leave our friend group during a mental health breakdown. While I don't forgive his behavior, I'm willing to hear from him again. Yeah, I think that's a very good, like, neutral, a healthy neutral place, I guess, where it's like, the behavior needs to be acknowledged as harmful, but then there's the human core that is in pain, and and there's a history there that led to that maladaptive mechanism there. And I feel like if we had better education on it, better ways of engaging people with mental health, less stigmatizing rhetoric around it, I feel like we wouldn't have as many incidents like that. Because I sometimes do wonder, like, when people lash out like that, how much of it is just because, I don't know, like, they weren't taught a better way, or that the better way was stigmatized in some way, or the better way wasn't propagated properly, or it was forced. Sometimes counterintuitively, if something is forced on someone, it can really fuck with. It can really, you know how the more you try to force something on someone, the more. I don't know. It's I sometimes just I wonder. I do wonder about, like, what are the circumstances that led to that maladaptive mechanism being in place, and what is the human core? What is the, because all actions in some way are extensions of our core self, and sometimes that core self is in so much pain, a pain that we can't even begin to imagine. And when it finally bubbles to the surface, it comes out as this really, like, destructive force. And it's, that's not the case for everyone. There are legitimately, there are, like, people out there who are just what I call coldly malicious, where they just kind of take pleasure in other people's pain. And that's a more complicated topic. It's not really within the scope of what I'm talking about, though I think it's a very worthwhile thing to talk about as well, because I feel like that's still a disordered mind. It's just it's kind of a different thing there, that requires a bit more focus and nuance. While I'm talking about, I think there was, like, someone made a distinction between like a psychopath and I know psychopath is not a super duper scientific term, but it's like, but the difference between, like, a true psychopath and, like, I forget the exact term, but it was like reactionary violence or something, where, like, one is very much just like the violence is like what gives them life. The other one is someone who didn't learn to regulate their emotions properly, and so they react with violence when they're pushed too far, but otherwise have, like, the same. They don't live for it. They do have the capacity for empathy and understanding and things like that. It's just that it's the nature. I guess it's like the nature and nurture debate. But yeah, it's I think about that a lot. I think about that a whole lot. Yeah. Like, how do we encourage people to take responsibility and accountability for when they do wrong, but also show them empathy and kindness that maybe, if they had been shown, it's this thing where it's like I love this saying of like, it's not your fault, but it is your responsibility. And so I think it is like this, it is almost this handholdy thing, right? Where like, it's like on one side, being understanding and trying to understand that person, even when it's really fucking difficult to understand that person. Obviously, there are some people that, will refuse to will just kind of block everyone, and you can't really do much there. But, for the people who are still willing to try, it's, I don't know. I think I'm losing coherence in my thoughts. I think the violence. I think not violence. I think understanding, the more aggressive behaviors and the human core underneath, while also it's kind of this there's this something I do notice is that if someone is legitimately, it's interesting, like when someone's pain underneath is acknowledged and someone feels truly understand, I do find that in my experience, like accountability and responsibility tends to be the first thing that comes up, or one of the first things that comes up, because suddenly their core wound, whatever that was, they actually feel seen within that core wound. They actually they don't feel like their behavior is the thing that's being seen. They feel like that pain, that core wound underneath is finally being perceived, when before all they could see was the symptoms that made people hate them. And all of a sudden, and that can cause like a rush of, it's not going to necessarily happen with every single person, of course, but for some people, that is going to be cause for, what am I trying to say? It is going to cause them to immediately take responsibility for their part, because sometimes people don't take responsibility for the simple reason that they don't feel like they were seen and perceived, and so there's a part of their brain that's telling them that that behavior was justified, even if it's not, and a lot of the time it's not. But when someone can see past that and perceive their pain, suddenly they can see their own actions with clear eyes, and it encourages them, because they know that, because, I think there's something scary, it's really hard to get somewhere when you feel like you've completely blown up a relationship, whether that's friendly, romantic, etc. But when you see that the other person is willing to be understanding, of course, you got to be careful of people who will just take advantage of that, and that's a complicated conversation on its own. But when you see that there is understanding there of your mental health problem, it does really, it opens you up, and it opens you up to your own accountability. And I think that's why it's important. It's one of the big dilemmas, isn't it? Like like in morality, where it's like we want deterrence to stop people from breaking laws, but it's so difficult to deter people from doing the wrong thing. It's so difficult to encourage people to take responsibility for doing the wrong thing when the punishment for confession, is too high. And there's no easy answers for that. It's really crime by crime and transgression by transgression there. But it is one of the things that I think about pretty frequently, like how a lot of things, a lot of people are probably do get a lot worse because they aren't given that release valve of compassion to allow them to take a second and reflect.
That those kids that you would say are these toxic fans, they're also responsible for the saving of lives. And that's just real. You have to acknowledge it, because if you don't, like, you in some ways, the legacy that they were able to create is like dismissed, and I won't, I can't.
Oh, by the way, I have a problem that I think needs to be solved. I found out that there's another way more successful channel that uses TMR as their abbreviation, which was
That's just
Artemis. It's the reason why murder and theft have different penalties. Since if they both have the death penalty, then there's no reason why a robber wouldn't kill you, since it's the same either way. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what we call like that's a really good point. Yeah, that's a really good way to kind of look at it. And we definitely have a long way. We definitely have a lot more of a way to go in terms of how we think about that and creating greater gradients of, and there's the whole, like rehabilitative versus punitive punishment thing that I could go on forever about that one. But that's a whole other kettle of fish, because that one because that one goes into like the legal side of it, and I think it goes a bit into like moral philosophy and things of that nature, very stuff I find fascinating, but maybe a bit outside the scope of the mental health stuff. But it's that's definitely a very good point about the differences in punishment, because someone is way more likely to confess to theft. There's a deterrent there for someone to commit a worse crime when they're stealing something. While if the punishment's the same either way, then it's basically when the punishment for doing something wrong is the same, it's effectively the same as anarchy, no? Like it's just chaos, because everyone's going to get punished for the exact same thing no matter the severity. So fuck it. So that's why it's important to have that gradient, and the may the punishment fit the crime sort of thing. But yeah, I found out that one Sam Cedar has a show or channel called The Majority Report, and it is a TMR too, and it's way more successful than me at the moment. So now I need to figure out, how do I make my acronym like distinct, without having to do a big rebrand. We will figure it out. Maybe I put a hyphen in there somewhere. Maybe I put the dots in. Maybe I maybe instead of TMR, it's T.M.R. Or I don't know what to do really. I just know that damn that Sam Cedar man for seeding away my acronym. Oh, that's a good idea. Change the M to W for Wumbo. That is a very... Where's my Patrick impression? Fuck. My brain. Do the Patrick impression, brain. We're gonna change it from... Here's your problem. We're gonna change it from M to W. You got it set to M for Minnie, when you need to change it to W for Wumbo. There we go. That's the best you're getting at this hour.
Reductionist view of things that people always like to apply to things that are controversial, especially when they're talking about your fans and saying something like they're toxic. That's such a dismissive thing. No, there's going to be some elements of any passionate, rabid fan.
I think the big problem about the Snyder fans is I will give the benefit of the doubt and say that like the majority are probably like a silent majority. Like there's probably like a silent majority that are perfectly reasonable and just kind of want to have fucking just kind of like his films. But then I think it's just like the crazy ones are just really crazy. They're so crazy. They're like unhinged. There's just some perfect combination that Zack kind of caters to. And to be fair to Zack, I'll be fair to Zack here and say that if Zack wasn't the person, if they weren't obsessed with Zack, they'd be obsessed with someone else. They'd probably be. There's a non-zero chance that Zack is just tapping into that Zack's films just tap into something that would have always existed. But man, there's got to be acknowledgement for just like, you can't really blame people for being a little bit like against Zack's fans like the really crazy ones are like, oh my god, like what chemical factory did your parents take you through as a child? Because clearly something melted your brain along the way, or maybe you're on like another plane of existence or something. I don't know, but they're super crazy. Like buying like those. Did you remember the like for James Gunn's Superman? They bought like fucking billboard trucks and went into Times Square and to protest, and it's like. No, and everyone's looking at them exactly like they should, which is to just say, "You're fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy." Let's ask a question. What is the core wound, do you think, of these Snyder people? What is the core wound that needs to be seen before they stop being so insane? What is the core wound that needs to be understood there? We need to figure out the core wound of the Snyder people so we may heal their hearts.
Of course.
That are going to be toxic because it
touch
means
their
so
balls.
much to them. And that's what you have to understand. The reason why they're behaving the way they're behaving, and the reason why they're screaming is, first of all, they don't think they're being heard. And second of all, it means everything to them. These people that are like deeply invested in your films and in particular like things that have like this sort of iconic history, like The Watchmen or like Batman. I mean, these are very important things to people.
100%.
It's like the same way people are fanatical about sports teams, the same way they're fanatical about, music.
It's tribal,
It's tribal.
100%.
It's very, very tribal. So for you, when you have vision and you have these storyboards and you
This is a sign of the hour when he said, when you have vision. I was just like, I for a second I legitimately went in my head, wait a minute, vision is Marvel, Joe, you fucked up. And then I realized, no wait, this is the Snyder's Vision meme. That's the thing that we're doing here.
have all this stuff and then you see something like, in my opinion, that birth scene is one of the great masterpieces of.
Oh, that's a quote out of context. That birth scene was one of the great masterpieces. What is that? What image does that put in your head when you don't know what he's talking about there? What image? What artistic birth scene are you picturing, chat?
That genre. It's a masterpiece. It's like watching him be born and become Dr. Manhattan is fucking amazing. It's just, I remember being in the movie theater.
My brain is going, and I'm just imagining like, oh wow, he's like giving birth to like a fully grown man, and it's beautiful, it's artistic, it's symbolic even, it is thematic. It's like the movie Mother with Jennifer Lawrence.
You're watching going, oh.
Only there was not a fully grown man getting born in that film, but there's a lot of artsy choices in that film, so that's why I brought it up, because it was the first artsy film I could think of off the top of my dome.
Oh shit, it was the perfect feeling. It's like what you want from these
that movie Mother, right, with Jennifer Lawrence. That was a trip to watch when all the way back when. I think I got a good experience because I watched that film and I was like, what the fuck is this even about? And then my brother explained the symbol, like the metaphor. And then as soon as he explained the metaphor, I was like, oh, that's actually kind of clever. Good luck to like the average normie trying to guess what that is. But honestly, it's one of those films where it's fun to try and guess what they're actually going for. So I'm not gonna dock points for that. It's more like when you have like a more straight shooter sort of film that's meant to be telling a more like straight cohesive story, and suddenly they're withholding large amounts of information, like that's a bad thing. When you have something that's supposed to be ambiguous and metaphorical and supposed to like challenge the audience to try and figure out what it's trying to say and leave things up to interpret it, that's fine. That's fine as a choice. It's just that when you're trying to, that's a very specific sort of story, a very specific sort of style that, is very intentional with its ambiguity. While I think a lot of stuff nowadays, like, the Zack thing, I think he wants his films probably to be that open to interpretation thing, but the problem is he's making adaptations of very mainstream characters that, people are wanting like a coherent adaptation of, you know what I mean? The Mimi repository that, that could work actually. I could that there's potential there. The second M, I think, has potential. The second M has potential. I'll give that some thought. Thanks, Lemon.
Fantasy, escapism,
Yeah.
graphic novel turned films. It was perfect.
Yeah,
I
and
love
it's cool. And even just like watching it and like, the comment, like I never said that the Superman was real and he's American.
Yeah.
I said that God was real and he's American. And if that doesn't give you like religious like fear, then
Yeah.
like then you're just not human. Like you gotta
Yeah.
like, it's okay. It's
Yeah.
okay to be scared
Right.
because it's fucking scary.
Yeah, he's real.
Yeah, it's a scary thing.
It's a very scary thing, but it's
But it's cool. Yeah.
But when you
And then we found out a non-specific portion of these toxic fans weren't real and were actually a toxic media campaign by the studio. Oh god, there's so many rabbit holes with the fucking restore the Snyderverse shit. Oh god.
you have these ideas and you have all this work, and then it comes together. I mean, that's got to be insanely satisfying to watching a scene like that.
It is. It's a cool, like, I guess for me, like that, the process of like putting it together and then like when it literally lands and it's what you drew and it's.
Twitter was a mistake, both before and after Musk. It's two different kinds of cancer. Pick and choose.
It's what you thought and the music and everything like lands. There is a like, I mean, I'm sure it's like anything. It's probably like the same thing like doing stand up or whatever. Like when you're grooving, when you're in the groove with it and it's just happening, you're kind of surfing it and you're like, God, this is the feeling right here. Right? Like you can't acknowledge it in the moment, but you could feel it. It could push you, like it's like a wave, and you can feel it. That's how it is, for me, it's such a long process, it's not instant gratification, it's like you really have to have like a head down mentality to get it to that position because,
I think that's been the frustrating thing about the last couple of years is that it's really been difficult to have that head down mentality of just getting the work done when there is just so much, when so much has just been thrown my way, and eventually you do just reach a point where it's like I've got to get you can muscle through a little bit for a while, but then you realize, okay, there are big problems here. I am unable to hit deadlines because I am having these huge crashes, and and then of course there's the technical problems on the other side of it as well. So it's just been this loop of just trying to get shit back to a place where I can just be heads down and doing stuff.
But I do, when I watch it that first time and it comes back and
back
I'm like,
for the orgy. Yeah,
that's like
fuck
fucking,
yeah.
That's what
Fuck yeah,
that's the why of it right
fuck
there,
yeah.
And I think that keeps me going, frankly. That little high is really, it's really fun.
Well, that's the goal, right? The goal is to create that, and that high. People leave a film like that. That's like, you'll do things that you wouldn't have ordinarily do. Like you'll
Just over 20 minutes to go, chat, and some of that might be credits. I'm not sure.
You'll be inspired.
I don't know how this.
Maybe you'll start working on something. Maybe
I've never. I have. I don't know how many episodes of Joe Rogan I've actually fully sat through. Thinking about it, I think it's one of those things that one of those podcasts I don't really watch it anymore, but I think back in the day when I would catch an occasional episode, it would always be one of those ones where I would start watching it, and then I would get completely distracted by something else. I think maybe I would finish an episode if it was something I could put on while doing something else, but they call it the attention economy for a reason,
there's certain things, and I think that's the beauty of creation in a lot of ways. It's just not just escapism, but it gives you. It's like a drug. It gives you this like boost of excitement.
When are we getting a TF1 breakdown? Definitely not trying to distract you from your other work. First I have to watch it. I think that will be the first step. And then I have to find Jesus. That will be the second step. And then I will get Jesus to pray for me. And that will be the third step. I've not quite figured out the rest of it, but it's a plan in progress.
Often leads to inspiration. It inspires you to action. It makes people do things.
100%. I feel like that if you can do that, then your movie's like, it's a huge success. If one guy comes up to me,
you haven't seen it yet, I'm busy.
The thing about Man of Steel that I felt like is that Man of Steel is the movie that the people will come up to me and say, like, that movie changed my life. Like, that movie, like, like I thought it was about me, like I'm an immigrant. Like, I just saw myself in Superman. It's like really like, I was struggling at the time, and when I saw it, I
This is and this is the unfortunate part of the feedback cycle, where it's like Zack receives that feedback because there are people who legitimately found Man of Steel to be a spiritual experience for one reason or another. I'm not going to be too judgmental of people, especially because the human brain's really good at projecting meaning onto things. So, something could not be very well conceived in its execution. If you look at it like on a craft level, but then someone might be in a very vulnerable state and they just resonate with it for some reason. And, fair enough. But like you then get that feedback, like Zack gets that feedback. And then he's like, wow, I just need to keep doing that. I don't need to do anything differently. And it kind of just becomes this self-feeding cycle where it's like you don't think you're doing anything wrong. And look, if he's making films that he himself wants to watch and all that, more power to him. It's just, it's frustrating when like so much money goes into this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
just be like, man, that's so cool. Like I'm so.
But it's
great.
Transformers and it's good. I know. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. I think when I think about like the things that how do I prioritize the stuff I watch nowadays? I think it is literally like if it's the anxiety of getting it spoiled or the anxiety of like getting the big moment spoiled. If I have anxiety about getting something spoiled, I probably will be like hyper motivated to see it because I want to just get it out of the way. But then if there's something where like I don't get like because I think Optimus probably becomes Orion probably becomes Optimus at some point, and Megatron becomes Megatron. So it's like yeah, I think that might be why I haven't seen it yet. There's it's that procrastination versus anxiety divide, and it's on the procrastination side because I know that it will have it is such a me thing, the reason I have not seen it, and no one else's fault. It really is such a me thing. I do want to see it though, so don't you sweat, because everyone says it's really amazing. So I do want to see it. It's just I haven't seen the Mario movie either, to be fair. There's a lot of I have missed it. I haven't seen X-Men 98 or fucking any of these. Like there's a lot of stuff I've just plain old missed because I'm still catching up or whatever. So too much pre-cumbration, that too.
Hateful.
We live in quite the world of pornography now.
That like, you felt that way about the movie because
Right.
I don't. Like for me, it's like I send it off into the world. You think about like Netflix, for instance, where like.
Although he did just say there that he doesn't think about it that way, but I guess maybe consciously he doesn't, but subconsciously, that's gotta be, I don't know, like, to be fair, there are choices I make that I make just because I like them, and then like someone could find them more meaningful than I make them, than I believe them to
You
be. I don't
push a button. And like, Rebel Moon, right? The zeitgeist is crazy because like Rebel Moon, so say right now there's like, it's like almost 90 million views, right? 90 million people, 90 million starts. So, or 90 million accounts turned it on, okay?
Right.
Give or take. They
How many finished it? How many finished it?
Assume 2 viewers per screening, right? That's the kind of math. So you think if that movie was in the theater, as it...
I haven't seen Rebel Moon, but look, I know Zack Snyder very well, there's a reason I'm not motivated to see it at the moment. I guess it could make for good reaction content, but I don't want to edit that shit. I've spent enough time in the Snyder dungeon. I'm in a totally different dungeon. I'm in the dungeon of Sisyphus at the moment.
The distribution model, so that's 160 million account or people supposedly watching, based on that math. So 160 million people at $10.
Just so you, and just to ease your mind, I do have another video that I will be doing tomorrow. And it's completely different, but it's going to be a fun one, I think. It's going to be a good one.
$1 a ticket would be what is that math? I don't know. 160 million times 10. That's 1.6 billion. You know, so like you look at the view numbers, you can use that rough. You know, so more people probably saw Rebel Moon than saw Barbie in the theater, right? That's how crazy Netflix. That's how
more people probably started watching, but I'm pretty sure more people probably finished Barbie for at least the reason that they kind of. I mean, once you're in the theater, it takes a lot for someone to walk out, right? Like you're in there, you're socially obligated to like not cause a scene, and you paid for the fucking ticket. Like with Netflix, it's all under the one subscription. So starting a film is cheap, relatively. Of course, Netflix is not really cheap anymore, but like in terms of cost per click, right? It's not really comparable. You could start. In fact, you are more motivated to stop watching because you don't want to spend your precious time watching something that you're not enjoying. I remember walking out of Bad Grandpa. Wow, that must have been bad. I don't think I've ever really walked out of a film before. I mean, I'm trying to remember if I've legitimately gotten close or if any example I could give is just me being dramatic. I don't know.
Distribution model that they've set up, you know. I was at this thing the other day and we were talking about Rebel Moon 2 and I said, and they were like,
oh, that's actually going to be how many views would Rebel Moon 2 get compared to the first one? That would be a very good metric to know how many people finished the first one.
Well, talk about Rebel Moon 1. I'm like, no. Like, go fucking watch it. I know you have it at your house. Like, don't, like, it's not like a theater situation. You could, like, turn it on your phone right now and watch it, like, right here if you wanted. Like, that's how crazy it is. I'm like, you know, like, that, it's so, this model, this machine they built is really something else.
Yeah.
It's really crazy if you think about, just like we were saying about the Formula One, like, they're able to, like, insert something into popular culture that's so, like, a deep cut. Like a documentary about Formula One. How else do you get that to the people?
Right.
No way.
No way.
No way. You release that in a theater, 5 people go.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Literally 5 people go.
Yeah,
but like
put it on TV.
And like 100 million people see it.
Yeah.
That is I will like agree that I think that is one of the things I like about streaming in general is that there is like more room for different sorts of projects to get released, just because the economics, just because it's a different economic model, and you know, they're more willing to take chances on things, and it does enable some pretty cool stuff to be made. So I get his point there. I don't really have much to add to it, though. There's also huge downsides to the streaming thing, but like I think that's been well covered. I think it's important to acknowledge the good parts and the bad parts, and it's very late.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's strange.
Crazy.
It's interesting
really
because
strange.
It shows that there was an audience there. It's just like to get someone to go out of their house and buy a ticket. That's
It's
just too much of a tough sell.
It's a different model.
God, how much longer is part 2 going to be than part 1? That's the real question.
It's a different.
Do you think I could re-release both parts as a single video? No, that would be so fucking long. No one's going to watch that.
Different model, and it's weird how they think about it. When you think about it in those terms, that you give the audience an alternative. Like you give them a chance to like go on this, like Rebel Moon's like, okay, that's new IP, right? No one knows what the fuck that is. What's a Rebel Moon? Some space thing?
Could it be? It could be. Look, I think there are definitely going to be parts I cut out of this. Not like literally cut out, but like I re-upload certain parts as their own segments. So like that meaning of life bit towards the beginning was, I don't know. I liked the things I said in that, so I'm willing to put that out as a separate video. Yeah.
I guess. Like, okay, well, let's watch it. It's that the barrier for entry is so low that it allows, I think, what's cool is it allows a lot more original and weirdo stuff to exist because, especially like you think about the director's cut of Rebel Moon, which will be, if it was in theaters, a very boutique-y concept, right? Mm-hmm. A very singular. It's like the animated version of heavy metal. Like, the movie
wouldn't be too boutique-y, right? Like it's basically just Star Wars, but it's like legally distinct Star Wars, right? I haven't seen it, but like it started as a Star Wars project, did it not? I don't think that's super boutique-y, but maybe there's like details about it that would convince me otherwise.
Movie, I'm like, I'm a huge fan, but like not a lot of people have seen it. Where I feel like this is a chance where like when this movie's released, the amount of people that can lay eyes on it is crazy compared to what it would be, in another, if I was releasing it, say, theatrically or whatever. It's a 3-hour movie. Both of them are 3 hours. So it's much different. Like both the PG-13s are 2 hours, right? That was one of the things that we talked about.
What I am looking forward to with like the increasing cost effectiveness of new filmmaking techniques that, will allow for, cheaper films to be produced. We talked about that a bit earlier. The thing that really excites me about that is the fact that it is just that I think it's going to allow for more like creeper franchises, I guess, where like someone could independently, they could release a film and it doesn't exactly set the world on fire financially, but it's a good film. The people who like it, the people who watched it loved it, and it develops a little fan base, and it didn't cost an arm and a leg to make. So, it's sequels to that and, continuations of that story, expansions upon whatever they put out are allowed to exist, whether that means through the studio system or ideally, just through independent means. And then slowly but surely, this gains a following and you kind of just get progressive investment in the IP, but you're allowed to start that from a very small, very independent place and still have it look and feel really good despite it being like a very low budget sort of thing. And I'm looking forward. That's something I've dreamed about for years, and we're seeing it gradually becoming, which is nice.
Also, like I want the movie short, PG, right? That's kind of the prerequisite. Where I'm like on the R-rated version, it's like there's no rules, like it's like no there's no expectations, no rules, no nothing. Like you get that experience is a completely different experience.
And when does that one come out?
It comes at the end of summer.
The end of summer.
I want enough time. Yeah, probably right in there. We don't have an exact date, but
so with this R-rated, is this done through his production? Like, is he footing the bill for that cut, or did they just go fuck it? Here, yeah, you can make 2 versions on our dollar. Why not?
Like somewhere, I wanted enough.
We can release. People are gonna love your film so much that we're going to release it. That they're gonna want to watch it twice. 3 times, and we're going to give them what they want.
Time so that I don't want them to be too attached to the PG version because I love them. By the way, like I said, I'm proud of the PG version. I think it's fun. I think when you see Rebel Moon 2 on April 19th, you will see a war movie. It's a fucking war movie is what it is. Like, cause like the first thing is like gather the team.
If you think it's late now, just wait until you're past 30. I'm not even 31. My staying up stamina is through the floor. Yeah, my stamina. Now, to be fair, the hyperfocus is always going to keep me through, thank God. But yeah, a lot of it is just more down to just the situation that I'm slowly mastering. Look, eventually, what we're gonna do eventually is I'll set up a red light therapy panel right next to the desk, and it will inject me with my mitochondria with all the light-based nutrients that I need, and I will be able to go for infinity hours, and it'll be amazing.
Second movie's a war movie. The R-rated version is just a different journey. Like, you just get there in a different way, and it's just more, like I said, it's just more weird. It's more boutique-y and more bizarre.
And more like the original.
More like heavy metal.
Heavy metal, yeah. The original
it's just more,
genre.
Yeah, more like a genre you can't really pitch a studio a live action heavy metal movie right now. It's just not I don't know how to do that. I don't know how you'd make that, unless you are willing to do some sort of song and dance, which I think that as a product, like I said, I'm proud of it. And I think it works for what they've generated because like basically for the same price as 2 movies, right? They get 4 movies, which is that's pretty crazy.
That's not. The economics for that don't really add up though, because if people thought if the short versions were shit, why would they want to go back for more?
Yeah.
Because the director's cuts for the additional hour and extra stuff that we did inside of each of those movies. Each of the movies is an hour longer. What we did inside those movies with tone and with gore and sex and all that stuff within the same framework, you're getting 2 entirely different movies. It's not like extended version, like that. I'd be like, okay, whatever. Like, oh, you did an extra, like, weird little. Here's the thing you cut out that you thought was too long.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting, I will say when he speaks about it, I do get that curiosity of like, how could it be that different? And then I start to remember, wait a minute, they were talking about just how different like Snyder Cut was from Justice League. And it's like, yeah, it's surface level different. It's certainly like it's different in ways that people will definitely watch it and go, yeah, that's different. But like it's still basically the same film in all the ways that matter, and it's worse in many of the ways that matter. So when I hear with Rebel Moon, it's like, is it really that fundamentally different? And then I think about the 2 cuts of Justice League, and I'm like, probably not. Especially if like the short version is still like a Snyder production, while Justice League, at least, the new bits were a different creative vision, which made it, which is where the tangible differences come in. While I have heavy doubts about it being. You know what I'm saying.
It's not like that at all. Like, it's just a lot more, I don't know. It's just
true to the vision.
Yeah. It's got balls. It's got a lot of balls.
And is that, I mean, that's got to be this thing where you're waiting. Like, wait. I want you to see the real thing.
I don't think, it's a weird thing because I don't think, I mean, look, it's up to the viewers, in a lot of ways. I don't want to like, by no means am I saying that you can't watch both. For sure you can. It's really how you do it. I feel like if you've seen PG-13 Rebel Moon Part 1, you should see PG-13 Part 2 because they're really closely related. I mean, they're like, it's a direct, it could be one movie. You could cut them together literally and just keep going.
Oh man, if I had more time in the day, I'd be curious to do that as an experiment to watch both cuts, but I don't have that kind of time right now. Damn you, Snyder. Getting my curiosity fucking up when I'm pretty certain it's gonna be just two. It would be the equivalent of watching 4 really shitty films that all tell the same story.
Where it's
I'd see the same story told really badly twice. Damn you.
chapter 2. It's part 2. It's like where I feel like that in the R-rated experience, it's just like a different. They're both going to release on the same day, so you can just binge it. Yeah.
That's the way to do it too with Netflix.
Yeah.
One of the things I love about Netflix is when I don't find out about something until like 2 or 3 seasons in. I'm like,
yes, 100%.
Let's go.
I can, yes, exactly.
17 episodes.
It's the same muscle that made me play Fortnite for like 6 months. Yeah, exactly.
But if you have the,
oh my God, could you imagine? Imagine you're playing Fortnite, right? And fucking you play and you go and you like fight Zack Snyder and you don't know it's Zack Snyder. Could you think about that for a second? You like imagine you accidentally imagine you're a streamer playing Fortnite and you end up going up against Zack Snyder during his Fortnite binge. God, it's kind of like how Robin Williams was a really big gamer, and one of the games he plays was Call of Duty. And he would trash talk, my friends. He would trash talk, which means that somewhere out there, some fucking 12-year-old got their fucking ear violated by Robin Williams in Call of Duty. They fucking got sworn at in Call of Duty by Robin Williams. And maybe even Steven Spielberg as well, because he plays that game too. Though I think he might only play the story mode. I'm not sure. Point is, people ask, like, what would you do if you had a time machine? They give all these answers, like, I'd go back and stop Hitler. And I'd be like, I would go back to whatever year it was that Robin Williams was playing Call of Duty. And I would feverishly play that game until I would put myself in the same sort of server geographical area, and I would obsessively try to I would actually use the time machine to my advantage. I would make sure I would know all the times that he's playing Call of Duty, and I would feverishly meta my way into being in the same lobby and playing against him, because I want to record. There's no recordings of it, because no one was expecting Robin Williams, because no one in like fucking 2006 or whenever the fuck was going on to Call of Duty expecting, I'm going to get fucking trash talked by Robin Williams. I'm going to get sworn at by Robin Williams. Robin Williams is going to have a meltdown in Call of Duty because I fucking headshotted him 40 times in a row. There are some moments in history I feel like are so pure that need to be captured. It almost makes me wonder, like, would I want to even just break into his house and bug his headset and put a capture card in his Xbox just so I can capture, this historical, footage of Robin Williams playing Call of Duty? I would listen to Robin Williams and feverishly. I was worried for him. And feverish. Oh God. I can't even remember what the M word was that I said, but I'm sure it was troubling before I said it.
Time and a good series is bingeable. God, it's so
the
satisfying.
Best. It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
I think we could do another. That's what I always say to my wife. I'm like, how do you feel? And she's like, I feel good. Are you sleepy? No. Let's go.
Have you ever thought about doing like a Netflix series, like something that's so big that you couldn't do in 1 or 2 films?
Yeah. We've talked about it a lot. Like,
oh my Lord, have mercy on my soul. If Zack Snyder does a fucking TV show, oh my Lord.
I mean, nobody wants Fountainhead, but that's what I wanted to do. I pitched him Fountainhead because,
please do Fountainhead, please do Fountainhead. It means that you wouldn't be touching anything else. Please, it's right up your alley, Zach. I believe in you. Please.
I've written this super adaptation of that book, and I just think it's. I think it would be amazing, but no one wants to make it because
I can do another one. Okay, that is a good one.
they think it's like it's taboo. Ayn Rand is taboo.
Well, why is she taboo?
I don't know. She's taboo among the intelligentsia because they think she's a fascist, and they think the book's a fascist propaganda, piece of fascist propaganda. I
can neither confirm nor deny because I haven't read. Just want to put that out there right now. I really wish I was more well-read. Damn it. Miss Theo when you need him.
That's not why I like the book. I'm like, look, I happen to just like it because to me it's a direct comment on making a movie, right? It's a movie about an architect who won't make the buildings that everyone wants him to make, and like what the struggle he goes through to get the buildings made the way he wants to make them. Of course, I like that. Like
Was that what was that film that came out last year that was about the architect played by Adrian Brody? I watched it. That film did have an intermission. What was it called? Because I feel like that's the plot of that film, right? He's, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like that was, that film was like about an architect who was trying to get his shit done. Was that film based on Fountainhead? To be honest, the funny thing about that film that I can't remember the name of, and I'm so tired, I'm struggling to even Google it. Let's see. Adrian Brody, I need you. What was it called? The Brutalist. There we go. The Brutalist. I watched The Brutalist. So, the thing about The Brutalist is that it basically has that plot, right, where it's like just an architect guy trying to get the thing done. But the thing I want to talk about The Brutalist for is I legit, and I think it's down to the fact that they handed out pamphlets for that film. The fact that they handed out pamphlets for that film that were very, very, like, they gave the impression that it was an historical film. So they handed out pamphlets, and I was like, oh, wow, this must be a real guy. And then I hear the name Van Buren. And because my brain doesn't work properly, I thought, yeah, I recognize the name Van Buren. This is the Van Buren, huh? And I'm just like, and I go through the entire film thinking it's a fucking biopic, thinking that these were real people that existed. And then I fucking Google on the way home, like, oh, who were the people in and it turned out complete and total fiction. I was like, wow, wowee. And the reason I was Googling is because there was some ambiguity at the end. And I was like, oh, but I want to know what happened. Oh, well, at least it's a true story, so I can Google it later. And then it turns out, no, it's a work of fiction that they made pamphlets for to make it seem like it was really real. And I was like, well played. And also, so like I don't know if I felt foolish or if I just felt like, if I got really excited about the fact that I was going to do a bunch of historical research and then I found out everyone was fake. So I was like, first thing I thought was Van Buren. Yeah, Fallout was the first thing that I thought of too, but I knew that Van Buren is also like one of the presidents, right? One of those presidents of that country that people talk about sometimes. Oh God. And to be fair, in my defense, my dad had the exact same experience. He was fooled in the exact same way. So, like father, like son. And I was not alone. Maybe there was even like an element of groupthink there. I don't know.
No movie director. I'm sure there's plenty of movie directors that don't like Fountainhead, but I just think that it says so much. Ayn Rand wrote Fountainhead in direct response to being noted on a script that she had written, and she had been studying this movie about skyscrapers, and they told her, she kept submitting versions of the script, and they kept noting her until it was unrecognizable, and then she was like, this is what happens to like, to work.
Mm-hmm.
It gets noted into like till it disintegrates, until it
Right.
disappears. And so that's one thing I had that I've always wanted to do, but I don't know that I don't know that the world will allow that.
I don't know why. It's one of those weird things where Ayn Rand she's connected to like incels, or like angry white guys, or like finance people that are cruel.
Yeah.
It's this
don't know
very
why that's so
strange.
funny.
Steve Jobs' favorite.
I don't know why that's so funny. I think it's because it's late. Oh, God. My very uninformed impression is that Zack would get along splendidly with Ayn Rand. Probably. She seems to like her books.
Book, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is interesting. But it's one of those things where it's like, if you hear that, like, I'm an Ayn Rand fan, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're one of those guys.
Yeah.
Are you into Bitcoin too, buddy?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's true.
Right?
But it's funny because, look, and I get, by the way, Atlas Shrugged, fair. You can play with that. That's a game that I'm pretty exclusively a Fountainhead fanatic, and for that, also because it's melodrama too. Like, it's the most melodramatic thing ever. I mean, as far as just like,
why won't Netflix let you do that?
I
I
don't
feel
know.
like they should.
I feel like I think it would have a huge. Well, again,
I bet it would
like
work.
I said, I know it would work. I know it would work.
I know it would work too.
I know it would
yeah.
work.
Why don't?
Isn't Cloud Atlas like the more philosophical, like the more like philosophy fucking drenched? I don't know. I know that I don't know if Fountainhead. I don't know. I don't know enough about these novels. I just know that Cloud Atlas is controversial. I wonder if the Fountainhead kind of gets caught up in that, but I don't have any fucking. I'm going off Zach's word here, so I don't know enough. This is gonna plant a seed in my brain. It's gonna plant his seed deep in my cranium. And I'm just gonna break and have to do like a huge deep dive and learn everything about this fucking book, The Fountainhead, because he's mentioned it about 40 times in about the space of 4 minutes. And that is a formula, and I don't know anything about it, and I don't like not knowing about things. Damn it! Cloud Atlas Shrugged. Fuck. Cloud Atlas was like the loose adaptation of Atlas Shrugged. Fucking hell. My brain. Whoop 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 whoop. Big if the true. I know that the Cloud Atlas was very controversial because it was like different, like the same actor playing like different characters, like the ancestors and the descendants, and the way they achieved that, and because of course, family lineages tend to change race over time when you like cross-pollinate and all that. They decided they will use CGI to change the races of the actors. So you've got like Asian Hugo Weaving, for example, and it got into a little bit of hot water because it was like, oh, is this blackface? And it's like technically, but it's also like I don't know. It feels like it's one of those instances where it's like if you want the same actor, if you want like to do an artistic thing where like it's the same actor for different people at different periods in time in the same family, like that's not an invalid choice. It's just you're going to get into a lot of trouble for it, even if it is. I would like in the abstract justified. I haven't seen the film itself, but I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, justify. I think it's justifiable as an artistic choice. It's just you're not going to be able to do that without getting a lot of panties firmly twisted, and it's a very, very sensitive thing. It's definitely a bit weird, but I can roll with that. Yeah, it's like it's not like they're doing it arbitrarily, if that makes sense. It's being done for a purpose where they want to like I imagine it's being done to like strengthen the connections between the different time periods and have some sort of message related to that. It's a bit out of pocket, but like I could see it. I could see ways to justify it. artistically. It's that kind of shit is going to stir up controversy when you do it.
Fuck, come on, Netflix. Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, I'm a fan of letting artists like yourself do what is their vision, you know, and I think people are often wrong about whether or not something is going to be successful commercially or whether or not it's going to resonate with a lot of other people.
But that's the thing, like no one knows. Like that's the awesome thing about
only 11 minutes left. Only 11 minutes left. Only 11 minutes left.
Movies is like, and why, you know, I'm not that worried about the AI influence over motion picture because there's obviously no formula. No one can predict what's going to be successful, or they would have gotten rid of the directors and writers a long time ago. You know, like it's still, there's alchemy, there's still magic. There's still like an impossible, like, you know, all these elements come together and you're like, you feel something and you're like, what, that was cool. Fuck, you know, and it's a thing like, who knows, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, you know, anything, you know, that you see that maybe if someone described it to you in an abstract, you'd be like, that sounds dumb. Like, I know. And then you sit and you watch it and you experience it moment by moment and you feel it. Yeah, and it's fucking cool.
Well, it's also, I think there's always going to be a thing that people resonate with where they know it's made by a person. They know that an artist's thoughts were involved in the creation of this thing. This is the vision. They worked tirelessly to produce this, and they put it out, and they're proud of it. Here it is. And there's something about that you're getting to take in another human being's, a group of human beings' creation, and that means something to us.
This is where we're at right now. I'm like. I am listening to them, but I've become just hyper fixated on the fluorescent, on the materials and the. I've become really obsessed. I'm just fixating on the Joe Rogan Experience sign and just looking at it over and over again, and I'm like, okay, how does this work? How does this fluorescent device work? Is it so does the power go through those gray tubes? And then it lights up there, but would it be hot when it lights up? And the gray tube goes underneath, so does that carry power? But where does it connect to the O? Is the O, I guess it connects at the seam in the O, I guess. And I'm just thinking, and then I just start thinking about what would it be like to touch it? I really want to touch it. I want to touch the sign. I want to touch the Joe sign. I want to touch the J. I want to touch the J. I want to touch the O. I want to touch the E. I don't really want to touch the R. Are the red letters cooler in temperature than the yellow letters? The yellow letters look hotter than the red letters, but then again, red can be a hotter color in some ways. Or are they not warm at all? Are they LEDs or are they fluorescent? I do not know. That'd be a bitch to look at if they were fluorescent. Jesus.
And I think it's always going to mean something to us. I think there's going to be AI songs and AI movies and AI art, and it's going to be cool. But it's not going to be as cool because it's not going to be from a human.
Correct.
I always hate this fucking distinction because it's a false dichotomy. It implies that there's an AI at the bottom of the creative process when really all these AI created things, at some point a human typed in there, I want big tits, and then tits appeared with like 12 nipples. Because like, you know, the thing about these tools, and I feel like a broken record, they are an extension of a human. And as an extension of a human, they facilitate a creative vision. The big problem they have right now is they're nowhere near precise enough to be usable for most practical applications. They're okay if you need filler visuals. I don't use them yet because I feel like it's still too obvious that it's AI, and people would probably get the shits if I use that just yet. And I would probably get the shits with myself because if it's super obvious that it's AI, I don't know. It's a thing. It's a thing. But it's getting closer to being indistinguishable from reality, like really scarily close. But again, like, he's like going, well, it's not going to be as good as the human thing because it's there's no human behind it. It's just like, who do you think is entering the prompt? Who do you think is doing putting the rough image together to do image to image? Who do you think is telling the AI, no, fucking, didn't want that, get rid of that thing in the corner? Like, you're essentially, I don't know. I know I'm going on about this. I'm probably a little bit more upsettable about it because it is late and we're almost done. But it's a pet peeve. It ruins the conversation for me when it's like, when the fucking conversation turns to like, oh well, you need a human involved. It's just like, yeah, who think's fucking typing the prompt? Who's typing the prompt? It wasn't a fucking robot. Even the more advanced prompting methods now, where like the AI creates a more advanced prompt for you, it's still following your directions. It's just that it's refining it in a way that produces a better generated image. It is ultimately trying to facilitate something you want, whether that's giant tits or a mouse on a white background in a snowstorm. You got a good point. Lemon. It's not, and that's the other thing. Like, it's not like fucking human created stuff is like super original to begin with. If anything, like AI allows for greater experimentation and greater degrees of remixing because it doesn't have like 50 fat corporate people going, well, according to the chart here, it's one person fucking directing a machine to create something that human wants. Will it end up being good? I don't know. It depends on if the human has an artistic eye or ear, but it's still gonna be it's gonna be an extension of a person. And in order to have any conversation about AI, we must first recognize that for the immediate future, most things you recognize as AI art are not going to be fully automated. They're going to be an extension of one human's will and one human's vision. And I think that's just a bare basic. This is not even me saying good or bad with this particular point. I'm just wanting factual accuracy with what is being said. That, I just want it to be like, not this argument of like, it's bad because there's no humans involved. Just like, of course there's a fucking human involved. Again, who types the fucking prompt? Not the AI. And even if the AI did type the prompt, who is directing the AI to type the prompt to make their collection of thoughts more coherent? Oh yeah, a human. There is a human somewhere at the end of that pipeline. And maybe at some other points in the middle of that pipeline. Please don't make me want to shit, fart, and cum at the same time.
From human beings.
To be fair, this is like 2-3 years ago. Like, at this point, this video was released, so I don't know. I don't know how up to date these thoughts are, but the last thing I saw of Joe Rogan was that autism vaccines thing, which was not particularly nice for me. So yeah,
and I do feel like the fingerprints, the squishy fingerprints on the thing are the thing that make it like unbelievably cool.
Chisel marks.
Yeah,
I
want the chisel marks. I love them. I live for them. Like, to me, that's the bit. Like, the best movies, my favorite movies, the best movies are where you can.
There's an interesting. This is kind of an interesting sort of thing to bounce off the AI thing, but I think when AI, assisted creation of art reaches a point where it's so precise that you have kind of the AI equivalent of the chisel marks of the person directing the AI within there, even though the AI is still facilitating the image. When you have that equivalent of the chisel marks in there, I think that's kind of the sign where I think that's probably going to be the point where, at the very least, someone like me would be more interested in using it more readily, where like I'm still leaving my signature. Well, it's not even about leaving a signature. The signature thing is nice, but the fact that I can, that the language of my like the unique language that is my artistic expression, when that comes through the AI, just through the when it reaches that level of tactility, there's still quite a ways to go with that. That's going to probably be when I'm more interested in using it, because ultimately I just want to. I like tools that give me very precise control over outcome, and AI is a lot more precise than it used to be. But every time I fool around with it, I'm still finding that it's still not quite there. I still don't. I think a big thing it's going to have to start doing is generating individual layers and not just one image. And of course, the videos are going to be the same thing. Those world engines actually are probably going to be it. Like that Genie 3 one that looks kind of insane, even if it's still like a ways off from being accessible to people. That one stays with me. That one stayed with me because it is just what I've wanted out of these tools in many ways. But it's not completely there yet, but still like a huge leap forward. But that's a whole other thing. We might talk about that at some point. Maybe we'll talk about it this week. I don't know.
Feel the hand of the filmmaker.
Yes.
Like I want that.
Yeah.
I do not want.
What about a mouse with tits? You can have whatever you want. You can have all the tits and all the tits and all the tits and all the tits that are on. Get Shad on for the great Aussie AI art debate. Don't me and Shad agree on, like, I guess we might disagree on the details. I don't know. I don't know his most up-to-date positions at this juncture. I remember
The movie made by
I don't know.
committee.
Right.
Like, you know,
all I know is I made some of his points before he did. So I'm gonna be petty today. Yeah.
Exactly.
you vote. When you go to a movie that feels like it was made in the boardroom. Like
Right.
I feel dirty when I watch that. I don't like it. I'm like, I don't want the cold hand of marketing on me like that. You know, I want to like. That's why I love the, like the weirdness. Like I feel like in the end, all my movies are just a little bit weird in a good way. Like 300 for whatever it's like all the like, kind of like coolness of it as far as like let's go fight. It's still a weirdo movie. Like
Did
the
you
way
ever
it's
think
made.
of putting a bunch of gay stuff in there?
Well, it's Frank's book. I wrote it. I made what Frank wrote. Now in retrospect, and that we've been talking about doing a series where I really wanted to like introduce those concepts a lot more because I just feel like it's important in if we go forward and do like more in the 300 universe, I would want to bring that part in and let people, which I think just shakes it up again. Like you're like, what? Like right when you thought
you know what, Zach, you just go ahead and make infinite 300 and that will keep you like that will be the price to pay. You can just go away and make infinite 300 and then we can keep you away from everything else and I think we'll all be happy.
Yeah, right when you thought you knew like how to feel, like I'm going to make you feel like another way. People have always said like, 300, people have accused me of being like homophobic or whatever. And
Why?
I'm like, I don't know. They just somehow they feel like that.
Because the Spartans weren't doing gay stuff?
Yeah, or because they, there's that one line where he says, philosophers and boy lovers. But like,
you can say something, they probably, I don't know, the fucking, yeah, I agree. I'm trying to voice agreement that that controversy is silly, and I've lost the clever way to say it. I've lost it, Chad. I've lost it.
I think that he's clearly being cheeky, Leonidas, because like I of course was hyper aware at the time that the reality of Spartan culture was like he's obviously out. He means philosophies and boy lovers, not like he's using that maybe as a derogatory comment, but when in reality he's a lover of men, probably,
Absolutely.
And so like I just think that like and we talked about like as we go forward, I would love to.
And also, it's an historical. I think this is what I was going to say. It's an historical. Like obviously, it's not historically accurate, but it is a period piece. And when you go back in history, you know, there are times of very, very like of great gay acceptance. There's periods of great gay hatred, and then there's like kind of mixed periods in between, and you know, these things are going to slip in there. So I think so. Yeah, that's a thing to consider. It's just like characters will say the things that are in character.
Like just kind of stress and just
I'm a
like
man
I said,
lover,
like,
not a boy lover.
300, you know,
It's a
in
very important distinction to make, I think.
some ways is like one of the gayest movies ever made. You know, like it is incredibly male centric, male obsessed. You know, like you really feel like very strong.
I think it is. That film probably was responsible for a lot of gym memberships, and then I think no one realizing that that film is the result of a lot of crash dieting and a lot of boot camps.
Male energy from the movie, even though there's a strong lead. You know, Gorgo's an incredibly strong female character, and we wrote her and made her like. He doesn't decide to kick the Persian messenger into the well without getting approval from Gorgo, because, you know, he's like, I'm going to burn it down. Is that cool? And she's like, go do it. You know, and he's like, all right, here we go. And, you know, this is Sparta's that guy. And that's like, that was that. And I just think that, like, you know, and maybe that was just me understanding, doing the research and understanding the reality of Spartan culture, that that energy was in there, because I just felt like it was important, you know, to make sure that it was, you know, that there was this kind of visceral sexuality to the way the men actually interacted, you know, that was there. I mean, regardless of whether you acknowledge it, it's there, you know.
That would be, but it wasn't acknowledged really in the film. Like, if anybody didn't know.
It's officially gayer than The Acolyte. You know, probably not wrong. I haven't seen The Acolyte, so I don't know. Are there lesbians in The Acolyte? Anything with lesbians in it, I feel like earns like a pity point from me. Well, not like a pity point, but just like you get one extra point subjectively. Because I like lesbians. You see, it's very simple. Why? Because I'm heterosexual and I like it when women kiss each other. Very simple to understand why it gains a point.
Oh, the history of the Spartans, they wouldn't know.
No, but I just feel, I just mean from sort of an iconic standpoint, as far as like the this just sort of indulgence in the male form, you know, is very, it's not casual.
Right. If you, it'd be fascinating to see if you did do a series and you had them behave the way Spartans actually did, the reaction.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I think that hopefully we'll find out one day. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, like, look, in the end, it's a weirdo show, you know, like it's fun to enjoy it. It's fun to fuck with it, you know, like that's what we do. Like you got to tear it apart a little bit to like take a look at it. You got to know.
Good.
When you choose things to do today, how do you go about doing it? Do you just sit with an idea and bring it to studios? Do they come to you? How do you choose what you?
I don't develop. I kind of have a bunch of I've always had a bunch of stuff that I work on, and I just go, I want to do this.
I get it, because it's a
whoever wants to do
Zabrak.
it, then we do it.
I get it, because it is a Zabrak. But is it an Iridonian Zabrak? Or is it a Dathomirian Zabrak? I guess if it's a female, probably Iridonian.
And
That's a nice position to be in.
It's an awesome position, and I appreciate it, and I don't take it for granted. You know, there's a few things, like I've always been obsessed with Richard Bach. I don't know if you know, like he has this book called Illusions that I've owned for a long time that I've always wanted to do. You know, I grew up as a Christian Zionist, and a
Christian Scientist? Wait, what? I'm confused by this. Is it a scientist that happens to be Christian, or a scientist who studies Christians?
You know,
Isn't that a book about like channeling?
Well, Illusions is about this. it's a book about this guy flying in his biplane around in the 1970s, and he lands in a
Hurry,
in a
my ass
pasture,
is sore.
because like in the 70s, he was part of this sort of, he would fly his biplane around, land in a pasture, and then sell rides for $3, like for 10 minutes. And that's how he lived, right? He's just a gypsy pilot flying around the Midwest. And he happens to come across this guy who also is flying a biplane, who happens to be like a messiah, who happens to be like this super spiritually advanced dude.
So does that the bottom of that microphone, does that say sure or shupa? I don't know anymore.
Who's on the run from, he doesn't want to be the messiah. He's like it's called Illusions, the Adventures of a Reluctant
He's a very naughty boy.
Messiah. And it's about the two of them spending a summer together, just the one guy teaching him about like, it's a shit job being the messiah. Like don't do it. Because
By the way, the last Joe Rogan stream did get like blocked globally, and then I sent through an appeal saying this is a reaction stream. This is long. We didn't even get through half of the. We barely got through half of the stream, and this stream is longer than the original video, and we didn't even get through half of Joe Rogan's content. So if that happens again, I have an even better case, because I think there are hours of this stream where it's just paused, where this video is just paused.
what happens to the messiahs in the end.
Right. Yeah.
He goes, do you always have to die a violent death? And
I was right. I knew it. It's because the Iridonian Zabraks have the horned females, while the Dathomirian ones do not.
he goes, yeah, I don't think always. And he's like, really? He goes, yeah, it's cool for like, he goes, what about just a quiet little ascension, just on the side? And he's like, yeah, I don't think the universe will let that happen, So it's a cool.
Why do I feel like we're going to end up with a Milo Yiannopoulos-esque quote from Zach about gay relationship? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Cool. So it's this really cool, again, it's like this sort of, it's again like a spiritual deconstructivist, like Messiah story. And I just like, it was like this book when I was growing up. In a lot of ways, it's religious philosophy. It's similar to Christian Science. So.
Oh, I definitely got that context.
I superimposed my religious beliefs onto this book, and I felt like it kind of spoke to my doubts and my questions about my religious upbringing and like what I thought for real. Like my brother passed away.
You like Jeebus imagery, Zach? We would never guess. Never in a million. You can tell I'm struggling with these final minutes, because otherwise I would have picked up on that Jesus stuff a bit early.
When I was 13, he got in a car accident, and he was like this incredibly spiritual dude. Anyone who knew my brother was like, that guy was the guy.
You should like Moses, because that's what Superman is, Zach.
He was the man. Like, Sam Snyder was like, among his peer group was like, he was like, in retrospect, like he was into Tai Chi and like just like super cool 70s dude, right? Like just he kind of looked like Billy Crudup,
cool
right? Like Billy Crudup
dude,
from like, Almost Famous,
cool
right? Imagine that
dude.
guy, like, but just like
I have
the
a
coolest
cock.
guy,
I
smoking
have a
dope,
cock.
just being cool as hell.
I have a cock.
So when he passed away,
I
I
have
always
a cock.
thought like, okay, my brother
I have
just
some
like
balls.
tired of this world
I have some balls.
and went looking for another
I
one.
have my cock.
Like he
I
was
have
just
my
like on a
balls. I
spiritual
have my
journey.
cock. I have my
But
balls.
then, like,
I have my cock
when you
and balls.
see-
Yes, I.
when you're
Yes, I do.
13
I have my
and you see like what
cock and
that
balls. Oh,
event,
yes, I
though, does to your
I
family,
have my cock.
mother and
I
father,
have my balls.
your
I
sister,
have my cock.
all of their
I have
friends,
my
like
balls,
the devastation that they
cock
feel.
And
these are people that I believed in the religion that I believed in. And the pain, like, it made me really go like, what the fuck? Like, is this, what's real? Like, what are we supposed to believe?
Cock
It
and
really
balls.
tested me. And I think that Illusions, that book, in retrospect, and I won't spoiler alert, I won't tell you what happens on the last page of the book, but it kind of speaks to where I was, and I think so. It's always resonated with me. And I'm friends with Richard Bach. I became friends with him, and his wife is constantly texting me like, "When are we making Illusions?" And I was like, "Soon." She's like, "I found the planes," So it's cool. Like we have the planes, we can make it any time. So yeah, standing. So those are.
Meme singing a cappella about cock and balls while Zach describes a spiritual journey was actually on my bingo card this time. Well, if there was any event more predictable than this, I don't know why my brain wanted to say it was 9/11, but really, I think it just couldn't think of an event, so it just went to 9/11. So that's something.
That's how we develop. Like, it's all these things that I have.
How do you think seeing cock and balls affects monetization on YouTube, if at all? Look, it's a funny thing, right? I've gotten so many other people demonetized for saying things like cock and balls. Never happened with my stream. Never happened. Like, my streams have gotten demonetized for other things. But YouTube's like, oh, you want to say cock and balls 40 times? Oh, you go ahead, meme. You go ahead.
That are kind of close to me that I...
Say it on another stream, instant demonetization, instant.
I'm always constantly saying, what about that? Maybe it's time.
Well, that's awesome, dude. Well, listen, it's been great to talk to you. I really appreciate what you've done. I love how excited you are about filmmaking. And
cheers.
You've done some awesome shit, man. You should be proud.
I appreciate it. Look, man, I'm a fan of the show.
Got me a surprise. What would this surprise be? Where did you send this surprise? Is it in my... Did you find my house? Did you put it in my letterbox? Is there anthrax in there?
And it's
Am I gonna be really itchy? Surprise dildo! Oh my lord! Discord. Okay, that's probably where everything goes, right? My cock and my balls and my cock and my balls. Spinofarus. Nice. That's a good thing. Oh, it's only a minute long too. I can probably get that. I can probably end the stream with Spinofarus. First I gotta download it though. But I can do that easily with 4K video downloader. We'll get through this and then we'll experience Spinofarus together as a family. The only way I know how to experience things.
It's an honor to come on and talk to you.
Thank you. It's an honor to have you. Thank
Cheers.
you very much. All right. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, brother.
Okay, cool. It's done. Okay, cool. Okay. So incidentally, I've heard therapists use CBT these days to make you stop smoking. That's why I never started. Oh my God. It wanted me to install an update. And I was like, I'm in the middle of a stream. I don't have time to update that. Now fucking give me the pick-me's. Okay, yes, just give me the full quality download, please. We don't have time for this bullshit. The stream's almost over and we need to finish on something that Grith sent me. I'm sure this will be a wonderful thing that we have been sent, that I will love very much. I will cherish it like it was my own child. No, don't open link in browser. Oh my God. Show in folder. Yes. Now, because VLC doesn't work, I'm gonna have to open it with the thing there. Look at that thing go! Look at it go! Oh my lord. Oh my. They've got like every version of Spinosaurus in here. It's great. There we go. Are they gonna fuck? There you go. shorter than I thought it would be. Wow. But I do like that we had that one shot. It's like that one shot where it's like you got the Spino and the Rex, and the Spino's like, that's not my fucking kid. It's not my fucking kid. It's like, okay. I think the Spinosaurus is like a speculative idea of what happens if the Spinosaurus continues to evolve into into like a more dedicated aquatic animal, and then it gained a fan base, as things do. YouTuber is Oh My Spino. Yeah, figure with the watermark. Yeah, I think I've read all the super chats already. I assume so. But yeah, this has been fun. We probably will be doing another stream tomorrow. Yeah. It's going to be a totally different sort of thing, but I wanted to get Joe Rogan finished so that we have the complete saga in there. But yes, we had some disagreements with Zack. There were some things I had nothing to say about, and there were also things that we surprisingly found common ground on. So yeah. Cool shit. I've got to pee and poo. And, yeah. What's the next stream going to be about? That's for me to know and for you to find out. It was nice to hang out tonight. It was nice. Go to bed, meme. I will. Which were discovered by explorer William Kidney. What a name that is. Dick Kidney. What a good name. Willie Kidney. Willie Kidney. There we go. Willie Kid. Oh, you don't want Kid Willies. That would be bad. Don't have Kid Willies. That's the lesson to take away from this. Anyway, good night to you all. I hope no one... I'm so nervous about ending the stream because last time I ended the stream, Defrosted Robot came in at the last second and he was like, "No, missed it." And I was like, "Oh, I feel so bad for you now. Oh no, I could have waited like 3 more seconds." But I don't see anyone new coming in. So anyway, bye-bye.